and hands down that sentence, which could be up to life in prison without the possibility of parole. While we wait to jump live, let's take a look back at some of the closing arguments, starting with the state's. This is Prosecutor Creighton Waters.
No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was. He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with on occasion, was dying. His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator. And I was thinking, that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's two more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the two guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alex. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you.
And throughout these closings, basically what Creighton Waters was trying to point out was that he had no problem lying to those close to him. And everything he did was for one person, the person he loved most and wanted to protect. And that was himself. Would you agree, Rich Schoenstein?
Oh, I totally agree. That was definitely the theme of the prosecution. I just want to take a second. I want to commend all of the lawyers in this case. That closing was great. The defense closings were great. The four prominent lawyers in this case were tremendous. They communicated to the jury. They struck a good balance between the data in the case and the emotion of the case. And they used both effectively. You know, only one side can win, but this was an outstanding work by some very good trial lawyers. Well,
as you just heard, Creighton Waters using the connection of common sense and nature. Kesia, did that resonate with this jury?
Absolutely, because every juror wants to feel empowered, and he gave them that. And I was comparing the closing arguments with the defense and the prosecution. Now, the first half of the prosecution closing arguments moved rather slowly, but it was the rebuttal that got me, because I'm looking at the defense attorney and he's reading from a script. He wasn't given that eye-to-eye connection. Even if you would resonate with just one juror, hoping to get that hung jury, because for me, there was no way that I saw this would be a not guilty verdict. I was thinking either a hung jury or, guilty verdict. But the closing argument for the defense, as he was reading, it just felt to me that he didn't believe in his case, and he was just trying the case and doing what he had to do. But that rebuttal by the prosecution, it spoke to the heart of the case. And he drove home the point that power and privilege will not prevail. And if all of these people who knew Alex Murdaugh all their lives and worked with this man day in and day out didn't know who he was, how are you, the jury, who only had the opportunity to view him and listen to his testimony for a day and a half, look beyond his lies? He lied to the people he loved most, and he's lying to you. Don't let him get away with it. And that message is what drove home the point. And I believe that was the swaying decision for the guilty verdict.
Very well said there, Kesia. Now let's go to the defense closing argument, as you mentioned, when Jim Griffin speaks to all the questions about the night of the murders that haven't been answered yet.
In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he had just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and two dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alex Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough.
Be seated.
Good morning. Parties ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Bench is ready, Your Honor.
All right, from the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're obviously here in the sentencing for the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Your Honor, I have prepared the sentencing sheets signed up. If I can hand those up to the clerk. Your Honor, very quickly, the defendant has no prior record, and the state has no victim impact people who want to speak at this time. But I will address the court briefly. And I don't need, Your Honor, to repeat the evidence that Your Honor just heard for the past 6 weeks, but it is overwhelming. And it shows this man to be a cunning manipulator, a man who placed himself above all others, including his family. A man who violated the trust of so many, including his friends, his family, his partners, his profession, but most of all, Maggie and Paul. This is a very complicated situation, and I want to offer my condolences to the family that has suffered here. We have tried very hard to be respectful and sensitive regardless of what position any person took, because this family has suffered and they've had to suffer in the public eye. And I want to offer my condolences to this family. I want to offer it for Maggie and Paul and Mr. Randolph too, who I had the pleasure of working with on one occasion. But the reality remains is that despite all this attention, this case is about Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh, and I'm so thankful that the jurors gave them a voice. You heard about Paul. Obviously, there was the boat case, but you also heard him described as a fun-loving young man, a person who loved life, a person who would do anything for his friends, for anyone. And he's cut down as he was just starting to live his life. You heard about Maggie. You heard how sweet she was. You heard that she was a girl's girl who adapted to the outdoorsman life of her sons, how much she loved her sister and her brother-in-law and their children. And she was cut down in the prime of her life. Both of them, like everyone else, was unaware of who he really was. No one who thought they knew this man, no one who thought they were close to this man knew who he really was. And Your Honor, that's chilling. And I've looked in his eyes, and he liked to stare me down as he would walk by me during this trial. And I could see the real Alex Murdaugh when he looked at me. The depravity, the callousness, the selfishness of these crimes are stunning. The lack of remorse and the effortless way in which he lies, including here sitting right over there in this witness stand. Your Honor, a man like that, a man like this man, should never be allowed to be among free, law-abiding citizens again. And I would submit to you that the only just sentence here to give justice for Maggie and Paul is the maximum, and that would be 2 consecutive life sentences. Thank you, Your Honor.
You indicate that no victim would like to speak at this time. Would any victim like to speak at any time during these proceedings?
Your Honor, one of the things we did early on, obviously, as I just said, it's a very complicated situation, but we made the decision early on. We've had our victim advocate here who's been doing a wonderful job, regardless of the viewpoints of any individual family member, to provide aid and service to them. And we made that decision. I'm informed by our victim advocate that none of them wish to speak. The defense can certainly address that, but that's what I'm informed. But they certainly were offered the opportunity as is required. And I want to commend our victim advocate on the excellent job she did in handling this complex situation that we wanted to be sensitive to, because again, none of us are not mindful of the fact of the suffering of this family.
I noticed Flag Chief Mark Keel is here. Would you like to address the court on any matters, Chief?
No, sir. Just to say, again, very proud of our agents, the work they've done. I'm proud of the partnership that we've had with the Attorney General's office as we've had for many years. And again, we're here to see the justice is served, and we believe it has been.
Thank you. For the defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and I would have no comment. The defendant would like to address the court, though.
Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything further?
I don't think further comment is necessary, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come before the court for sentencing. This has been perhaps one of the most troubling cases, not just for me as a judge, for the state, for the defense team, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we have seen based on the media coverage throughout the nation, you have a wife who's been killed, murdered, a son savagely murdered, a lawyer, a person from a respected family who has controlled justice in this community for over a century, a person whose grandfather's portrait hang at the back of the courthouse that I had to have ordered removed in order to ensure that a fair trial was had by both the state and the defense. And I've sat through the trial. Not only have I sat through the trial, but also as the presiding judge of the state grand jury, sat through and participated in the issuance of search warrants of various sorts, bond hearings, and have had to consider many things. And we have this case, and I'm also assigned to preside over 99 others, at least 99 other cases. Though testimony has come up regarding many of those other cases, I will not make any comment with regard to any other pending matter, as I have been assigned those cases as well. It's also particularly troubling, Mr. Murdaugh, because as a member of the legal community and a well-known member of the legal community, you've practiced law before me, and we've seen each other at various occasions throughout the years. And it was especially heartbreaking for me to see you go in the media from being a grieving father who lost a wife and a son to being the person indicted and convicted of killing them. And you've engaged in such duplicitous conduct here in the courtroom, here on the witness stand, and as established by the testimony throughout the time leading from the time of the indictment and prior to the indictment throughout the trial to this moment in time. Certainly, you have no obligation to say anything other than saying not guilty. And obviously, as appeals are probably expected or absolutely expected, I would not expect a confession of any kind. In fact, as I've presided over murder cases over the past 22 years, I have yet to find a defendant who could go there, who could go back to that moment in time when they decided to pull the trigger or to otherwise murder someone. I have not been able to get anyone, any defendant, even those who have confessed to being guilty, to go back and explain to me what happened at that moment in time when they opted to pull the trigger, when they opted to commit the most heinous crimes known to man. in this case, qualifies under our death penalty statute based on the statutory aggravating circumstances of 2 or more people being murdered by the defendant by one act or pursuant to one scheme or course of conduct. I don't question at all the decision of the state not to pursue the death penalty. But as I sit here in this courtroom and look around the many portraits of judges and other court officials and reflect on the fact that over the past century, your family, including you, have been prosecuting people here in this courtroom, and many have received the death penalty, probably for lesser conduct. Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web, we weave.
Oh, what tangled web we weave. What did you mean by that?
Meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end? And it's ended already for the jury because they've concluded that you continued to lie and lied throughout your testimony. And perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when your statement of denial to the court. Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing that can mitigate a sentence given the crimes that were committed. You know, a notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing, in which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime, at the last minute, or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there. And then that necessitated more lies and continued to lie. And I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. I'm sure.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so. And reflect on the last time they looked you in the eyes, as you looked the jury in the eyes. I don't know person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person and cause their life to be tangled in such a weave, web, such a situation that yours have spun into. And it's so unfortunate because you had such a lovely family of such friendly people, and including you, and to go from that to this. You know, your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turned from lawyer to witness, and now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer. And it's almost, it's really surprising that you're waiving this right at this time. And if you opt to do so, it's on you. You're not compelled to say anything, but you have the opportunity to do so.
Judge, I tell you again, I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paul.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person. I've seen that before. The person standing before me was not the person who committed the crime, though it's the same individual. We'll leave that at that. Before announcing sentence on these cases, with regard to all of the other pending cases, are any of them here in Colleton, or I'm sure some of them are?
Yes, sir.
Half of them, or?
I don't have that in front of me, but there are a substantial number of charges here. There's some in Hampton, Orangeburg, Beaufort, Allendale. There may be others I'm not thinking of right now.
We might have worn out our welcome here in Colleton. They have been, and I'll take this opportunity to thank Sheriff Hill and all of the court officials and really everyone I've met and dealt with while here in Colleton County. Just been great. But without any delay, we're going to schedule some of the other matters. I know Mr. Harpootlian's scheduling is complicated, and you sacrificed quite a bit to be able to be here defending Mr. Murdaugh, as well as the Attorney General's office, with all the other many things and obligations you have. And to be able to have the Attorney General here, Alan Wilson, for the period of time that he's devoted to being here, along with everyone else, it's been quite a sacrifice. But there are other victims whose cases deserve to be heard. And this case has jumped some of those other cases, perhaps jumped it because of this case resulting in an assault on the integrity of the judicial system in our state, law enforcement in our state. Even during this trial, the law enforcement have been maligned for the past 5 or 6 weeks by one who had access to the wheels of justice, to be able to deflect the investigation. And as the evidence is pointed out in this case, the looming storm that Mr. Waters talked about, I can just imagine on that day, June 7th, when a lawyer is confronted and confesses to having stolen over $500,000 from a client, and he has a tiger like Mark Tinsley on his tail pursuing discovery in the case involving the death of Mallory Beach, and having a father, for the most part, on his deathbed. I could imagine, I really can't imagine, but I know it had to have been quite a bit going through your mind on that day. But amazingly, to have you come and testify that it was just another ordinary day, that my wife and son and I were out just enjoying life. Not credible, not believable. You can convince yourself about it, but obviously you have the inability to convince anyone else about that. So if you made any such arguments as a lawyer, you would lose every case like that. Cases you will never have an opportunity to argue anymore, except perhaps your own as you sit in the Department of Corrections. Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections. And officers may carry forth on the imposition. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you guys hear me okay? This guy was sitting on my feet last night. And I'll be heading out live here in just a little bit. Yeah, I know it's kind of quiet. I apologize, guys. I'm trying to I'm just trying to get things dialed in before I head out towards the courthouse here in Walterboro to the Colleton County Courthouse, where I've been for the last day. Let me see if I can get this camera dialed in here a little bit better, guys. Got me out of the car last night, which is good.
Before we adjourn, an order was issued concerning maintaining the juror's identity being anonymous. That order was issued, and for the most part, it's been complied with, except for the jury leaving the courtroom yesterday, or not the jury, but the defendant leaving the courtroom while the jury is still seated.
Yeah, someone had mentioned that in the comments as well.
Protecting the identity of the jurors is certainly extremely important during the course of a trial to ensure that no one makes contact with the jury or attempts to influence the jury. Jurors have a right to continue that privacy beyond their jury service, but they're not obligated to do so. And it would not surprise me if jurors choose to come forward and to speak, and they're encouraged to do so if that is their desire. I have no problem whatsoever with the jurors unmasking themselves and speaking freely with the media, because they have undergone a life-changing experience as it relates to many of them. And some of them are here now, and I want them to know that should anyone attempt to harass them or annoy them, please let me know and I will address the issue. Secondly, there's a complaint now regarding the posting of autopsy photographs or photos that came from within the courtroom. It's based on the direction of the photographs. It did not come from the audience. It came somehow from within the well of the court. The parties have requested an investigation of that. I have my hands full doing my job, and I don't attempt to conduct any investigations beyond the conducting of a trial, but to the extent that law enforcement decides to review that, that's will be the responsibility of law enforcement. Yes. And of course, one of the reasons we've sought to seal graphic photos is because the parties have a right to privacy and a right to those matters not being publicly disclosed. If anyone has heard about the recent settlement that Kobe Bryant's, another sports analogy, Kobe Bryant's wife just made with Los Angeles County and others out there over certain disclosures of information involving the death of Kobe Bryant, liability can be substantial, and it's a risk for the most part that's not worth taking. So we'll let everyone judge themselves accordingly with that regard. Aside from all that, our business is done here in Colleton County, and I get to use my gavel one or few times during this trial and order that court be adjourned. Sine die.
Well, it looked like I haven't slept in 3 days, which is not too far. So court is adjourned. I am live here in Walterboro. Sorry, I got some in my eye. Live in Walterboro. I'm trying to get this light going here proper, but either way, just down the way from, well, I'm close to the Colleton County Courthouse where they are having court right now. I'm going to let this play through, and then I plan on going live from Colleton County Courthouse. I'm going to try. Now, the issue we have is that the reception is really shoddy down there. And if it's just going to be a zoo like it was last time, if there's anything people want me to talk to anyone about or questions they want me to ask, feel free to throw that in here. I did sleep in a bed last night. I slept in a bed last night. Well, I tried. There's just a lot going on right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. Christelle, thank you for being a part of it. And I will be checking out some of the sites here in the South Carolina area that were part of the trial. I plan on heading out to Moselle first and foremost. And then is Buster being charged? No, Buster hasn't got any charges yet. Though I am curious if that's not going to come up, if there's not going to be some things that are going to go towards Buster now. So that's going to be interesting to find out. So yeah, we're going to check out some spots today. So make sure to set up notifications because I'm going to be going live again. And then we're going to go ahead and check some things out there. That being said, just went our way and tried to get postpone the reading of the. Oh, Jessica, you're saying that John Marvin apparently was trying to get them to postpone the reading of the verdict until he got there, but that didn't happen. And Carol Leon, you're very welcome for the stream. And Jessica, I got the email. Yeah. Shelly, we're gonna take a look at that today. We're gonna take a look. One of the things you got to keep in mind though is that the reception out here is pretty shoddy. So trying to get the live stream to work when I'm out, and about is kind of hit and miss. But I will be doing my best efforts to give you guys a full look at all the things happening down here in the Moselle area. Let me show you guys kind of what it looked like out here. Hold on, sorry. This camera's gonna jump around a little bit on me. Let me get this dialed in here. You guys are getting a graphic look at my whole face here. Let's take a look at the courtroom real quick here, and then take a look out the window here. Maybe too bright to actually see anything. I'm not sure how. But we'll be yeah, you can't tell any difference. What are you gonna do? But we'll be out there in the wilds of it all here relatively soon. Did everybody see the prosecutor and the defense all hug each other yesterday? Yeah, so that's the thing that people have been talking about, Shelley. Down here, these attorneys have all worked with each other for decades. So while they kind of went at each other on the stand, there was never really a moment when they were like really hating each other. They were talking a lot about how they were going to take offense to certain things and how upsetting it was that certain things were said and but about each other. But really at the end of the day, these guys are all kind of they're all kind of part of that good old boys club. They have a lot of mutual respect, I guess, for each other. They don't hate each other. I saw them walking out together yesterday. I got some pictures of these guys kind of helping carry each other's gear out yesterday, which was not a surprise. It's kind of like honor amongst thieves type things. You know what I mean? The people that are down here. Actually, what I found down here is that everybody down here is incredibly friendly and is very much sociable and huggy and just very very engaging, very inclusive. And for what we've seen in a lot of places that we've been over the last, couple of years, it is nice and refreshing to get to a spot where people are just open and willing to, to engage. Where so many of these other places we've been, people are super standoffish. There was one group and there was a group of like 5 women and they're waiting to talk to a pretty prominent lawyer down here. A gentleman who does a lot of, honestly, he looked really familiar, kind of like long wavy hair, tall black dude. I don't know who he is, but he looked familiar. Like I'd seen him at protests is kind of what I thought. But And they were all waiting to just get a picture with him. And they were kind of standing on the other side.
Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections
they're watching
on each of the murder indictments
they were like shooing away anybody.
in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life.
And that just happened moments ago. Convicted murderer and former attorney Alex Murdaugh was sentenced to life in prison this morning. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu. Thanks for joining us. This came after the guilty verdict was reached last night by a Walterboro jury who are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Murdaugh killed his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, back on June 7th of 2021. Before I bring my legal panel to chat about all of this, let's hear some of what Judge Newman had to say to Alex Murdaugh himself this morning before handing down his sentence.
A notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing, in which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime, at the last minute, or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there. And then that necessitated more lies and continued to lie. And I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. I'm sure.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so. And reflect on the last time they looked you in the eyes, as you looked the jury in the eyes. I don't know person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person and cause their life to be tangled in such a weave web, such a situation that yours have spun into. And it's so unfortunate because you had such a lovely family of such friendly people, including you, and to go from that to this.
And with that, I'm joined live by South Carolina local and law and crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who has been covering this trial for us from day one. Gigi, you were just in that courtroom for that verdict. It gave me goosebumps watching it in the studio here. What was it like in the courtroom? What did you see?
It was a very, very heavy air in there. We were sitting on the front row, just kind of diagonal from the family, and were able to watch their expressions, mostly emotionless as far as no tears. His sister sometimes shaking her head in disagreement with the judge when he was talking to Alec, but very powerful things in a respectful way to me from Judge Newman to Alec, who it almost was like, if that's going to make you, if anything is going to make Alex Murdaugh feel bad, it's the gentle way that he essentially told Alec, you are a liar. And you continue to lie. And really powerful when he said, it might not have been you, it could be the monster you've become. And we all kind of, you could hear the air leave the room when he said that.
Were you surprised at all? Was the room surprised at all that Alex Murdaugh had something to say? And when he did have something to say, I got to be honest, he didn't sound very convincing, saying he was sorry.
No, and I don't think Judge Newman bought it either. And I guess that's what you have to say. He just doesn't want to be known as a wife and a son murderer. It's not what you want to go into prison with that on your back. I think you know, you make your bed, you lay in it. But we all expected him to maintain his innocence, and he did twice. So I guess that's the last we'll hear from him on this criminal case. But goodness, I mean, like Judge Newman said, he's got over 90 cases pending with Alex Murdaugh.
Well, Gigi, we saw Buster Murdaugh, we saw John Marvin, we saw a lot of the family of Alex Murdaugh in that courtroom. When you saw them, what was their facial expression as they saw all of this go down?
Yeah, they're just very solemn, stoic at times. Did see a little bit of emotion creep out, you know, just nothing in a big way. But mainly the big thing was his sister, who was shaking her head several times when the judge was talking to Alex, shaking her head in disagreement that clearly she did not agree with what he was saying. I feel like, you know, they've been here every day. His sister's been, I don't think there's been a day she's missed. So it kind of lends the idea that she believes in Alex himself, that he did not murder Maggie and Paul. And, you know, I guess that's what families do sometimes. But you have to wonder, what have they learned sitting there every day in this trial that they didn't know coming in? Sure, there's a lot of issues that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of their life.
Judge Newman has really become a star in this case, very profound, like the Zen master of all judges here, especially what he had to say. What really connected with me was he said, well, maybe it wasn't you who did it. It was the monster in you who did it. It was all that opioid addiction that caused you to be a different person. Then he handed down the life sentence, the consecutive life sentences for Alex Murdaugh. What were you surprised?
No, I mean, a double murder, it's in South Carolina, anytime you have a double murder, it's probably going to be life in prison. I didn't expect it to be any different from him. He's never getting out, obviously, now we know for sure, but there's so much surrounding this guy, and I'm not going to be surprised if so much more over the course of months or years is revealed about past crimes that he committed that have yet to be discovered.
Well, we saw a very different looking Alex Murdaugh this morning. He was in that orange jumpsuit. He had flip-flops on as you're taking a look at that video right now. When you think about what happened between last night and now, Gigi, take us through what this past 16 hours have been like.
It's been a wild ride. You know, we were not expecting a verdict necessarily, but we got rumblings. We all ran to the courthouse. Every person that came inside that courtroom was breathing heavy because it was so last minute, wanted to get in. And then just the guilty verdict, when it was read, it was very surreal. Even though, you know, people have been divided here. Honestly, there's been a lot of people who thought this would be a hung jury. And in fact, a couple of jurors were in the beginning, more on the not guilty side. Took about 45 minutes to convince those two that he was guilty. And you had that reading. It was hard to watch the family, Buster especially. He took it very hard when Alex turned around, looked at him and said, "It's okay, I love you." That was when Alex immediately teared up, got the red face, connected eyes, the emotion started. Buster kind of looked down after that. And so it's been a roller coaster, a little bit of relief, a little bit of feeling bad for people, for the family, and then the families that weren't in that courtroom, people that have been affected by Alex who have not had their day in court, all these financial victims. There's so much more to come with this man.
Yeah, and we did see Alex Murdaugh walk out of that courtroom. It was a tan jumpsuit. Wasn't so orange as we all expected. It was a tan jumpsuit. I want to clarify that. Gigi, thank you so much for all your great reporting. I'm sure we will hear more from you from the rest of the day. I know you have a lot to do now, so thank you so much. We'll hear from you soon. We do have to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. So much more to discuss about the sentencing hearing that we just saw. Stay with us.
Yeah, the vibe with Buster is that he is a buster. Yeah. Yeah, he's serving 2 consecutive life sentences, and I believe it's without the possibility of parole. So, Cook, he's going to have the appeal process, but I mean, I think they covered everything pretty conclusively with everything that they did in the trial. So I doubt that it's going to get to a point where they end up.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We have been live in Walterboro, South Carolina for the sentencing hearing for convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh. The disgraced former attorney was found guilty of the murders of his wife and son last night. And not even 24 hours later, he was sentenced to life in prison. We might be able to take you live to a press conference soon, but while we wait, I want to take a look at some of the comments Judge Newman had to say to Murdaugh before handing down his sentence earlier.
Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web, we weave.
Oh, what tangled web we weave. What did you mean by that?
I meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end? And it's ended already for the jury because they've concluded that you continued to lie and lied throughout your testimony. And perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when your statement of denial to the court. Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing that could mitigate a sentence given the crimes that were committed. Your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turned from lawyer to witness. And now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer. And it's really surprising that you're waiving this right at this time. And if you opt to do so, it's on you. You're not compelled to say anything. But you have the opportunity to do so.
As I tell you again, I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paul.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been
this right here.
The monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person. I've seen that before. The person standing before me was not the person who committed the crime, though it's the same individual. We'll leave that at that.
So quite the exchange this morning between Judge Newman and Alex Murdaugh. And joining me now, litigator Rich Schoenstein at this hour, also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matt Mangino. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here with me. Matt, I'm going to start with you here. We spoke briefly about the exchange there. What are your thoughts on that exchange and that tangled web conversation?
Well, it's really interesting. I mean, Judge Newman has really taken control of this trial. The manner in which this whole case sort of unfolded, things went very quickly. He was very precise in the rulings that he made. And I think he showed today, again, very quickly, 16 hours after the verdict, in what was a relatively short sentence when you're thinking about somebody who's committed 2 murders and convicted of committing 2 murders. And he spoke from the heart and spoke from what he knew personally. Now, this is his sentence. He can talk about his personal observations and the Alex Murdaugh that he knew before this and the Alex Murdaugh that he saw in this courtroom. And he was straightforward and he was honest. And he gave him the ultimate punishment that he could receive under the circumstances. I think it says a lot about Judge Newman.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the word that I would use here is genuine, Rich. And I think Judge Newman was very genuine talking to Murdaugh, didn't talk down at him, but, basically stated the truth.
Genuine, and I would add judicial. And there was no doubt going into this sentencing hearing about what the sentence was going to be. The man murdered his wife and one of his sons, and he was going to get the maximum sentence, which is life in jail. As the judge made the point, the prosecution could have pursued the death penalty, but they didn't. So he was going to get the maximum. But I tell you, if Alex Murdaugh was going to say something this morning, for him to look the judge in the eye and again make the preposterous lie that the jury has unanimously rejected, that he didn't do these murders, for that to be the only thing he said, the judge was almost begging him to say something else. When will it end? When will the lies end? I'm surprised, the judge said, that you're not saying something else. And Alex Murdaugh went down again and twice said, I am innocent of these charges. I didn't do it. And listen, the judge then mentioned the opioid addiction. Maybe it turned Alex Murdaugh into another person. I don't actually still know the extent of his opioid use. I find some of what he said about the amount of opioids he took to be almost impossible. But I do know this, opioids are a scourge on this country and continue to be.
Have a lot of
and
dirt
this
on a
case
lot of
is an
people.
example of
Think
that.
about it.
Well, I think for all of us who are
Based
watching
on
this, I mean,
expose
we were
from-
thinking this is a man that wanted to take the stand just last week so much, wanted everyone to hear from him. And his last words was that everyone thought that there would be a little bit more coming, but it definitely was not convincing at all. Now we're going to listen to the sentence in full.
Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections.
And there you have it, the full sentence there, consecutive life sentences for Alex Murdaugh. And that is what Judge Newman said. I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are on what is going to happen next. What do you expect to hear now from these press conferences, Matt?
Well, I think you're going to hear again from the prosecution that they're satisfied, obviously, with the sentence. It's the maximum under the circumstances. The interesting thing is you're going to hear from the defense that they're going to appeal. And that's one of the reasons why Alex Murdaugh had to say today that he's innocent. He couldn't make an admission, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this, because that's going to have an impact on his appeal. So this isn't the last we're going to hear from Murdaugh and his attorneys with regard to this case. This was a long trial. There are going to be issues that are going to be subjected to appellate review. And, the 404 evidence, I think, is going to be a major part of their appeal, should all of those financial crimes have come into this case. So this case is far from over. This isn't the last that we're going to hear from Alex Murdaugh.
All right. Well, Matt, I'm hearing that there may be a press conference going on right now. So let's send it over to South Carolina and see what's going on.
Again, I would be there for this, but the reception down there is horrible. So I wouldn't even be able to be live.
Everybody give me a thumbs up.
Yeah, there's other mic checks right now.
My name is Mark Keel, and I'm chief of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, otherwise known as SLED. For those of y'all in the local media, I don't do very many press conferences. I've been chief of SLED for 12 years, and I've only done 2. The last one I did was in June of 21 to talk about significant violent crime that's just been unprecedented in our state. But today it's important for me to speak out. It's important because of the victims in this case. It's important because Maggie and Paul cannot. I want to make one thing clear to everybody. There are no winners today. I have a truly humbling responsibility as being chief of SLED. I lead a dedicated and professional group of investigators, forensic scientists, and support personnel. A staff that work day in and day out for days just like today to bring justice for victims. And today is not the end. It's the next step in a long road to justice for every person who has been victimized by Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh has now been rightfully found guilty of murdering his wife, Maggie, and Paul. He was found guilty because he was guilty. And as one of the witnesses said, Paul was a little detective. This case serves notice to anyone who aided or assisted Alex Murdaugh in committing any crime that justice will be sought. This was an incredible effort by SLED, our local and federal partners, and our partners at the Attorney General's office. And I want to thank Attorney General Wilson and all of his prosecutors, paralegals, and all of his support personnel as well. They did a fantastic job. The agents and prosecutors who worked this case have sacrificed countless moments from their own families to ensure that a person responsible for the murders of Maggie and Paul was fairly tried and brought to justice. The people who work this case do it because they are called to serve. They do it to bring a voice to the voiceless. And they're dedicated public servants. And for that, I'm grateful. SLED agents have worked tirelessly for the past 21 months to ensure justice was served for Maggie and Paul. It is impossible for most people to understand the countless hours of hard work that went into this case. time away from families, missed birthdays, missed holidays. And it is all done under constant scrutiny, constant pressure. I want these folks standing behind me and around me to know how incredibly proud I am of them as chief of SLED. I believe firmly in this criminal justice system that we have. And I believe in the rights of an accused to have a fair trial. That is why I have remained silent from beginning this case until now. Again, today, I'm here to provide a voice for Maggie and Paul. I'm here to recognize the heart-wrenching journey that family and friends of Maggie and Paul have endured. And I'm here to support and thank again this incredible team of agents, forensic scientists, support personnel that work at SLED and that worked on this case. Yesterday and today, justice has been served. Thank you.
Have it, the chief of SLED speaking out, saying there are no winners today and how he had a humbling responsibility dealing with this case. Now, keep in mind that the defense had criticized SLED for their mishandling of this case. So with that being said, Rich, how justified was this press conference for them?
I think it's okay for SLED to come out and take that position. You know, SLED made some mistakes in this investigation, that's clear, but I don't think today is the day to scrutinize that. And I thought, by the way, in the closing argument, in the rebuttal closing argument of the prosecution, they responded to the criticisms of SLED basically by saying Alex Murdaugh has a lot of nerve, having lied about his whereabouts on the night of the murders, having misled the investigators for months and months and months, to have the audacity to criticize law enforcement, which as solicitor he used to work with. I thought the prosecutors handled that brilliantly in closing argument. There may be, you know, some thinking about SLED and the investigation here. That may make sense in due course, but not for today. Today is for this verdict and about the victims.
Well, I think he said it just right. I mean, there are no winners in this. At the end of the day, 2 people were murdered. But also at the end of the day, Matt, though, I mean, like I said, they had received so much criticism from the defense. They can sleep a little bit better tonight, no?
Well, yeah, there certainly was, you know, some legitimate concerns that were raised by the defense with regard to the contamination of the crime scene. And you know, again, this was an unusual situation. This was a well-known person, an attorney who, in fact, you think at the very outset of this is a victim himself. His wife and his son were killed. So maybe you're treating him a little differently than you might have treated somebody else that you may have suspected. You know, so there were some issues there, but there weren't enough issues to convince this jury that they had the wrong guy. That the suspect that they had, Alex Murdaugh, was the wrong guy. The jury didn't believe that. And in fact, they didn't believe anything, it appears, by the rapid nature of their deliberations. They didn't believe anything that they heard from the defense in this case. So, yeah, I think that they feel some vindication today, and rightfully so.
All right, we're going to hear more from SLED right now. Let's take a listen.
My name is Mark Keel, and I'm chief of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, otherwise known as SLED. For those of y'all in the local media, you know I don't do very many press conferences. I've been chief of SLED for 12 years, and I've only done 2. The last one I did was in June of 21 to talk about significant violent crime that's just been unprecedented in our state. But today it's important for me to speak out. It's important because of the victims in this case. It's important because Maggie and Paul cannot. I want to make one thing clear to everybody. There are no winners today. I have a truly humbling responsibility as being chief of SLED. I lead a dedicated and professional group of investigators, forensic scientists, and support personnel. A staff that work day in and day out for days just like today to bring justice for victims. And today is not the end. It's the next step in a long road to justice.
So if you're just joining us here on Law and Crime, that's once again Mark Keel, the chief of SLED, feeling a little bit of vindication today after everything that has gone on in the past 24 hours. Let's keep in mind the defense had criticized them. And speaking of the defense, they are expected to hold a press conference later on today. Rich, what do you expect them to say?
I think the defense is probably going to say that they're going to appeal. That would be my expectation. I don't think they'll say a lot. They certainly wouldn't criticize the court or the jurors or the process. I don't think they'll go there at all. I think there is an interesting appellate issue here because of all this evidence that was let in about prior bad acts, what we're calling the financial crimes, whether that was appropriate and whether the magnitude of it was inappropriate. So there is a legitimate appellate issue that will probably end up being determined, and I suppose they'll point to that.
Well, the judge was very adamant when he, came down with the consecutive life sentences here, Matt. Do you expect anything to change with an appeal?
Well, I think that there is going to be some close scrutiny by the appellate court with regard to this trial. So this was a weeks and weeks long trial. So there was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of issues that came up. And I think the defense is going to have to thoroughly go through, the trial transcript and formulating the issues that they want to bring up on appeal. So I think, as Rick said, that there are legitimate issues for appellate review here. Whether it's going to be enough to overturn this verdict and order a new trial is something that we'll see. But I'm sure that the defense is going to vigorously pursue those issues that they think were prejudicial to Alex Murdaugh.
Well, I have to ask here, Rich, what are the chances that there will be a new trial?
Small. I don't think an appeal will be successful here. 2 problems. One, there was a basis to let in all this evidence on these other crimes because it went to the state's theory of motive, and it did tie to that, and they stuck to that theory from the beginning of the trial to the end. So there was justification for letting it in. Secondly, I believe it might be harmless error because really the crux of the conviction here is Alex Murdaugh lying about where he was right before and right after the murder. And having been caught in that lie and the kennel video and having testified and having had the jury not believe him, an appellate court could say, you know what? It's harmless error if there was too much evidence of those crimes. This defendant went down on credibility.
Well, it will always go back to that kennel video because one of the jurors spoke out today on Good Morning America saying that Alex Murdaugh was a good liar, but he wasn't good enough. And evidence spoke for itself. And when it comes to evidence, again, that kennel video that Paul Murdaugh had, that was the key right there. All right, we do have to sign off Matt Mangino right now, but actually, he's staying on. I'm happy to hear that. More Law and Crime after this.
Okay, guys, so I'm going to head in now to the head into town here. We're going to let this play for a while, and then we'll probably end up cutting this and then going live from some of these locations here in Hampton County and surrounding areas, Walterboro, all through Carlton County, if there's anything out here. So we have a long list of things I want to check out. The day is short, and I got places to go. So stay with me. I'm going to pop back in here periodically, but I feel like they're going to be doing some pretty good coverage here on the on Law and Crime. So, and Gigi, man, I got a chance to meet her yesterday. If you guys didn't watch the feed, at one point we were sitting down, she came up and gave a shout out, and she plugged her podcast too, which I don't remember the name, but I'll have to go back and take a look. In the comments, feel free to let them know what that was. So, but yeah, so you guys stay tuned with me. I'm going to be live here as soon as possible. We're going to cut out right now, actually, and then we're going to go live from the scenes. So stay tuned for that, and I'll be seeing you guys here very, very soon. Again, thank you so much for being a part of this. The whole feed has been phenomenal. You guys are incredible. And for everyone that helped contribute to make this happen, incredible as well. So I will see you guys here very soon. Make sure to share the stream, set up notifications, make sure you got those dialed in, and we will be back with you live from South Carolina here in the wake of the guilty verdict for both homicides of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh and the gun charges that stuck as well for Alex Murdaugh. So it's we got here just in time, just in time. Love you guys, and we'll be seeing you here in just a little bit. So take care. Actually, you know what? If we got people monitoring, let's just let this run for a little bit. We can cut this out in a little bit. So you guys can stay right here if you want to continue in the chat and talk with one another while you're watching the how Law and Crime wraps things up. So stick with this, guys. I'll be back with you here on the show here in just a little bit. Okay. And
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michelle Yu. The sentencing hearing for convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh was this morning in Walterboro, South Carolina. The disgraced former attorney was found guilty of the murders of his wife and son last night. And not even 24 hours later, he was sentenced to life in prison. While we wait for a defense press conference to begin, I want to go back to some of the most pivotal testimony in this trial. And that leads me to the defendant's brother, John Marvin. Let's listen to what he had to say about what he did on the Mizell property the day after the murders.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just general.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buxman were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield, my farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming. So I just kind of sat there just, and just in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just.
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about it. I don't remember.
Right.
It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alex law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on, and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene. And so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement and said, listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever. He said, well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go. And he said, don't go until I tell you. And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to, I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who. And so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and, they had covered it up with dirt. So there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do.
Well, I remember I was sitting with you, Rich Schoenstein, in this very seat when John Marvin took the stand a few days ago, and he was very emotional, as you just saw, talking about cleaning up after the murders. How do you think the jury ultimately took his testimony and held their decision?
So this was heartbreaking testimony. This was by far the best witness the defense put on, and it was very wise of them strategically to put him on last. He was their cleanup batter, so to speak, and he was raw and emotional and spoke from the heart. And I think maybe that affected the jurors, but he couldn't really say anything that proved Alex Murdaugh's innocence. He didn't offer an alibi. He never really came right out and said, I don't think he did it. He didn't offer facts that differed from what the jury had heard about the night. He didn't have an explanation for Alex Murdaugh's lies about where he was immediately before and immediately after the murder. He didn't have other suspects who might have committed these killings beside Alex Murdaugh. So great witness, really emotional, and probably resonated for the jury. And my heart goes out to him and the people in his family who were damaged by what Alex Murdaugh did, but he couldn't establish a defense.
Yeah, a family that will forever be broken now. And Matt, what do you think John Marvin is thinking now that his brother has been convicted? Do you think he truly believes in his brother's innocence, or was that all a show?
Thing about this testimony is how many people have been impacted by this case and by these murders. Family and friends and so many people that were led astray by Alex Murdaugh. So, he's a smart guy. He certainly came across as someone who has thought about this and has really been hit by this whole act. He sat there, he listened to the testimony. I mean, he has to, I would assume, either conclude what the jury concluded or continue to deceive himself that his brother's not capable of doing something like this. But as you said, he doesn't point out any alibi. He doesn't say, hey, my brother was incapable of doing this. He just says what a horrific incident it was and how it impacted him, and I'm sure many, many others.
Well, John Marvin was also the person to find victim Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
What do you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house, at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that were, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alex, if they have an app on their phone, like find my phone or find my friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone and I see Maggie's name and I press it where, to activate it, and it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm gonna go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents, because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here, and it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over, I knew Duffy Stone, he was the solicitor, I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that. We started walking down the back entrance, or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. You know, I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or location. And that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on there's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side, the cow pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him say, I got it. And so, of course, I walked back beside his car, and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED. And maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. Okay. And I don't know which agent.
So Matt, what was interesting here was, why would someone who John Marvin thought was a SLED agent disregard his first attempt to find Maggie's phone? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's an interesting point, but I think, it's much ado about nothing. I mean, certainly you have a number of SLED agents are there. You have a number of other law enforcement agents there. They're all going to be trying to act in unison, but they don't necessarily do that. Sometimes it's one particular department is thinking one thing and another department is thinking another. He may have been told, hey, we're bringing this stuff in. Don't anybody, leave the area right now. I mean, there's just a whole lot of different things there, and I don't think that it had much of an impact, if any. They had bashed SLED throughout the trial, the defense, and ultimately that did not create any doubt with this jury, especially seeing how quickly they came back with guilty verdicts. So I just don't think it's that significant, and it ultimately was addressed very quickly.
Rich, cell phone data was huge in this trial. After all the testimony that we heard, how big was that in the forefront of this trial, you think?
The prominence of a cell phone or cell phones in this trial was amazing. I mean, think about it. We had to hear from Paul's cell phone to get the kennel video. We had to find Maggie's cell phone and tie that to Alex Murdaugh's travels that night. And then we had to get Alex Murdaugh's cell phone and see the steps he took in a sudden flurry of activity. Those cell phones tell you who was there and when, the steps they took, the path they traveled. We think of cell phones as communication devices, but they're really surveillance devices in the modern world. And without the cell phone data that was in evidence in this trial, there wouldn't have been a conviction.
Well, it was certainly a game changer because one of the key pieces of evidence is what you mentioned, Paul Murdaugh getting that kennel video. And of course, it was on the cell phone. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more to do here covering the trial of Alex Murdaugh. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. Convicted murderer and former attorney Alex Murdaugh was sentenced to life in prison this morning, and this came after the guilty verdict was reached last night by a Walterboro jury who were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Murdaugh killed his wife Maggie and son Paul. A defense press conference will be starting soon here, and while we wait, I do want to check in with our boots on the ground, but before we get to that, let's show you once again this morning's sentencing. Okay, we're not going to show you that. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. We're going to get our boots on the ground. With us right now is South Carolina local and law and crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who has done a terrific job the past 6 weeks. Gigi, what is going on out there in Walterboro right now?
Just a lot of standing around, a little bit of hurrying around. We're all waiting on that press conference. There's members of the community here, just people that have traveled from across the state and different states, just hanging out in front of the courthouse, sort of taking this in. The circus will pack up and leave soon. So I think they're coming to get a glimpse of everything going on down here one last time.
Well, Gigi, for viewers who are just joining us, take us through the vibe in that courtroom this morning for the sentencing, especially that exchange between Judge Newman and Alex Murdaugh.
Yeah, it was it was a heavy air in there. The family, very stoic, not really reacting too much. A couple of times the sister shook her head in disagreement as Judge Newman was talking. And Judge Newman did not hold back and talked about the privilege that he was born into. And you were in my profession. And we all know the black eye that he put on the legal community in the state and really across the country and what he's done. And I think one of the most powerful things that Judge Newman said, and I don't know word for word, which is you have to see Maggie and Paul every night you close your eyes. And I thought that was very, very powerful to remind him that he's now a convicted murderer and that's on him and he has to live with what he's done. So I thought Judge Newman did a great job. He's been so respected throughout this trial. And I think that he very gently, without being overly harsh and mean, but very pointed, let Alex Murdaugh know you're a liar. Nobody believed you. You did this yourself. And now you're going to sit in the Department of Corrections the rest of your natural life.
Yeah, I found it to be very respectful, very genuine, the way Judge Newman spoke to him. We do hear, Gigi, a defense press conference will be starting up in a few minutes. What do we expect to hear in that, and who do you expect to speak?
I know that Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian will be speaking at that press conference. Maybe they'll give us a little roadmap of where they plan to go from here. If they plan to file some appeals, I'm sure that'll happen at some point. So just interested to see their take on what they thought about the verdict and maybe where they went wrong. I think the kennel video is really the big elephant in the room. And we know one juror said that it was the kennel video that convinced two holdouts that he was guilty, and it took 45 minutes to do so. So very interesting. Throughout the trial, there have been two we've watched. I'm curious which two were the holdouts, but in the end, everybody came around and got that verdict in 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours and 50 minutes indeed. And this morning we heard from one of the jurors who spoke on Good Morning America, Craig Moyer. And he had a very fascinating things to say about the whole trial. He said that Alex Murdaugh was a very good liar, but he just wasn't good enough. And of course, he said it took 45 minutes to an hour for all of this to come into fruition, for them to make their decision. Was everyone really surprised by this kind of running around last night?
Oh, yeah, it was very sudden. I was over across the street in the media center. It's the wildlife center, so an alligator greets you when you walk in. But I was just trying to get a little work done and just saw some motion. I got a text saying you might want to go to the courthouse. So I came over. We thought maybe it was I'm getting pelted with these leaves, by the way, if you see me dodging. But we were told to go up in there. We thought maybe a jury question and weren't sure. But when the family came in looking very nervous, we thought, this could be it. Shortly after that, the bailiff came and let everybody know when the verdict is read, no outburst, clapping, keep it to yourself or we'll kick you out. So we knew then we were in for a verdict. And man, that wait until Judge Newman came in felt like a week.
Well, every moment thus far in the past 6 weeks, but definitely in the past 24 hours has been really riveting. And one other moment this morning that I really thought stood out was when Judge Newman mentioned how Alex Murdaugh's grandfather's picture had hung in that courtroom. And obviously we know that the Murdaugh family has a lot of clout in that community. But now with this sentencing hearing going down, with him having a life sentence in prison, do you feel that the culture of the community is going to change at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very pointed as far as who was on the Murdaugh radar, depending on what you did and what you knew about him. But I think that there's just a sense of relief in this community that this is over. This Walterboro is such a beautiful place, and it's sad now that it's known as kind of Murdaugh country. But the people here are amazing, but very, very glad a verdict has been reached, and that now life here in this very small, quaint southern town can get back to normal at a much slower pace, I imagine.
Well, Gigi, I know that you have to get back into that courtroom soon as get ready for that press conference, actually, that the defense is having. So I'm going to let you go. But I do want our viewers now to take a look once again at that sentencing from this morning. Take a listen.
Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections.
No matter how you look at it, a very powerful sentencing for Alex Murdaugh this morning. The defense is expected to have their press conference in just a few moments down in South Carolina. We're going to have that for you, but we are going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. Stay with us. Much more to cover. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial, and that has officially wrapped up this morning with a life sentence handed down to Alex Murdaugh by Judge Clifton Newman. The disgraced former attorney was found guilty of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul on June 7th of 2021, as that verdict came down last night. Throughout the trial, we had several expert witnesses with differing opinions. For example here, defense witness and forensic engineer Mike Sutton testified to the height he believed the shooter to be. Take a listen.
So position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how I'm going to hold the gun up here, down here, where.
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Okay. Like this?
Yeah, and you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
Not much lower than
that's
this.
going to be variable. Yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up.
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
Slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About
Just like-
a little bit lower, not about like that.
At the quail pen.
That's quail pen. So you can see, if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not what, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down
Or get short.
to put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's to knee,
Right.
so where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here. It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
Right.
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? You can shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it'd have to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
Right.
or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be, maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You could be taller than 5'2" or 5 foot.
But I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me, where would I?
Fortunately for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, cage. They would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part of him, almost crouched down head.
Yes.
So my legal panel of Rich Schoenstein and Matt Mangino are back with me. So looking back here, the defense put forward the idea that it would be unlikely that Murdaugh could be the shooter because of his height. Was this all a stretch, Rich?
I think it was a little bit of a stretch. I mean, the prosecution sort of made fun of it through the trial, but at the end of the day, I don't think it mattered. All of this expert testimony, neither side had a convincing advantage in the experts. The prosecution had a little bit of an advantage because their experts did more work with the actual crime scene. But when Alex Murdaugh took the stand for a day and a half, this case turned into a case about his credibility. Unless there was a conclusive expert on one side or another, the jury wasn't going to focus on that. And I don't think in their 2-hour and 50-minute deliberations that the jury thought a lot about the expert testimony.
Well, definitely all eyes were on Alex Murdaugh when he did take the stand. But meanwhile, the state brought on a crime scene investigator, that's Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, and he completely disagreed with that line of questioning that we just saw. Let's listen to that and we'll discuss it.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice sized perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place, and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They're moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just demonstrated.
Hey, Matt, well, we know that the state experts must have gotten through more to the jury because now we know the outcome. But with under 3 hours of deliberations, how long do you think the jurors even spent discussing expert testimony?
Well, the time of the deliberation was really extraordinary. I mean, this was a case that lasted weeks and weeks, many witnesses, and the jurors were back in 2 hours and 50 minutes. That doesn't even give them enough time to discuss just the experts or just really Alex Murdaugh's testimony himself. So I would assume they went around the table. There were a significant majority of jurors who had no question about his guilt, maybe a couple who had some questions. They talked about those briefly, and boom, you have a verdict. I thought it was extraordinary that these 12 jurors would make a decision on such a significant case in such a short period of time. What it tells me is that there was little doubt among a significant majority of the jurors on the very first tally that they took sitting around the table. in the jury holding room.
Well, I know Rich Schoenstein likes to gloat on this show sometimes, and I am outright saying that he's right. I mean, at the end of the day, Rich, it wasn't about any of this testimony. The jurors, one of them kept coming out to say he was a liar, he wasn't good enough. It was about Alex Murdaugh, what he said on the stand.
First of all, I never gloat. Let's just get that straight. But yeah, it was about Alex Murdaugh. It was about his credibility. And, you know, it raises a lot of interesting ideas, right? If he hadn't talked to law enforcement at all, it would have been a different trial. If he had not made up things about his travels that night, it would have been a different trial, because there was time he was gone where possibly someone else could have committed the murder. But having found out that he lied about where he was before the murder and he lied about the trip after, don't forget, he said he went to his mom's for 45 minutes. He raced there back and forth at 80 miles an hour and visited for 20. So he lied about before, he lied about after, and that was too much for this jury to take, and they swiftly came to a verdict.
Well, he has a lot of time now to think about whether he really should have taken that stand and how much damage that did for him. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but please don't go anywhere, because remember, the defense press conference is expected to happen any moment now, and we're going to send it out to South Carolina when it does. We're going to take a break. We're going to hopefully see that in a moment. You're watching Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us. We are waiting to jump live in Walterboro, South Carolina for a defense press conference. This after Alex Murdaugh was found guilty of the double murder of his wife and son and then sentenced to life in prison. The disgraced former attorney found his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, deceased on their family property on June 7th of 2021 and is now paying for it. While we wait to go live into this press conference, let's take a look at a juror speaking out just earlier this morning.
Deliberating, going through the evidence. Everybody was pretty much talking. And about 45 minutes later, after all our deliberating, we figured it out.
So it took basically 45 minutes for you guys to come to a decision?
Probably about that, 45, maybe an hour.
That's really fast.
Well, the evidence was clear.
So yes, it was very fast, but he says the evidence was there. We've been talking about this interview all morning, and there you just saw it. Rich, your reaction.
45 minutes. That's really when the decision was made. It wasn't even 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's a jury that didn't have a reasonable doubt, didn't have any doubt. And I just want to highlight the jury for a minute, because in a case like this, I always think about jury service. These people sit there for 6 weeks. They look at some of the most horrendous evidence imaginable. We see a sanitized version on the TV, but they're looking at those crime scene pictures. They're looking right at that evidence, and then they have to make a decision about guilt or innocence. The job those jurors do, and juries across this country do, is amazing. Cannot have the judicial system without them.
Well, not only were they looking at all the evidence, but they were looking at Alex Murdaugh himself when he testified. And the jury just seemed to say, look, the tears, there were no tears. There was just snot. Matt, your thoughts?
I think that this case was sealed when the audio disclosed Alex Murdaugh's voice there immediately at the scene before the murders occurred. At that point, the question about him testifying was made. It was cemented at that point. He had to take the witness stand and say, I lied, I was there prior. And what that also did was open him up to this questioning by the prosecution, which I thought was very effective, although some people thought it was overdone. And that was just to pound away at him lying, looking at his clients in the face and lying, looking at his partners and lying, looking at his family and lying, looking at the police and lying, and just pounding away. This guy is a liar. So when he takes the witness stand, is he going to tell you the truth? Can you believe that he's going to be truthful after he's lied repeatedly throughout his life to everybody that's close to him and that he knows well? And of course, the jury rejected that. And I think that video with his voice on it is the difference in this trial. That's what turned this trial.
And perhaps it was very fitting because Judge Clifton Newman this morning looked Alex Murdaugh in the eye and said, when will the lying stop? And while we wait for that defense presser here, let's take a look back at some of the moments that made history from last night and this morning.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the forelady. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-00594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. 3/2/23.
Definitely a lot of twists and turns during this whole trial, but the past 24 hours was like a movie. How would you gentlemen just sum it all up as how this ended? Rich, I'm going to start with you.
It's a great tragedy what happened. It's a stunning downfall of someone so powerful with so much to live for. And I think the jury got it right. Justice has been done.
Matt, we have about 40 seconds here.
Yeah, it is. It's a Shakespearean tragedy. I mean, here's a guy who was a renowned lawyer who started stealing his client's money and ultimately murdered his wife and son to try to cover it up or to gain sympathy.
Yes, and he will now get life in prison as that sentencing hearing went down. Don't forget, there is a defense press conference coming up any moment now, but Rich and Matt and I do have to sign off here. We have enjoyed bringing you this coverage. More coverage to soon. Michael Bryant up next. Stay with us.
And hey, everybody, welcome. I am Michael Bryant. This is the Law and Crime Network. Hey, producer Elizabeth, how are those deliberations going in Murdaugh? No. When I was here last, if you would have told me this jury in the case against Mr. Murdaugh for the death of his wife and his son would have been decided in 2 hours, 50 minutes, I would have said you're on some opioids, which probably helped bring down Alex Murdaugh. But sure enough, they came back with that decision. And I got lots to say about whether I think that's going to stand up or whether we're excited to see Alex Murdaugh 2.0 in the very distant but likely future. We're going to get into all of that. But as you know, he was convicted and today he was sentenced. Let's go into court. This is what it looked like earlier today.
Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life.
So maybe the only wrinkle was whether or not these sentences were going to be concurrent or consecutive. And as one little more jab to the defendant, they are consecutive. So when he dies the first time, he's going to be put back in jail till he dies the second time. And of course, the weapons charges all merge because the penalties are far less. We're waiting now for an additional press conference. We believe the defense is going to have a few words to say. So let me start their argument for them. Obviously, there's a huge issue in this case about the level of the evidence that was brought in on those collateral matters, on the financial crimes. Not that they were brought up, not that they were discussed, not that the jury was advised of them, but that witness after witness after witness pounded away on those crimes to the point that it was like, well, is this a murder trial that just happened to stumble into a financial crimes trial? And that's really what it felt like. And I think that's a super strong appellate issue. And we're going to see that. I don't think they may, they may allude to it today. They may not, but I guarantee you the paperwork is going to be working through the system pretty quickly here. And we've already heard from one jury member. And this guy made it clear that we talked about it for about 45 minutes and then we decided to vote. Good, thorough analysis there. I'm sure we're going to hear from more jury members. And if I'm on the appellate team, strangely, they haven't asked me to join. But if I'm on the appellate team, I'm tracking all of this for my appellate brief, because I think we're going to learn that these jurors relied, at least in part, if not a large part, on those financial crimes testimony to dirty up the defendant, to make it look like, hey, this guy will do anything, including kill his wife and his son. So is that appropriate? I don't know. I think Judge seems like a good guy. Judge Newman seems to be very even-handed, but even today in his comments during sentencing, it made it very clear he bought into the entire prosecution argument. He said this guy will lie about anything, and look what he did. You're still lying today, sir. When is that going to end? It's just amazing that that 61% of our YouTube viewers said, yeah, he's going to be guilty. Not a real surprise. In fact, if you think about it, the overwhelming default position is guilt. That's just the way it works in the system. Why is he there? Why is there a case being put on if he's not guilty? But 61%, even though a majority, it's like, a lot of people had some questions. And I think those questions are going to arise when this case is put into appeal. Okay, we have a little something from Creighton Waters, the prosecutor, who had a few things to say earlier today. Here we go.
And I'm so thankful that the jurors gave them a voice. You heard about Paul. Obviously, there was the boat case, but you also heard him described as a fun-loving young man, a person who loved life, a person who would do anything for his friends, for anyone. And he's cut down as he was just starting to live his life. You heard about Maggie. You heard how sweet she was. You heard that she was a girl's girl who adapted to the outdoorsman life of her sons, how much she loved her sister and her brother-in-law and their children. And she was cut down in the prime of her life. Both of them, like everyone else, was unaware of who he really was. No one who thought they knew this man, no one who thought they were close to this man knew who he really was. And Your Honor, that's chilling. Your Honor, a man like that, a man like this man, should never be allowed to be among free law-abiding citizens again. I would submit to you that the only just sentence here to give justice for Maggie and Paul is the maximum, and that would be 2 consecutive life sentences. Thank you.
So Prosecutor Creighton Waters, who no doubt busted his butt on this case and got the ultimate result that he wanted, even through sentencing with the consecutive life sentences there. They did not seek the death penalty, interestingly enough, in this case, and the judge pointed out maybe they should have. I'm keeping an eye on the camera there that shows right now just a mic stand full of a bunch of microphones, but the defense will approach soon enough, and we will go to that as soon as it happens. But in the meantime, I'm lucky to have with me a local attorney from Charleston, South Carolina. Chris Adams is here. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's in the hood down there. So first of all, Chris, thanks for being here. Let me have your reaction to the verdict and the sentencing.
I followed the case very closely, and I was very surprised at the speed of the verdict. That's not to suggest that the jurors did anything improper or cut any corners. I thought there was legitimate circumstantial evidence for them to work through, and they apparently did not have those questions. They must have felt like the proof was clear and overwhelming.
So let me ask you, my favorite topic here, with all of the collateral information that came in under 404, do you think, we know it's an appellate issue, we know it's going to be an appellate issue, do you think it's enough to at least get the appellate court's attention, to give it some serious thought in terms of finding that it is reversible error?
Well, as you know, the number of cases that are reversed on appeal are very minor, a very small number. I think Professor Dershowitz said under 5%. And that may be true, but these are legitimate issues. There are in some jurisdictions, if you testify, you waive a lot of the evidentiary rulings, but that's not the case in South Carolina in regards to 404B admissibility. So the issues should all be preserved. I never thought that they tightly had a nexus to explain why somebody would commit a murder. And so I would think the appellate courts would take them seriously, and then, we can find out down the road how seriously they take them and whether they think it would amount to harmless error or whether it's reversible error.
We heard from one of the jurors already, and of course the person interviewing them probably wasn't as deep into this stuff as we get into it, but the question would have been, would you have voted guilty if you had not learned about all of these financial crimes that he had committed? That's the answer right there. And if any of these jurors say, well, no, I wouldn't have, it's because of that, that's it. So we're going to see how that plays out through the process here. But Chris, and this is an important point you make, and I with all due respect for my much smarter colleague, Linda Kenny Boughton, because I went to state college, she's been saying, hey, he had testified, those issues are all waived. Here's my thinking on that. Give me your thoughts, Chris. You have a law that prevents this collateral information from coming in. And then if somebody testifies and they're effectively being asked about the material that was illegally brought in, and again, my opinion, it was illegally brought in, you've not cured the problem, you've compounded the problem. What do you think?
You and I share that perspective. And you stated it very nicely. The question, I guess, will be how do our appellate courts treat it? South Carolina has a lot of case law favorable to the defense as it relates to 404B. The admissibility and the limitations on it, certainly when compared to federal courts. So I believe historically South Carolina has been more restrictive in their use. They do not value the trials within trials that 404B evidence becomes, and they preserve the right for defendants to be tried on the accusation that they're charged with, not on everything in their life. And this case was particularly troubling to me as I watched, because they argue we need to get this in to show motive, and then they put every financial crime in, 99 of them. And then with each of these witnesses, they would say, well, you thought you knew Alex. You thought you'd known him for 30 years, 20 years, 40 years, and you respected him. You liked him. Now that you know about all this financial misdeeds, what's your opinion? Has it changed? And so they really were using it to attack his character, not to prove motive. And for those folks who aren't trial junkies who might be watching, the rule is one of exclusion. You can't admit evidence to trash somebody's character. You can admit evidence for the limited purpose to show a few exceptions to the traditional rule of not attacking character, and the most commonly used is motive. So the legal argument was motive, and then the practical usage was to trash character. And I would hope that the appellate courts will be concerned with that.
Yeah, a lot of times it's more subtle than that, where we know the fiction that, hey, we'll give a curative instruction. Jury members, this is not to trash his character. It's only to look at motive. But, humans aren't, even attorneys aren't able to sort through a lot of that and make that clear delineation. But as you point out, in this case, you didn't have to, because they actively trashed his character at the end of their testimony about the financial crimes. I think it's outrageous. And I'm no Alex Murdaugh apologist. I don't care if he rots in jail, rots in hell, or both. He's an evil person. But I do kind of care about justice and the system and the way it works and the way it's administered. And hopefully a fair trial is a good thing. Hey, let me ask producer Elizabeth, do you want to squeeze a break in here before they start that trial, the press conference? Or what would you like to do? I'm not at your beck and call here. Okay, let's do that. Let's take a quick break. We're queuing up. You see the lovely stack of microphones there. They will probably be approached by the defense very soon. We will be there when they do. Be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Look, there it is. That's a lovely collection of microphones that have been invited to the courthouse there. We expect to hear from the defense any moment. Are you already having a little bit of Murdaugh withdrawal? Probably less severe than opioid addiction withdrawal, but nonetheless, I can't use this anymore. We'll get over it. We got a lot of cases to cover, as you know. And we're going to get to that press conference as soon as they come back. But what you may have missed, we're going to get into some of the things that have played out in this case. Let's roll some of that now. We'll wait for the defense and get out there with their live.
It was 2 not guilty, 1 not sure, and 9 guilty.
What was your vote?
Guilty.
From the start?
Yes. Started deliberating, going through the evidence. Everybody was pretty much talking. And about 45 minutes later, after all our deliberating, we figured it out.
So it took basically 45 minutes for you guys to come to a decision?
Probably about 45, maybe an hour.
That's really fast.
Yeah, the evidence was clear.
When he said it was him, were you surprised?
I was very surprised.
Why?
That was his only savior right there.
Okay, pulling out of that because defense is queuing up. Let's go live to their presser.
I'm Dick Harpootlian. This is Jim Griffin. It's Emily Dale. That's Maggie Fox. That's Holly Miller. And this is Phil Barber. We are Alex Murdaugh's defense team. We're able to answer your questions. We're not going to make a statement. I know y'all don't want one. So, anybody got a question?
Do you think it was a mistake to put Alex Murdaugh on the stand?
No. Next.
Mr. Harpootlian, why did you object to that juror being dismissed yesterday?
Why didn't I?
Why didn't you?
Well, for 2 reasons. One, she admitted she talked to other people about the case, but not specifically. But technically, I think the judge had leeway to excuse her, but she clearly, after we interviewed her back in chambers, in my mind, had not made up her mind. And I thought that was important.
Do you think she would have held your case?
I don't know. She didn't express an opinion to us. She said she was open. She hadn't made up her mind.
Mr. Harpootlian, the defense has made a great deal of points about SLED and their handling of the investigation. For your position in the Senate, do you feel there's an opportunity to address that from a legislative standpoint?
I think there were significant issues, but I won't be addressing that in the Senate unless it comes up in a bill. I'm not going to mix this role with my role as a senator. I would not do that.
Why do you think that the prosecutors didn't seek the death penalty in this case? And what do you make of the judge's comments after the verdict that he agreed with the jurors?
Go ahead. Death penalty. What now? Death penalty question. What was the question again? I'm sorry. Why didn't they seek the death penalty? Well, I'm somebody that's prosecuted and defended a bunch of death penalty cases. And clearly, you never do it in a circumstantial case. Because you're not 99 times out of 100, a jury's not going to sentence somebody to death without I saw him do it, he confessed, or great forensic evidence at the minimum. They had none of that here. Secondly, in a death penalty case, it gives us the ability to individually voir dire jurors, which would have been very helpful here. And the prosecution obviously didn't want that. So I don't disagree with, if I'd been prosecuting this case, I probably wouldn't have brought it, but based on, what we heard was presented to the Colleton County grand jury by Detective Owen that Jim crossed, blood spatter that didn't exist, testimony about guns that was wrong. I can go through the litany with you. Going back to his question, I think SLED needs to do some self-examination on the forensic processing. They did not. One of the things we complained about was that Maggie's phone would have had all her GPS data on it if they processed it within 5 days. And they because they didn't, the GPS data got overridden. It was just one, which would have been helpful to Alec. It's fingerprints, footprints, and all kinds of forensic things that weren't done. So what was the question about the judges?
What did you make about the judge's comments after the verdict, that he agreed with it and thought it was the right conclusion?
He's entitled to his opinion.
Mr. Herculean, can you expect an appeal anytime soon?
10 days we'll be filing an appeal.
What do you believe the strongest grounds for the appeal are?
What'd you say?
What do you believe the strongest grounds for the appeal are?
Yeah, it was the admission of all the financial crime evidence, and that was offered up, as evidence of motive, that because he was confronted about one financial transaction involving attorney's fees by the chief accountant of the law firm, that was being offered as motive for why he would go home and kill his wife and son, which we thought was illogical and ludicrous, and there really was no evidence linking one to the other, and we did not think it should come in. Not only did that come in, but every other financial misdeed that they could bring in over the last 10 or 15 years was allowed in, and we think that we strongly objected. We respect the judge's decision, but we believe that was an erroneous decision, and we believe that the judge was somewhat misled, because at the conclusion of the case, when Mr. Metters is up on his rebuttal argument in front of the jury, he says to the jury, "Oh, forget about all that motive evidence. We don't have to prove motive. We just have to prove malice," which is right. But why did they go to all the effort to prove motive when at the end they say, "You don't have to believe us on our motive theory"? But by then they had cast Alec as a despicable human being, and that was the reason they offered it in the first place. And we think the appellate courts will take a strong look at that. We feel like that is a very solid ground for an appeal, and we're going to pursue that.
Looking back at the last 6 weeks, long trial, would you guys do anything different in the last 6 weeks? How you handle anything in this trial?
No. I mean, look, once the judge first of all, we believe if the judge was going to let that stuff in, it should have been limited to the Ferris case, which is what they were asking him about on Monday on the feed. Number two, Tinsley, the person that made the motion to compel to be heard on Thursday, Dawes Cook, Alex's lawyer, both agreed there wasn't going to be any storm or Armageddon or anything that was going to happen that Thursday. The judge might have issued an order, which months down the line might have posed a problem. So once they got that character character information is he's a thief, he's a liar, then it dictated this jury had to think he was a despicable human being and not to be believed. So it was about character. It wasn't about motive. So as a result, our options were limited. Should he take the stand? Well, we debated that. He always wanted to take the stand. But once that information was in, I mean, if he had to take the stand to explain the kennel video, the lie, if you will. He had to, but he had no credibility. His credibility had been stripped away by the financial
Do you believe his claim today that he's innocent?
Yes.
How was Buster doing, and why did he choose not to speak in the sentencing?
We could have had Mother Teresa up there speaking on behalf of Alec at sentencing. I mean, he was getting a double life sentence. That was expected. I mean, this is Judge Newman. He's a very stringent punisher when it comes to crimes and sentences. I mean, that was never in dispute. And so for Buster to get up and speak on his dad's behalf would not have made a difference. And why do you want to put that kid through more trauma than anybody that we can imagine has ever been through?
Have his feelings about his dad changed at all since the trial?
What's that?
Have his feelings about his dad changed at all?
I can't speak to Buster's feelings. I can tell you this. There was a lot of effort by the state to convince the family that Alec is the murderer. The family came to trial every day for 6 weeks, expecting to hear proof positive that he killed Maggie and Paul, something that they had not heard before. After 6 weeks of trial, they came away more convinced that he did not do this, and they steadfastly in his camp and support him, and that's where they stand.
What's next for Alex?
Well, Alex will be leaving shortly to go to Columbia to R&E, it's called, where he'll be at the South Carolina Department of Corrections. He'll be evaluated. That's about a 30-day process, and then he'll be sent to wherever the correctional facility that they assign him to.
Is he asking for any special security measures for him?
No, I don't think. Alec was not optimistic that with all of the scrutiny and press and all of his bad acts being out in the public, in the world, media domain, that he could get, a jury to put out all the noise and just focus on the murder. And so coming in, he was somewhat pessimistic. He became optimistic as we got through the process. But I got to tell you, and all you reporters, you know the whole story, I'm sure. And if you're sitting on that jury, they heard everything that would be in an HBO documentary, a Netflix documentary about the Murdaugh family dynasty downfall, except the Stephen Smith matter. I mean, so we were hoping to get a jury to put all, that could ignore the noise, focus on the murder, and we ended up trying a case that they could have watched on Netflix.
Does your legal team have any regrets about the way they conducted in this trial? Do you feel like you did? Do you feel like you were outmatched in some arguments?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, not outmatched. I mean, look, they won this case the day the judge bought into letting them put every piece of, stealing from kids who lost their mother, from somebody with pancreatic cancer, somebody that's a paraplegic. I mean, all of that 2.5 weeks, by the time they got done with it, it didn't matter about final argument. It didn't matter about what we put up. They would never, ever, ever acquit him after that.
Last question, guys. Can you just
Last question.
What your grounds for appeal will be? You said it's going to be 10 days to lay out your key arguments in that.
We'll file something not in 10 days, but we'll file a notice of intention to appeal. Then we've got 30 days, I think, to file a brief.
Yeah, so you file the notice within 10 days. You got to get a transcript.
Oh, that'll take a while.
That'll take months before they type up everything. And then we start briefing.
Are you all going to handle the appeal
Yes.
and argue it in the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court?
And the U.S. Supreme Court.
And the U.S. Supreme Court if necessary. That's correct.
What's the federal issue?
Doyle.
Oh, there's a huge federal issue. That's why I got so animated, and the judge told me to sit down. Part of the trial is the state eliciting or asking questions of Alec about why he did not come forward and tell law enforcement where he was at the time of the kennel video. And that was after he was arrested. And there's U.S. Supreme Court cases are clear that post-arrest silence cannot be used against you. And that is a classic violation of the Fifth Amendment. And we feel strongly that if we lose at the state courts, we'll have success at the federal
Can you
courts.
tell us about the plea negotiations before trial?
No.
There were no plea negotiations.
There weren't any.
They never offered him anything.
If Alec, if you think Alec is innocent, what effort are you making to find the real killer, or what effort is he making?
Not our job to find the real killer. If they had taken fingerprints, if they'd gotten footprints, if they hadn't destroyed, if they preserved Maggie's phone with her GPS, if they had not, they misrepresented to the grand jury that they had a shirt with his blood on it. If Owen had opened his email, he says he didn't get, would have told him a year before there was no human blood on that T-shirt. It was a comedy of errors in terms of forensics on this. So do I have faith that they would find the real killer? No.
Is Alec for safety?
We don't know. What? Last question. Say that one more time.
Did you support putting Alex Murdaugh on the stand?
There was no choice.
Why?
Because he'd been made out to be a monster who stole from children and crippled people and that's not the correct word. I'm sorry, I'm an old guy. Crippled people who had just done horrible, despicable things. And he had to try to push back on that. And if he'd let that lay without taking the stand, he was toast. Taking the stand, could he pull it off? Apparently did.
In hindsight, do you regret not asking for a change of venue in this case?
Not really, because we checked. We did focus groups in this case in a county way far away from here. 8 of the 10 people on the 2 focus groups knew all about this case. I mean, there was nowhere you could go that you could find. We believe you could find a jury that didn't know, hadn't watched TV, hadn't read the stuff you write or the stuff the Twitter stuff. And by the way, one of the good piece of information as this trial is over, Griffin can start tweeting again.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Great question.
That's pretty good. A lot in that mix. Some of the stuff we had just talked about, which of course was their main concern, the 404 financial crimes information that came pouring in and really overwhelmed the murder trial. That's going to be front and center in that appeal when they file it in 10 days. That's to perfect their right. Then there's a lot of paperwork, transcripts got to be produced. It's a lot. But they also mentioned the possible federal appeal, which is interesting because of that Fifth Amendment issue where there was a question about why he didn't tell police certain things. He had already been arrested at the time. Big problem on federal appeal if they need it. Let's take a break. We'll come back, talk to my guest about this right after this. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Hey, before we move on here, I got to just give a shout out to first of all, the Killer Bees, Bob Bianchi and Brian Buckmeyer last night at the verdict, doing a great job here in the studio. Of course, Anjanette Levy and Gigi McKelvey down on the ground there, and all the folks behind the scenes. Attaboys for everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, attapersons for everybody. It was very, very nicely done. And the reason that we kind of do what we do, these folks know it. I was spinning the dial last night, watching some of the others who chime in because, this is the big case and a lot of people are watching. What can they do to glom onto that? Me, not so great, but you found the right place for it. So we just heard from the defense, brought up a number of amazing points that gives you a little insight as to what they were dealing with. Number one, that Alex Murdaugh was good. He wanted to testify from day one. And when they decided those financial crimes were coming in, that answered their question as to whether he was going to testify. Here to talk about this with me is Chris Adams. He's in Charleston, and he's a criminal defense attorney there. So what did you think about their statement? It seems like they hit some pretty important points and some previews for this appeal.
Well, the tone was feisty and fighting from Dick Harpootlian and Jim and Griffin and which I like to see as a defense lawyer. They raised great points. As you can tell, Harpootlian's is a quick-witted guy, and he pushes back as much as he takes. And he's a formidable lawyer. They do have solid appellate issues. From if I could take issue with one item, it would be his comments about the death penalty and why the prosecution didn't seek the death penalty in the circumstantial evidence case. I've done a lot of death penalty work. Dick, from my perspective, Dick's approach to the death penalty is a little bit outdated. He was the elected prosecutor in Columbia, South Carolina, around the time of the first term and early into the second term of the Clinton administration. And back then, Democrats were very much in the South, were very much in pro-death penalty, and it was commonly used throughout the South routinely in crimes where it would qualify. The death penalty usage nationwide has dropped tremendously. It's a real outlier whenever the prosecution seeks to go for the death penalty now. I suspect that is the real reason why it was not used or asked for here more than the circumstantial evidence. We might still be in voir dire talking to jurors about their feelings about the case had this been a death penalty case. So I think there are a lot of practical reasons, including that life without parole means life without parole. And Alex Murdaugh, unless his case is overturned on appeal, is going to die in prison. So the death penalty really is if it was ever necessary, it's not necessary now that we have life without parole as a common sentence.
What I think is interesting,
their other issues were great.
Chris, and you mentioned the voir dire issue, and to me, when we started putting this case together, and when I say we, I did nothing. We're estimating how long it might take for jury selection, and it sure wasn't an afternoon or half a day. But it's because it's very truncated there in South Carolina, right? The judge is doing most of the Q&A, if not all of it, and that's got to feel like you're kind of handcuffed when it comes to picking the jury.
That's right. So I, as a guy who's done a lot of death penalty work, I now have done hundreds of hours of voir dire with thousands of jurors. And as somebody who started as a South Carolina public defender, I was terrified by the idea of voir dire because we just didn't do it. The judge, it didn't matter what kind of case you had, a high profile or no profile, the judge would do voir dire in an hour and a half. And the panel, as you know, Michael, the panel goes from being diverse, and then all of a sudden it becomes wider and wider and wider when they do statutory exemption questions for a variety of reasons, which we don't need to go into now, but race is a key element. So the panel becomes a lot wider, and after an hour, you know nothing about the people except that they're wider than when voir dire started. And as a defense lawyer, you're not real thrilled with that process. This jury was selected, I think, on Wednesday. It was amazing with a case that had this much publicity that the judge qualified the jury that quickly. the other part that's fascinating is the judge had reserved ruling on the 404B evidence. And if I were a lawyer in the case, I would have wanted to know whether we were going to talk to the jurors about the 404B evidence, because somebody who would say they could fairly consider evidence and acquit or find guilty based on the evidence presented beyond a reasonable doubt. If you add in the nugget of, and could you also do that for somebody who stole $10 million from all the people, their best friends in the world, their business partners, their family members, and their very own needy clients? Could you still presume that guy innocent? And I suspect the honest answer from many people would be, are you out of your mind? Absolutely not. But we didn't have that information, and that's not uncommon in South Carolina. Our blood years are very short.
It's such an important part of the process, and some would suggest that you win or lose by the people you put in the box, before it even gets started. And you guys,
absolutely, we lawyers like to think it's about closing argument, but we really know it's about
the fun
audience.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the fun part. Who's your audience? That makes all the difference in the world.
It's amazing. Well, good luck to you guys for continuing that part of the process. We're going to take a quick break here. I want to mention too one real quick thing here. The motion to compel, which was made such a big deal out of, that helped him boil over and then lose his brain. If you do civil litigation, motions to compel and discovery are like pimples. I mean, you get them every day. You deal with it. They aren't broken bones. They aren't, death sentences. But I don't think it was explained very well in this trial what that really meant and what it really was. It was poo-pooed by Alex Murdaugh when he talked about it on the stand, but without the jury understanding really what that is in the process, they would think he would lie about that too. It was probably just so overwhelming. It wasn't. It was no big deal. I think that might have been a point missed by the defense. Stay where you are, Chris. We are going to take a break. We'll come back, talk more about this. Everybody's weighed in now on the Alex Murdaugh case. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Law and Crime, sort of reliving the high points and most recent points in the Alex Murdaugh guilty double murder case, the sentencing. Both sides have now spoken to the press. And now jurors already, and the verdict was barely 12 hours old, and one juror decided to chat. So let's listen to that. This guy talked to Good Morning America. Here we go.
It was 2 not guilty, 1 not sure, and 9 guilty.
What was your vote?
Guilty.
From the start?
Yes. Started deliberating, going through the evidence. Everybody was pretty much talking. And about 45 minutes later, after all our deliberating, we figured it out.
So it took basically 45 minutes for you guys to come to a decision?
Probably about 45, maybe an hour.
That's really fast.
Yeah, the evidence was clear.
When he said it was him, were you surprised?
I was very surprised.
Why?
That was his only savior right
For
there.
some people, it's so hard to understand how a husband, especially a father, would kill their own son. What made you so sure that he had?
His responses, how quick he was with the defense, and his lies, steady lies.
Did you feel like he was a liar?
A good liar, but not good enough.
So that is Craig Moyer, one of the 12 in the box in South Carolina that determined that Alex Murdaugh was guilty. 45 minutes worth of heated discussion, apparently, before they came to that life-changing decision. Chris Adams still here with me, criminal defense attorney. Just in general, Chris, I'm assuming you're surprised at the rapid verdict in this case. And what do you think of this juror and what he had to say?
It's always fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating. I am surprised at how fast the verdict was, although I respect them. I was involved in a death penalty retrial, a man on death row in Alabama, and our defense team. I did very little except to take the credit after. Apparently, they had a verdict in 2 minutes and waited 1 hour out of respect for the victims. Somehow, I'm never really understood that. And then they came in and our guy was acquitted from death row in 1 hour. It sounds like this was something similar to that, where it happened very quickly. There must not have been much resistance from the two people who initially were leaning toward innocence. They must have respected the views of the majority and quickly changed their view, capitulated, whatever adjective you want to use. But it's surprising. These things are hard. I mean, you pour your heart and soul into your trial, whether you're the prosecution or defense. And, at the end of the case, it's either going to be a glorious verdict or a devastating verdict. And that's true for both parties. And getting it in that quickly, I think, was surprising, but it probably meant that it was going to be, well, it did mean it was going to be unanimous and probably for the government. And that's how that happened. Losing the last juror for the defense may have really been costly.
Yeah, the egg lady. The egg lady, had she just kept her mouth shut, and she could have voiced her opinions in the jury room, and maybe we'd still be waiting for a verdict at this point. Who knows? I think most jury members are either sheep or they're wolves, kind of like in real life. And, this guy who spoke to GMA seems kind of sheepish, like, hey, whatever you need me to do, I'm just going along, going with the flow. And it just sounds like those that might have had an alternative opinion to guilty were maybe not all that forceful if they could be convinced so quickly to go the other direction. Just me speculating. The defense had a moment to talk to the press. Let's take a look at a little bit of that.
Have you expected an appeal anytime soon?
10 days we'll be filing an appeal.
What do you believe the strongest grounds for an appeal are?
What'd you say?
What do you believe the strongest grounds for an appeal are?
But it was the admission of all the financial crime evidence, and that was offered up, as evidence of motive, that because he was confronted about one financial transaction involving attorney's fees by the chief accountant of the law firm, that was being offered as motive for why he would go home and kill his wife and son, which we thought was illogical and ludicrous. And and there really was no evidence linking one to the other, and we did not think it should come in. The not only did that come in, but every other financial misdeed that they could bring in over the last 10 or 15 years was allowed in, and we think that we strongly objected. We respect the judge's decision, but we believe that was an erroneous decision, and we believe that the judge was somewhat misled, because at the conclusion of the case, when Mr. Metters is up on his rebuttal argument in front of the jury, he says to the jury, "Oh, forget about all that motive evidence. We don't have to prove motive. We just have to prove malice," which is right. But why did they go to all the effort to prove motive when at the end they say, "You don't have to believe us on our motive theory"? But by then they had cast Alec as a despicable human being, and that was the reason they offered it in the first place. And we think the appellate courts will take a strong look at that. We feel like that is a very solid ground for an appeal, and we're going to pursue that.
Okay, so well, Chris, we've talked a lot about that horse. We're going to let that one lie, but I found it interesting, their change of venue analysis. You know, that they actually focus grouped this case all around the state and found out, hey, as many as 8 out of 10 people had already heard about it. Therefore, what's the point? What do you think about that, the decision not to seek a change of venue?
Well, it also gives some light into how hard they worked and prepped the case. I think it makes sense. I mean, everyone across the state knew about the case. As the case was going on, more and more people around the country. I suspect you guys would have the details on the number of people watching. It just increased every single day. In South Carolina, this had a lot of coverage. The legal community is a small community. Historically, there are now 2 accredited law schools in the state. Historically, there was one. Many of the lawyers came from the same school as Murdaugh and Murdaugh's family before him. So it had statewide appeal. News coverage from around the state were there, gavel to gavel, blogging, all sorts of stuff. So everyone knew about this case. So you may not gain anything by changing venue, and you might lose whatever local support you might have.
And you
so
may,
I think that made sense.
This is somewhat positive for the defense. You may have people that hate the Murdaugh family, for whatever reason, because of their prestige, and they're kind of getting their way around. Who knows? Didn't work, but who's to say the change of venue would have had any impact? Hey, I'm going to thank and excuse Chris Adams. Thank you, sir. We'll see you next time here on the network. Appreciate your insights from South Carolina. Hey, it's going to do it for this moment. We're going to have a long Q&A coming up here. I'm going to share with you real quickly here. Tweet of the week. Freaking Michael Bryant says the Murdaughs love to talk. It's the pot calling the kettle black. Worst host Law Crime Network has. I've never been number 1 before. Thank you so much. We'll be back right after this quick break. Stay right where you are. Q&A coming up.
They say the audio is going through the camera.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Michael Bryant. We are getting ready to do a little healthy Q&A for you for the next couple of hours. So while we're getting that set up, again, Alex Murdaugh found guilty of killing his wife and his son. That happened later in the evening yesterday, and this morning he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. And he has been taken away for the Department of Corrections to find his last resting place. Yeah, he's going to die in prison. So while we're waiting to get all of the Q&A ready and getting your questions sorted, Anjanette Levy standing by, Gigi McKelvey standing by, I have the pleasure of welcoming Jack Swerling. He is here from South Carolina. He is a defense attorney there. And before we get into our Q&A, let me just get some of your thoughts, Jack, on the guilty verdict coming so quickly and then the really almost fait accompli sentence, except for whether it was going to be consecutive or not. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I was not shocked about the fact that they found him guilty. I was surprised about the length of the deliberation. 3 hours, it just seems real short. There's no way that the jury could have gone through 600 exhibits in 28 days of testimony, or 27. But that indicates to me that they had made up their mind a long time ago. And I think I heard one of the jurors last night do an interview and said they had really decided it within an hour. I don't know if that's true or not, but I did hear that. So, this seems like they came to a conclusion real quick, and probably a while ago.
You know, what I think is interesting is, and you can tell me what the norm is there in South Carolina, this judge didn't like the jury members to have notebooks. And there were so many things they could have noted. Maybe they would have noted, but maybe the fact they didn't have that material led to kind of a quicker discussion because there's nobody saying, hey, well, wait a minute, what about on the third day when he said blah, blah, blah? It was all much more visceral, just kind of a bigger, broader feeling, and they acted on that. Thought?
Taking notes is in the discretion of the judge. So I've had many trials where the judge is allowed notes and many trials where the judge is not allowed notes. And the theory behind not allowing notes is that usually if someone who's the best note taker can take command in the jury room and say, look, I've got it written right here. And that is really not the record in the case. So, it is just someone's notes, and they could have written down wrong. They could have misinterpreted what was said. So some judges who don't like notes don't like it for that reason, that it gives a juror or several jurors a little bit more influence in the jury room, which is, everybody should be deliberating, not just one or two people commanding the direction of the deliberations.
So here's one more jury question for you based on local rules there. We're doing a trial in California where I practice, during the course, you're kind of trying to guess who the foreperson might be, and they select that person within the jury deliberation room. They picked that person. You guys, the judge picks the foreperson. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. In a criminal case, yes. And of course, I don't do any civil anymore, so I'm probably the same way. But the judge picks the foreman, and there's really no methodology as to how they go ahead and choose the foreman. In fact, crazy as it sounds, I got picked for the jury on a condemnation case, and the judge appointed me the foreman. So it was quite an experience for me as a trial lawyer, sitting as the foreman in the jury room.
Yeah.
And of course, I learned a lot.
Nothing personal, Jack, but I don't know how you got on the jury. Yeah. So well, at least you had a nice experience, right? Isn't that what you always ask? Was it a satisfying experience for you?
Yeah, I mean, sure. And for me, it was an educational experience. See how they deliberated. It was a condemnation case. The state offered something, the defense offered something, and the jury just split the difference. But what was interesting is they kept looking to me for guidance beyond the jury charge. And, I kept saying, you just have to listen to what the judge told you. I mean, they wanted to hear what I had to say. But it was quite an experience.
I'll bet.
I'm glad I got to do it.
Put you in kind of an odd position there. Hey, earlier today, we heard from the defense team. Let's take a listen to some of that presser.
Well, I'm somebody that's prosecuted and defended a bunch of death penalty cases. And clearly, and you never do it in a circumstantial case, because you're not, 99 times out of 100, a jury's not going to sentence somebody to death without I saw him do it, he confessed, or, great forensic evidence at the minimum. They had none of that here. Secondly, in a death penalty case, it gives us the ability to individually voir dire jurors, which would have been very helpful here. And the prosecution obviously didn't want that. So I don't disagree if I'd been prosecuting this case, I probably wouldn't have brought it. But based on, what we heard was presented to the Colleton County grand jury by Detective Owen that Jim crossed, blood spatter that didn't exist, testimony about guns that was wrong. I can go through the litany with you. Going back to his question, I think SLED needs to do some self-examination on the forensic processing. They did not. One of the things we complained about was that Maggie's phone would have had all her GPS data on it if they processed it within 5 days. And they because they didn't, the GPS data got overridden. It was just one, which would have been helpful to Alex. It's fingerprints, footprints, and all kinds of forensic things that weren't done. And first of all, we believe if the judge was going to let that stuff in, it should have been limited to the Ferris case, which is what they were asking him about on Monday on the feed. Number two, Tinsley, the person that made the motion to compel to be heard on Thursday, Dawes Cook, Alex's lawyer, both agreed there wasn't going to be any storm or Armageddon or anything that was going to happen that Thursday. The judge might have issued an order, which months down the line might have posed a problem. So once they got that character information is he's a thief, he's a liar, then it dictated this jury had to think he was a despicable human being and not to be believed. So it was about character. It wasn't about motive. So as a result, our options were limited. Should he take the stand? Well, we debated that. He always wanted to take the stand. But once that information was in, if he had to take the stand to explain the kennel video, the lie, if you will. He had to, but he had no credibility. His credibility had been stripped away by the financial misdeeds.
A lot of interesting points made by the defense. I think we can all agree the 844 cell phone video was kind of the undoing. Jack, let me ask you this. SLED, I believe all consonants deserve equal treatment. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, they took a beating in this trial and in the defense final statements there after the fact. One thing that always bugged me was the grand jury being presented with a bloody T-shirt that, oops, sorry, I guess there wasn't any blood on it. Do you think we would have gone further had they not had that really incriminating piece of evidence that apparently was a mistake or created?
Well, what happened was, I understand that the T-shirt was sent out to an expert they had hired, someone who's not with SLED. And that expert came back with a conclusion that there was blood spatter on the T-shirt. Well, it turned out like a year or two later, whenever Dick and Jim had the T-shirt examined, that it was not blood. It's not even blood. So who knows what the grand jury would have done had that had not been introduced. Now, probably, I'm sure there was other evidence presented, but that had to be a strong piece of evidence to guide the jury as to whether or not to go ahead and indict him or not.
Yeah, I suppose that over time they may have come up with something else, perhaps the video of the dog in the kennel. But still, it just gives you a bad feeling about the process. One last question here.
We were kind of surprised when that came out that it was not even blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big oops. So your thoughts on the likelihood of a successful appeal?
Well, I think what you're going to be dealing with here, probably the main thrust of the appeal is what Dick was just saying. Letting in the financials, but letting them all in. And that's going to be the big question as to whether or not, Rule 404 and other act evidence, and they were letting it in to show motive, malice, whatever their theory was. I never bought that theory that Alex Murdaugh would have killed his wife and his son because he was trying to deflect attention from what he had done with the thievery and the stealing of the money. So I think that's going to be would be the main issue on appeal.
Yep.
Sure. No question about it.
Yep, I think you're very bright, Jack. I think that's exactly that's what I've been professing all along here, and it'll be interesting to see if it wins the day and we see Alex Murdaugh 2.0. Let's take a break here. When we come back, we will begin a beefy Q&A session. Anjanette Levy standing by with that. So stay where you are. We'll be right back.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and I am coming to you live from Walterboro, South Carolina, and you are watching Law and Crime. And sitting with me is the star of the trial, Dr. Kenneth Kinsey. He said I could call him Kenny. How are you doing today?
I'm good, ma'am.
Yeah, very good. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a great panel with us for the next 2 hours. We're going to be taking your questions live, as we always do. So keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Let's introduce the panel. We have a full house today. I love a full house. And we are joined by Michael Bryant, host and lawyer here at Law and Crime. Jack Swerling is a criminal defense attorney in Columbia, South Carolina. He also is a former law partner of Dick Harpootlian's, and also Joe McCullough. They used to be all law partners together, Joe, Dick, and Jack Swerling. Gigi McKelvey is here with me from Law and Crime. And if I missed anybody, I'm so sorry. But we are here and ready to take your questions. But first, let's talk to Dr. Kinsey. Dr. Kinsey, you've been in demand. You've been the man about town here in South Carolina today. What's it like to see this verdict and the sentence after all of your work on this case?
Well, I'm just a little spoke in a big wheel, but I'm so awfully proud of those jurors and the men and women that have devoted 1.5 years of their life to this case. And I'm just thankful for the opportunity to get the help.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, the jury believed you. They did not believe Alex Murdaugh. They seem to really be engaged with your testimony. You've been doing this a really long time. Why were you so certain that this was not a contact wound?
Well, I looked at everything, and not that I can't be wrong, but I'm not going to go in there and give results that I know are wrong. And it was too many variables. I know it was mentioned that variables wasn't important. There was too many variables. I understand firearms and I understand components of firearms. And I know that, one stray pellet, maybe 2 to 3 stray pellets. No, it's not going to happen. And you just look at physics. We got some lessons in physics this past 2 weeks.
We sure did.
But physics doesn't work that way. And I have comrades and cohorts all over the country that was calling me, and it just a mere thought that projectiles moving that fast could turn around and go 180 degrees the other direction with enough velocity to not only leave a defect but to penetrate. It was just unbelievable.
Were you ever nervous at all during this whole process? I mean, you seem like a pretty cool cucumber. You've done 800 death investigations. Was there ever a time where you felt nervous? Because you obviously believed in the state's case. You took the job. You were hired as an expert for the state, and you outlined the crime scene and what you believed happened for the jury.
I always put a lot of time into preparation on my own, but with this team, Mr. Wilson and Creighton and all those wonderful prosecutors, preparation was a big part. Sunday nights, we were down at the hotel.
Assuming. But I'm sure they went through all of this in here. Hey man, what y'all doing out here? Hopefully you guys are seeing this. I can't see comments that well because it's moving very fast. But Yeah, this is that property. There's the barn right here. Yeah, he was not lying when he said the reception's terrible out here. That's a fact. It's amazing how accessible all this is right now. If you would please share the stream, guys. Oh, that's not mine. Yeah. Thank you, though. I'll take a look over here real quick. And again, this is the tree line. Look at how it comes in. I wish I could give you like a real look. Like, this is more real time right here. Like, if you're where I'm standing, to this tree line here, to the road that heads to the house, to here. Yeah. So the bugs, guys, it's already happening. They know that I'm not from here, so they immediately are trying to devour me. And here's one of the other barns. And this is a vantage point from over here. So if somebody were to, have snuck onto the property, it'd come through the site through all this, right? Maybe from over there through these old growths. Either way. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find where Maggie's phone was. But if you look that direction, that's where Maggie's body was found, and Paul's body was right there at that door. So, but that's one of the things that came up in the case was how bad the reception was out here at the Moselle property. And if for whatever reason you guys aren't able to see this, or if it doesn't come through or the reception's bad, make sure to set up notifications for my page, and I'll make sure to showcase videos that I took so you can see all of that as well. It's interesting you hear dogs barking in the background too. Farther I go from the road, so if it cuts out on me, if it cuts out, guys, if you can just hear me, try to stick with me for a minute or hit refresh. Ooh, it's roasty out here already. It's crazy, you can hear dogs barking. It's coming from the direction of the house. Taken from the house. If you're hearing me, go in and out, in and out. I'm at. All right, that's the house up there in the distance. Get bit by a snake. Anyway. Well, there wouldn't be hunters out here if there were hogs. Ooh. Ooh. right here. So that's the house back there. To get from to the house, I say it's almost at a quarter mile, but and so has grown up. So you'd have been able to see clearly from the house to the kennels, is what people were saying. As it is. So looking from, oh man, the could have seen this or heard this. This is the house. These are the steps apparently where yeah, the reception out here is terrible. So there are some back access points though, like down here. Hopefully that this recording, if you guys are setting up notifications, you may not be able to see it, might be jumping in and out, but I think that the software that I use will record the full thing. So you should back portion of the Murdaugh property. Place. I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's just, you know, it's a tragic story. One second, let me see if there's a Wi-Fi here that I can jump
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Michael Bryant here. We're live down in South Carolina in the aftermath of the Alex Murdaugh double murder conviction and this morning sentencing. He's been taken off to the Department of Corrections. Gigi McKelvey is here. She's been there in the courtroom, as they say, every day. And that's been, I'm sure, quite the roller coaster ride. Gigi, the car pulled into the station today, if I continue my roller coaster analogy. So how did it feel? Was there this, regret is a bad word, but kind of when it finished, when it's done, it's a weird feeling when a trial comes to a completion, as this one did. What was the vibe in the courtroom then?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of resolution, I think, in a sense, to just have this over. I said earlier when I was on, I think Walterboro is ready to get back to being the quiet, quaint little town that it is. But at the same time, just to see this trial from day one up until verdict and sentencing has been such an experience for everybody in there who's been in here every day. Just we felt like, the saga concluded today. Now we'll see what comes out in the future. I don't think this is the last we've heard of charges for Alex Murdaugh for financials or God knows what else. But for today, we put this baby to bed and he will be making the transition to prison now.
Yeah. And Jeanette, you've got some more questions queued up for us down there, I understand.
It's so crackly in my ear.
Yes, and I have a guest. His name is Avery Wilkes, and he's a reporter with the Post and Courier, and he has been on top of it since the beginning every day. Avery, your thoughts on this verdict, the quick verdict, and the sentencing?
I think the speed of the verdict was surprising. I think the typical rule of thumb is about 1 day of jury deliberations per week of trial.
Correct.
Obviously, we had 6 weeks of trial and less than 3 hours of jury deliberations. So that in of itself was quite surprising, and it was also quite bad for Alex Murdaugh.
Very bad for Alex Murdaugh, and I think we all thought this is going to be the sentence.
Yeah, I think there was no surprise, given the speed of the verdict, that it was going to be a guilty sentence. And really, there was not a whole lot of surprise today when Judge Newman delivered 2 consecutive life sentences. He's known as a very tough sentencer. And, obviously we heard him scold Alex Murdaugh for this double life he lived as a prominent, successful trial attorney, but also as a con artist who stole millions of dollars from people who trusted him.
Were you surprised at all by the back and forth? I mean, there was like a conversation. It was like Judge Newman was throwing him a bone. Like, this is your last chance. You can say something.
I've never seen that in a sentencing hearing. Normally, the judge likes to hear from all sides, from the victims, from the defendant's family, their relatives, people who can speak to their character. But there was no one today other than Murdaugh who would speak for or against him. And so it looked like the judge wanted to create some sort of a dialogue in order, before passing his ultimate judgment. But I have seen in previous court cases that Newman has handled, he tends to like to have some dialogue with the defendants, even in bond court. He wants to hear from them why they should be let out while their charges are pending. So that wasn't entirely surprising to see, but I don't know that I've ever seen it in a criminal trial, a criminal sentencing of this magnitude.
Did you know Alex Murdaugh before this at all?
I'd never heard of Alex Murdaugh until 2019, even though
you're a Columbia guy.
I'm
right?
a Columbia guy.
Yeah.
I'm originally from Chester, South Carolina, sort of a small town on the northern part of the state. And, but I've lived in South Carolina my entire life, and I've been a reporter for the last 8 years, and I'd never heard of him until that boat crash. So while he wasn't necessarily prominent in, statewide, it's not like everyone knew him as a celebrity, but in this neck of the woods, in this part of the state, very, very well known, very powerful, very influential.
How hard was it to tweet the entire trial?
It was pretty easy. I used to be a sports reporter, and so I was used to covering football games and, University of South Carolina, basketball, baseball, everything. And so when I switched over to news, I just took the same approach. I'm a fast typer, so I take notes and then I'll just copy and paste the best stuff over to Twitter. And everybody seems to be sort of so amazed that, I was able to keep up with everything. But that's just a day in the life of being a reporter, I think.
Most definitely. That's just kind of what you do. And so it was like you were the assigned tweeter for the Post and Courier.
I'm happy to help where I can. Yeah.
Do you foresee anything with the financial crimes? What do you foresee coming about with that? Do you have any information?
I don't know for sure. I wonder if they are even going to take those crimes to trial now, because
He admitted to everything.
He admitted to everything. We don't really need to know much more about what he did. It's all out there in the court record. It's all out there in indictments. He admitted over and over and over again to them. And, he's going to jail for the rest of his life, as long as these, convictions stand. So I don't know what more is to be gained from doing a whole separate other trial. But I do think there could be more trials in terms of his co-conspirators or his alleged co-conspirators and accomplices and their involvement. Curtis Smith, could he go to trial at some point on the many charges he's facing? Corey Fleming, one of Murdaugh's best friends, a Beaufort attorney who was an alleged co-conspirator in the Satterfield swindle. There are several other cases still pending. There's an appeal in the Russell Lafitte case in the convictions, in November in his federal trial. So there's still plenty more to come in this Murdaugh saga. But I'm not entirely sure if we're going to go to court on Murdaugh's financial crimes.
Yeah, I'm not either. We shall wait and see, right? We'll wait and see. Well, let's get to some questions. Jack Swirling, let's get over to you with this question. Madam Fifi651 from Twitter, why are they going to do the financial trials when he's already testified that he was guilty or that he stole from people? Jack, what do you foresee happening with those financial crimes?
Well, I'm confident that the Attorney General will offer some kind of plea on financial crimes. I really don't see this gentleman taking a plea to the financial crimes, even though he's already admitted them. But he seems to be a guy who's willing to go all the way, and he may just do the same thing with the financial crimes. So I think it's hard to predict what he will do. The hardest person in the world to represent is a lawyer. They have a mind of their own, and they know the system, and he's been playing the game for years and years. So that's going to be an open question here. But I'm confident the state's going to want to resolve those cases. I'd be surprised if they dismissed them.
Maybe not dismiss them, but maybe some type of. He's already facing 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole.
Yeah, concurrent sentences or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my volume went. Pardon?
So sorry. Have you talked to Dick Harpootlian, your friend, at all since I
put in a call to him, and I did call him, and he called me back, but I have not been able to speak with him. We crossed paths.
All righty. Gigi, there's a question from a viewer we want to get to. This is from Cheryl G from YouTube. Is life there? Does life there mean no chance of parole? We were kind of just talking about this. So Gigi, I'll throw that question over to you from one of the viewers, Cheryl G from YouTube.
He will not be eligible for parole at all with those 2 life sentences for the double murders. He's in for good.
Miss Russia, he is in for good, barring something happening on appeal. Mr. Russian Blue from YouTube, if Alex is so innocent, then why not say who did it? What's he got to lose now? He was there that night. Avery, what do you think of that?
There's a compelling argument to be made that if Alex Murdaugh didn't do it, then he probably knows who did. He would have been in close proximity to the killer or killers, around the time that he left the kennels, and they must have arrived there in this scenario. He would have also been in their close proximity as they ditched Maggie's phone. Obviously that Murdaugh and whoever killed Maggie and disposed of that phone drove the same route to Alameda, to Murdaugh's mother's house that evening. So that's a great question. And I think that's probably something that weighed heavily in jurors' minds, is not only is there compelling evidence that, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Murdaugh did this, but if not Murdaugh, who could have done this? Who did it? And you saw prosecutors lean heavily into that to say, okay, so it wasn't you, according to your theory. It was some 5'2", 12-year-old middle school kids who arrived on the scene within 2 minutes of you leaving for no apparent reason, who didn't come with their own guns, but picked up Murdaugh family guns that they somehow knew were going to be there, who killed Maggie and Paul and took them by surprise, and to the extent that they left no defensive wounds, who cleaned up and didn't leave any major evidence behind implicating themselves, and who drove the same route toward Alameda, in their getaway car. And the more you think about that scenario, I think the more the jury probably thought that's implausible. And what is the most likely, Occam's razor? When you hear hoofs, you don't think zebra.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Michael Bryant, Richard Van Riper from YouTube. Why couldn't Alex's blood relatives have testified in his sentencing about the fears and concerns about the real killers being free to target them next? Do you have a reason why? What do you think the reason is that they didn't get up and speak and maybe talk about it?
I have to tell you, Anjanette, I heard about 3 of those words because it sounds like you're in a hangar. Hit me one more time.
Oh, so sorry about that. We've got a lot of traffic going by. Why didn't the Murdaugh family, get up at sentencing and talk about their fears about after this happened and, their fear about the real killer still being out there?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and the defense addressed this a little bit in their press conference, basically saying that, what was the point of putting the family members through that ordeal when they knew, as far as sentencing was concerned, it was going to have zero impact. I mean, there are mandatory requirements following a guilty verdict in a murder case or a double murder case. So what they had to say, according to the defense, was really going to be more stressful and painful for them and had zero impact on the ultimate sentence. So why put the family through that? But I think it's important to point out, Anjanette, that the attorney said that the family is even more convinced of his innocence after the fact, which I thought was very interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more to come. Avery, we really appreciate you being with us. We appreciate you coming over. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. We are on the lawn of the Colleton County Courthouse. This is where Alex Murdaugh was sentenced earlier today to 2 consecutive life sentences for the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. And he's maintaining his innocence. He says he didn't do it. He had a chance to kind of throw himself on the sword and throw himself on the mercy of the court. And he held steadfast and said, I did not do this. He's in a bunch of trouble with these financial crimes, so we have to wait and see what happens with that next. Let's get to some of your questions, though. We've been taking those. We've had a lot of rotating guests in and out, so that's been kind of fun today. We've kind of wanted to get the perspective of a lot of people, and with me still is Gigi McKelvey from Law and Crime, Jack Swerling, a defense attorney from Columbia, and Michael Bryant, a host and attorney here at Law and Crime. Guys, let's get to some questions. This one is from Carl Schoenman from YouTube. If Alec took Maggie's phone, why did he leave Paul's phone behind? Gigi, that's the $1 million question. We've all been asking that.
Yeah, and I mean it's a big mystery to me as well. I've never seen a cell phone pop out of a back pocket when you try to pull somebody over with a belt loop. I'm not sure how that worked, but it is very curious because the only theory I have is that nobody was able to get into Paul's phone. They had to send it to the Secret Service to get that thing unlocked, and it wasn't until then that we found the Snapchat and that kennel video. So maybe he got it out and tried to guess. I think it would have registered had he tried to guess the password. But the only thing I could think is since it was left there, he just could not access it. So he set it right on top. And one thing too that we never heard about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was some blood inside his pocket. You think, why wasn't that ever tested for touch DNA to see whose hand may have been in that back pocket? I don't think it was Paul's.
Yeah,
he was too hurt, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions still that we may never get the answers to. Let's get to another question. This is for Jack Swerling. Matthew R. from YouTube. Is there any appellate case law authority in the state of South Carolina that excludes the character evidence that was let in by the trial judge in this case?
Yeah, we have what's called Rule 404, which is in state court rule evidence. It's also similar to the federal rule. Character evidence is not admissible unless it goes to prove motive, intent, common scheme, or design, or lack of accident. We have plenty of case law, and the Supreme Court is continuously updating what they believe would be other act evidence. So it's deadly when you are allowed to put in or have to face other act evidence. That happens in most of my trials. Have some other act evidence go to those 5 different things that prove motive, intent, common scheme, plan, or lack of accident. And that's the only time it's
Jack,
yes.
Jack, I'm wondering, Linda Kenny Bodden, one of our hosts and a defense attorney here at Law and Crime, thinks because he took the stand that he has no leg to stand on on that issue on appeal. What are your thoughts?
Well, the Supreme Court will review the case, but we have what's called the harmless error rule, and the court can look at it and see whether or not his testimony makes it a harmless error. And even though they will find error, they will say it's harmless and not reverse it. But taking the stand, they will examine it and see what effect that had on the verdict. I don't know that it would be harmless error because he never actually admitted what he did, but the evidence was pretty compelling.
All right, we got always a siren coming by here in Walterboro. We've said that we think this might be a pretty accident-prone community, and that's why there's so many lawyers running around. Gigi, I know we've made that joke several times.
It's Brooks, the wild hogs, ain't it?
It's the hogs. Yes, I forgot. Yes, the hogs. All right. Brooks Deb 1970 from YouTube. Did anyone look to see if there was a Google timeline on Maggie's account? It would track her phone's movements. That data may still be available. Michael Bryant, I don't think that happened.
Get back to that Faraday bag. Remember the whole controversy? Oh, the phone wasn't put in the Faraday bag. It was like a pork and beans can. Yeah, and so whatever was on the phone had been overwritten over some period of time, and that piece of evidence and information just wasn't there.
That's for sure. Let's get to another question. Julie Cruz from YouTube. Can someone please tell me how you go from hanging with your wife and son talking about the dog and the chicken, that's Bubba and the chicken, and then 15 minutes later you blow them away? According to the state, Gigi, it wasn't even that long.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the one thing I've struggled with this entire trial. You try to look at body language on that Snapchat. You try to listen to the voices on the kennel video. It seemed like normal times. You have Paul laughing very hard, finding his dad amusing, pushing that tree over at the beginning of the Snapchat video. It did not seem like he was a pressure cooker about to blow. And that, for me, is what I've struggled with as far as guilt, really until the last few days. And then once you kind of hear everything set out from the very beginning again, sometimes we get caught in the middle of this trial. We're a week into the financials. But when you start from the beginning of all the circumstantial evidence, when we started closings, I thought, man, you know, it's got to be him. But I tell you, that really was what held me out for the longest time, was the demeanor of everybody on those videos. They had no clue it was coming, and he didn't sound stressed.
He didn't sound stressed at all. All you heard was, you know, Bubba, like he wanted Bubba to come over and get the chicken. Next question. Les Phillips from YouTube. A lot of conjecture at trial that the guns used were family owned, but was that actually ever proven, Michael Bryant?
No, that wasn't. And what I thought the defense could have done and didn't was give us some numbers about how many 300 blackouts are sold in the county, in the state. How many 12-gauge shotguns, are you kidding me, are sold in the county, in the state. To give this jury the understanding that just because the type of gun was narrowed down doesn't mean it was from their own arsenal. They could have come from anywhere. And that, to me, is a huge issue, but the defense didn't make much of it.
Jack, I'm going to send one more question over to you really quickly. We literally have maybe 50 seconds. This is from Cover Mom 5 from Twitter. Is there a provision in sentencing that forbids Alec from making money off of this horrific crime?
Yeah, we have the Son of Sam law here, which was passed in New York after the Son of Sam tried to publish a book, or did publish a book. So we have a similar kind of statute here where you cannot profit off the crime that you found guilty. So he will not be able to.
In many states have that law. It doesn't prevent the family, though, possibly.
No, anybody else can write a book. I mean, you know, the lawyers, family, any of the witnesses, jurors. I mean, it doesn't prevent anybody else.
Most certainly. All right. We are having a great time here in South Carolina. And guess what? We have a lot more to come. We will be right back after this quick break, but we want you to keep those questions coming to us on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitter, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. And we're going to have more special guests. Stay tuned. You're watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are live from Walterboro, South Carolina, and you are watching Law and Crime. And I told you we had some special guests coming up, and look, here they are, the gentlemen of the week, the leaders of the prosecution team. Creighton Waters, Assistant Attorney General, who's leading this prosecution and the investigations, and Attorney General Alan Wilson. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, the word I've been using is elated. Your word?
I think the word I've been using is probably numb and exhausted, but in a good way. I think that we still had court this morning, and so I still had to keep focused. And obviously, the aftermath of this is still starting to sink in.
Yeah. Were you surprised that none of the victims' families? I'm not talking about. I didn't expect the Murdaugh family, but maybe some of Maggie's family members. Were you surprised they didn't want to speak?
No, and I need to be sensitive and obviously say this in the right way. This is a very complicated situation for this family, and I want to be clear. This case is not about anything more than Maggie and Paul at its core. And this family has suffered, okay? And they've not only suffered, but they had to suffer in a very public way. And so we were very sensitive and actually made a decision early on that we were going to provide victim advocate services to the family, regardless of where an individual family member felt about the case or what side they were on, if you want to put it that way, or whatever. And we tried to do that. We were going to be mindful and respectful of them, regardless of their views. And I think that, in the aftermath of this, it's a complicated decision for all of them. So I wouldn't read too much into that for either the state or the defense, other than this family's trying to heal, and none of them wanted to speak publicly. Yeah.
This has ripped that family apart because, as we've heard from the testimony, this is a family that appeared to be very close. You don't always get along with your in-laws, but it sounds like they did. And so this has to be more painful than anything you could imagine.
I think. Yeah,
go ahead. No, well, I was just going to say there was no win-win for them. It was a lose-lose for them. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, this has become a salacious, scandalous thing that people with a lot of notoriety. This trial has become a caricature of itself. And I'm just want to remind people that at the end of the day, 2 people were brutally murdered, and a family has been torn apart and irrevocably harmed forever. I mean, I have a lot of compassion for the remaining family members. And so to quote Creighton, we're being very sensitive about this. It was a very complicated situation that we're in, but our job was to bring justice to Alex Murdaugh and to bring it for Maggie and Paul. And that was our job, and we took it very seriously.
This happens in homicide cases. Sometimes you have to focus so much on the evidence that I feel like the victims do get kind of lost in a way, and you can't really focus on them as much because you're trying to prove the case, and it becomes about the evidence. It becomes about whatever is being argued. It's also a strange situation because your office was prosecuting Paul Murdaugh.
Yeah.
That's something that doesn't happen. You actually said, we've heard a lot of bad things about Paul Murdaugh, but you had some kind things to say about him today.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we have to remember that, people are always a mix of different things. Our office was prosecuting Paul Murdaugh. That was not a case that was assigned to me personally. We also heard a lot of good things about Paul. We heard that how much he enjoyed life, how much his friends loved him, how he would help anyone. There was also the boat case, and ultimately that was significant to the case in as much as that was bringing, possible criminal liability for him, civil liability for Alec, which really would help expose the reality of what he's been up to. So it was important though because this case was different. You didn't have. Because of this complicated family dynamic, maybe the typical witnesses you might have to humanize these victims, but they were real people and they had a lot of life left in them, and it was cut short by this defendant, and I'm glad the jury saw that and spoke the right verdict.
There were a lot of questions. There are probably questions we'll never know the answers to, which drives me insane because I always want to know everything. But there were a lot of, shots fired. That's a terrible thing for me to say in this case, but at the investigation in this case about, Agent Owen and his testimony before the grand jury and him saying things like the T-shirt didn't have blood on it and what have you. What is your response to the criticism of the investigation by SLED? Do you think it was thorough enough? And either one of you may address that.
You go first. I'll follow.
Well, absolutely it was. And you have to remember, I say investigations are like children. They're organic. They grow. And when you start an investigation, you don't know where it's going to go. It can go this way, it can go that way. Just like a child ends up growing up, maybe completely different from what you envisioned when they were first born. And this is what the defense does. They're going to say everything's a fabrication. They're going to say everything is malicious and intentional. But, when Agent Owen presented evidence to the county grand jury, he relied on the evidence that he had at the time and that he thought was appropriate. As the investigation went forward, additional information came to light, and that was not any evidence that we relied on in front of this jury. And that's normal, to assess evidence, to reassess evidence, for new information to come to light. No, this is a straw man. The defense was firing at something the state never used. And let me remind you, the jury convicted him beyond reasonable doubt.
And again, like Creighton was saying, cases evolve. One day you believe this is important, and then all of a sudden the next day realize it's not important. There were 1,000 pieces of data and information that we put before this jury. That was one data point, and we never even put it up. It's like the defense wanted to put it in there so they could then attack it, to have the jury not look at the actual evidence that proved he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Were there mistakes made with the T-shirt?
What I'm going to say is this. Human beings are fallible. Law enforcement officers are human beings. We all make mistakes. And like you said, investigations, they evolve. Like Creighton said, they're organic. They evolve quickly. Information changes. Your position changes. And I like to say this: in order for there to be a second guesser, there has to be a first guesser. So coming in and second guessing every single thing law enforcement did or didn't do, I don't think is fair. I think SLED did a phenomenal job. I applaud them. The Carlton County Sheriff's Department, the other law enforcement agencies and partners we worked with. They were just trying to get to the truth. They didn't have a beat on Alec. In fact, you heard David Owen testify early on. There was a circle. It's kind of like everyone's in the circle and no one's in the circle. Right. They have to start somewhere.
They eliminate. You start with everybody in, and then
right. No one's a target, and no one's out. It could be anybody. And they were every name they were given, they had to go talk to them. If someone sent an email in saying Bill Jones or John Doe was saying he didn't like Maggie or Paul and wanted to hurt them, they'd have to go interview that guy and find an alibi. And that was taking officers off the street. They followed every lead. They were pulling people out of that circle left and right every day. And they tried to do the same for Alec. But the information that he gave, it just never added up. And now we know why. It was revealed when he took the stand why his side of the story didn't add up. So he actually validated and justified the fact that law enforcement was trying to get him out of the circle of suspicion and never could.
Perfect segue. I think you were reading my mind. Creighton, when did you learn that Alex Murdaugh was going to take the stand?
Well, I knew that he was going to likely take the stand when they first put in their first exhibit. Under our rules, once the defense offers any evidence, it changes the order of argument and gives the state that last closing. I also knew from my assessment of Alec who he was. And he was somebody who has been able to avoid accountability, who had been able to talk his way out of trouble, to convincingly lie for years and years and years. And so there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to believe that he could sit down in this courthouse and the county where he lives and look those jurors in the eye and convince them that he was not guilty of these crimes. And that's why I did the cross-examination in the manner I did. This is a different kind of cross. If you'd gone about it as a traditional cross, it would have been a disaster. I wanted him to talk. I wanted to start out constructive. I wanted to have long pauses because he couldn't help himself. He'd start talking. And I knew eventually he would end up lying on the stand in front of the jury. And they would see that, and they would see through that.
So you wanted him to feel comfortable?
Absolutely. I wanted to get him talking. I wanted to get him explaining, because I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it on those interviews. I've talked to the victims of the white collar cases. And so I know, he's confident in himself to do that. And he can also look the jurors in the eye and give that closing argument and do that. And so I wanted him talking. And I think in the end, He hung himself on a few things. It was very clear that he had very specific recall of things that don't seem to matter, and no recall of the things that most people would find important. And obviously, I haven't talked to any of the jurors, but I've heard that some of them have spoken and said that his testimony, was the kind of thing that really made them realize that what he was telling them wasn't truthful.
Alex Murdaugh, as we've all heard and knew by reputation, was a very effective and successful, attorney. He built his career, a very successful career, standing in front of juries, probably in this very courthouse, in front of that very jury box, as well as the other courthouses in this area, making millions of dollars, doing brilliant closing arguments, connecting with jurors and getting them to believe him. And I truly believe in my mind that he viewed this as a closing argument. Taking the stand as a witness in his own murder case was his way of giving a closing argument. And I believe that he felt that he could talk his way out of anything, as evidenced by things that he'd been doing for years. The way he was playing a shell game with the money and getting people to believe this and do that and ripping them off. He thought he could do this again and manipulate this jury. And obviously he ran out of runway.
It was interesting to me that you focused so much on the financial crimes. And the first day I was like, oh my gosh, move past it. Were you just trying to get admissions? Is that why? Did you want him to admit to all of them?
Well, no, it's more complex than that. And I get that people might have been like, okay, why are we emphasizing this so much? But, a fundamental question for any juror is, what's going on with this person that could possibly cause them to kill their wife and son. And I know the defense tried to simplify that we were just saying that the motive was purely financial, and it wasn't that. What we were trying to show the jury was who this man really was, and the fact that he had been living on what I called a hamster wheel, this incessant roller coaster for over a decade, an exhausting series where he had to constantly stay one step ahead of the game, and all of this was coming to an end. We wanted to show how important this family legacy was to him, and that was about to come to an end. We wanted to show how the boat case was putting pressure on that and threatening to expose Alex himself. And all of this was coming, I think I called it a gathering storm, a perfect storm, as we neared June 7th. And all of those pressures, were very consistent with, in South Carolina, you can't put in evidence of psychological profiling and that sort of thing. But the word is family annihilator. And these were factors we'd identified in Alex that is a recognized psychological phenomenon of typically middle-aged, often white males, very successful, who were facing the prospect of a family breakup,
drug dependency,
family breakup, and financial ruin. And he fit that to a T. But it was also to explain this guy and how unique this is as a situation. I don't think it can be underestimated. And I said this in sentencing today, that no one who thought they were close to him, who thought they really knew him, whether it was family, whether it was his best friend, whether it was his law partners, whether it was his clients, whether it was members of the community, no one knew who this man really was. And the jury needed to understand that, because I did think that he thought he was going to be able to get up on the stand and try to, put on a show and convince them that he was in fact innocent.
And for a lot of people, it is a huge leap to go to brutally murdering your wife and your son. And so Creighton had to get into not just his motive, but his I guess what he was thinking at the time, his state of mind. I mean, he was right. I mean, he was living just on the precipice of total collapse for 10 years. And he was staying one step ahead of financial ruin and family ruin. And it was catching up to him. And he saw, like you said, an inevitable collision course that he was not going to be able to control. And this was a last gasp, desperate effort to do that. I've said this a couple of times, and it makes sense to me. I tell people all the time, in Alex's own mind, I do believe in his warped own way, he loved his family, but he loved himself more than he loved them. And murdering them was the price that he was willing to pay to preserve his way of life.
But it's so weird because we don't hear anything about domestic violence or issues in the marriage. I mean, it's weird.
It's not usually how this works. I mean, that's the thing. He's been living a lie for so long. That lie was more important than anything. That prominence, that family legacy, his law career, his wealth, even though he wouldn't even concede that he was wealthy to this jury, these things were more important to him than anything else. And again, it is weird. And I think I argued that to the jury. This is a unique situation. This is a unique individual. And you need to look at it in that context. You can't look at it rationally, because fundamentally crimes like this are never rational.
What's next with the financial crimes?
And that's a good point. That the financial crimes came up a lot in this trial, but for that reason. But they're still out there, and I want to be clear. He's got a right to a fair trial on those. He's presumed innocent until those charges are addressed. I always want to add that disclaimer, and it's not just a disclaimer. Those are fundamental parts of our system. But we plan to pursue those vigorously because there's an accountability about that goes to the heart of the system that we're all a part of. Abuse of alleged abuse of those victims there that also needs justice. I'm sorry, General.
No. I'm saying amen.
Do you always call him General?
That's what you call it.
To my face. When I walk, Creighton's very respectful to me.
And occasionally, Alan.
No, that's fine. It's fine. We're friends. I forgot what I was going to say.
I don't remember, boss.
Sorry, I had to make that joke.
No, we were talking about the financial crimes.
Yeah.
Someone
Any
asked.
deal to be offered?
No, well, I'm not going to comment because they're pending, but I will say that people have asked, why he's in prison. He's got, double murder, consecutive life sentences. And in my view, and I think Creighton would say amen to this, I mean, there are other victims who have a right and deserve to have their day in court. Regardless of what his outcome is, what his destiny and his fate are. So they deserve to have their cases. If he wants to plead to those, he's free to do so. Otherwise, they'll get their day in court as well.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Again, I loved how you did Dr. Kinsey on rebuttal. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Trying to help my teammate out.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a big assist.
Closing.
Right. And congratulations on a job well done. I know it's not easy. It was a long slog, but you kept your cool. You kept your cool. I was surprised some days with the things going on. So
I got to say this before we go. I had an amazing team. This is not just about the two of us sitting here. You saw all of them contribute. We've been, working together for a while, and I can't be more proud of all of them. And every one of them deserves all the credit as well. And that also goes for SLED and Colleton County and Orangeburg and Charleston, all our law enforcement partners. It's a team effort, and I wouldn't have survived without them.
all right. Thanks, gentlemen. So great to have you. All right. We'll be right back. You've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. Stay with us. Get one life. Why is that, Ron? I mean, they're being served consecutively, but you only get one life sentence. Why do they do it that way?
It's something allowed by the civil procedure. You know, if you are unfortunate enough to be convicted of a particular crime that allows for that sentence, they could be stacked on. You know, they could rest assured no one's going to resurrect anyone and make them do it again. But that's what's allowed, and it also is to emphasize the point that part of the reason we have these punishments is to deter people, so that other people hearing these things supposedly be like, wow, they're really going after them. They're not going to hold back, and the prosecution and the state can go and ask for what the law allows, and if it's 2 or more life sentences or more years, the 130 years or whatever, it's to emphasize the point of the gravity of the crime that they've been convicted of.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to our next question. It is from Jod Foster from Twitter. Do jurors have access to any mental health resources after going through a trial like this with such gruesome photos? Gigi, I've heard of mental health services being offered to jurors in the past. We don't know if that's been offered in this case, though.
Not sure if it has, but it really needs to be if it's not in place here, because you're asking everyday citizens who have no desire to do this kind of work, stumble on crime scenes, see the worst of the worst in people and what they can do to other people. It can be terrible. And I know watching one particular juror, she struggled very, very bad when those graphic crime scene and autopsy photos were put up. In fact, I believe that's one reason we took a break. So these are things they'll never be able to unsee. So if we don't have something like that available, it really does need to be when you're asking everyday citizens to come and see things that most people choose not to do for a career or for whatever reason.
And it was incredibly gruesome. We know we haven't seen the photos, of course, but we heard about them. We can only imagine how gruesome they were. We did see some that were pretty graphic, though. Glavset from Twitter, whose fingerprints were found on Paul and Maggie's phones? Not sure. Can you take that one for me, Michael Bryant?
As far as I know, it was nobody you wouldn't expect to have the fingerprints on the phone, meaning the family members. So it didn't really provide anything new and interesting. Hey, I want to mention about those photos. You may have heard the judge this morning. Apparently, a couple of autopsy photos have been released surreptitiously by somebody, apparently within the court structure there. And the judge mentioned how wrong that is, and he even mentioned the Kobe Bryant photos, case. That that person, whoever did that, the county was on the hook for $28 million. To go to the Bryant family, Vanessa Bryant, because those photos were released. And now we're seeing something similar here. Hopefully they'll get to the bottom of it, because that's kind of sacrosanct and should not be violated for all the reasons we've talked about.
And the Judge Newman said they came from the well. They came from the court. So it's somebody did something and it was wrong. Let's bring in our next guest, who just magically appeared here before me and next to me. Mark Tinsley represents the family of Mallory Beach, and you saw him on the witness stand not once but twice during this trial. Once outside of the presence of the jury, one in front of the jury. Mark, thanks so much for joining us here on the Lunch Show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're the tiger on the tail. You're the tiger.
I was the tiger.
I think you're still the tiger. Your friend Eric Bland calls you a terrorist, so I think you're still the tiger. I was going to play that Survivor song, or the song from Rocky or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Relieved. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what I think most. I mean, it's a bittersweet moment. It's a certain level of accountability that was certainly needed. It was needed for the victims, for the family, for the community, but really for the system. And so I'm relieved that they got it right. And, but it's a sad day too. I mean, 2 people died, and 2 people that I knew were savagely murdered.
I wanted to talk to you about that, because obviously this is a small legal community here in South Carolina, and you practiced, you had done cases, I think you said, with Alex Murdaugh, but you said you knew Paul from the time he was a kid.
Yeah, I knew him when he was a young child, and had a house near them at Edisto Beach. You've heard that about Edisto. And so, I mean, I've known Paul since he was, I think, about 8 years old.
So you come to be involved in the boat case you're suing somebody, you're pursuing this against somebody you've known since he was 8 years old. I mean, what were your thoughts when that happened? You're just like, I have to get justice for Mallory's family. I have to do this. It doesn't matter if I know Paul.
Well, that's right. I mean, initially I didn't sue Paul. I really didn't sue Paul until Alec and the people helping him began to hide his assets after he's in jail and after the murders.
Sure. But I mean, you were suing his dad.
Right. I was always suing his dad. Right. But the beginning, the whole thing always changes. There are different times there. But in the beginning, I really honestly thought this was something that I was going to help the Beaches get this resolved. I mean, I couldn't fathom a world in which somebody could be so indifferent to the significance of this loss, to the clear liability, and not step up and do the right thing, even if you're Alex Murdaugh.
And Mallory's father was here. He accompanied you to court today.
He did. He wanted to be here to honor Paul and Maggie.
Your thoughts on what Alex Murdaugh, that whole back and forth with the judge? I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
There's a video when Ted Bundy was sentenced in Florida, and at the end, Ted Bundy says something to the effect of, "It's absurd that you're saying this to me because I'm innocent," and there's so many similarities. I mean, he's never going to admit it, whether he's convinced himself, like Judge Newman said, that person on drugs or some other person did it, that he didn't do it, but it's quite clear he did.
Watching this whole thing unfold, I can't begin to wonder what it's like for somebody like you who has the connection to the family, and then you end up suing them, and then Maggie and Paul are murdered. Did you ever think this was related to the boat crash at first, or were you just left with questions as everyone else was?
Well, yeah. I mean, in fact, lots of people would call me and they'd see Paul out, and that day, the day of the murders, I got a call. Somebody who was upset. They'd seen him on a boat drinking that weekend, and they were upset, and so when I heard about the murders at 1 o'clock in the morning, the night of, my first thought was, oh my God, what did I say to that guy? Because I didn't say anything. It was just, well, that's not my part. I'm handling the civil case. You should contact the Attorney General's office. They tried to get a ankle monitor. They tried to get some things like that. But so you need to call them in terms of if you're upset about it. But if you see him again, take a video, send me a picture.
Right.
And so only in that sense, what did I think? And I think that's why he did it the way he did it. I think it was easy to try to spin this vigilante narrative.
Would you like to take a viewer question from?
I can try.
Well, I'm going to wing one at you. That's what we do. And if you don't know the answer, you just say you don't. How is the defense being paid? If so, how? We've heard some rumblings about this. This is a question from RR from YouTube. We've heard some of the retainer for Paul may have covered it.
Yeah, I think some of the retainer for Paul they had. There was a 401k that Alec had. We as in victims suing him in a civil case, we couldn't get to the 401k. So there was an agreement to liquidate the 401k. And when they liquidated it, they got some money from that. And then there was about $300,000 that was left over that went into the receiver's account because the court took control of all of Alec's assets and all of his funds. And so that money is available in that receiver account for all of Alec's victims. There's not a lot there in the whole scheme of what he's done and what he owes, but they got paid with some of that money as well.
Very interesting. Well, Mark Tinsley, thanks so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it. And we wish the Beach family all of the best. There's really nothing we can say, but we wish them the best. And as you pursue justice for Mallory.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, everybody. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime. We will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here. We are live from Walterboro, South Carolina, and you are watching Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions. We've been doing a lot of chatting this half hour or so, but we've had a lot of great guests, so we had to get to it. Let's get back to your questions, though. Michael Bryan is with me. Gigi McKelvey is down here with me in Walterboro, and Ron Zambrano, a trial attorney, is with us as well. So let's get to the questions. JRS1 from YouTube. Was there any credibility to the rumors of a bonfire in the days after the murder at the property? And if so, why was it not brought up as a possibility for getting rid of clothes and guns? Michael Bryan, I don't remember hearing about this, but you can't get rid of a gun with a bonfire.
That would be one hot bonfire. No, I mean, there's so many stories swirling about. None of that ever came to fruition in the trial, that's for sure.
Right, most certainly. All right, our next question. Why didn't they try to find out who the DNA under Maggie's fingernails belonged to? This is from Katharina Hetherington from YouTube, Gigi. I think it was a quantity issue, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah. They did try, and that was something, too, I was surprised that the defense didn't really bring up in closing arguments hard. But no, they never were able to get a profile. But I thought it was... it was an argument, although it seems like the jurors had made their minds up by that point anyway.
I think it was 3 alleles. So that's a part of the DNA. You have to have so many to do things. Okay, Ron, let's get over to you. Why were the ordinances and statutes listed in the verdict, not just the crimes and the guilty verdict? This question is from Kalo Wine from Twitter. Ron, why do you think that is, the statutes but not the crimes?
That's more for the record. Whenever, I think in any verdict, whether it's civil or criminal, you win on what you plead or you get charged with, and if you have to fill out the sections to make sure that whatever the section requires as far as elements are concerned are met according to the verdict. So it's just to make it clean. I know, I'm over in LA and we're so interested in what's happening. Like I'm debating it with people in my office. We don't know anything about the statutes, but we totally understand that. Oh yeah. I mean, we learn a little bit more about South Carolina law, but that's why they're there for it, in order to make it a clean record. So, because we know they're going to appeal this case.
Oh, most certainly. All homicide cases go up on appeal. Birdie 648-55281 from Twitter. Does South Carolina have the death penalty if it was removed for the case to life? Yes, they do have the death penalty, but the Attorney General's office back last year, I believe, said due to the circumstances surrounding this case, they would not be pursuing it. They could have. They opted not to do so. Pardon me. Deborah _Cavallari from Twitter. Actually, we had already asked that question. Sorry about that. I'm seriously surprised that no family spoke on Alex's behalf or Maggie's family for the state. What's up with that? Head and 2 Herods from Twitter, Michael Bryant. She's asking that question. The Attorney General kind of touched on that earlier, but were you surprised that John Marvin and Buster did not get up and say something on behalf of Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, a little bit. Remember, they both testified, so that gave you some hint as to how they might have been feeling about things. But when the defense explained why they did, it made perfect sense. And that was basically, what is the purpose of the sentencing and of victim impact statements, if you will, or family statements? In theory, it's to affect the sentence. And unless you just feel like you want to chat, you want to vent about something. And there was no way anything they said was going to affect the sentence, because it's primarily mandatory once he was found guilty of the 2 murders. So it made perfect sense. And I know we probably would have liked to have seen and heard, but it made sense that they didn't say anything.
Catherine Turley from YouTube has this question. Is there any remedy when you are indicted on fabricated evidence? That's basically what the defense claimed in this case, Ron, but the jury didn't buy it.
Yeah, the jury didn't buy it. I think it's because there was so many admissions by Alec about what he fabricated and lied about. So the idea that it would kind of, the pendulum would swing in his favor in that context, I don't think would ever happen. It's quite incredible that he took the stand, and he had no choice but to admit he took all that money and was dishonest. But I think that's why the jury wouldn't buy it, because they'd heard it from his own mouth that he is dishonest. And why would they? Why even consider things being made up against him?
Okay, our next question, Jessica Johnson from YouTube. Do you even understand what reasonable doubt is? I think we all do. They usually say it's about, if you were looking at it as a percentage, it'd be about 95% or better. So I think we do. Brandon Mahaffey from YouTube. Actually, he's no longer with us. This was a question from Creighton Waters, so sorry about that. Let's move on. Sean L. from YouTube. Has SLED looked into the drone video showing Buster and John Marvin moving guns from Alameda 1 or 2 days after the murders? I'm going to take this question because it wasn't 1 or 2 days after the murders. It was in September of 2021 after, I believe, the roadside shooting incident. So I think there's a lot of confusion out there. People are seeing this on that Netflix show. It was not after the homicides. It was in September, 3 months later, and SLED had already released the scene and collected the firearms they felt they needed. Les Phillips from YouTube, question 1. There was no life insurance on Maggie and Paul. Gigi, that first question will go to you, and I'll hit you with the second part of this question.
Yeah, we have never heard anything about any life insurance policies for Maggie and Paul. Alex said there was none, and there was never any evidence produced that showed that was in place, but it would have been interesting. That could have been a whole other motive, but no, as far as we know, there were none.
And the second part of Les's question, Maggie was not having an affair with anyone, so the only motive was sympathy?
Yeah, I mean, we had heard these rumors before the trial started that she was seeking a divorce. She had been to a divorce attorney. She had been to a forensic accountant. And because it did not come up in trial, I really don't think there's any validity to those rumors. We've never heard anything about Maggie, really, Alec, other than that one time 15 or more years ago that was testified about by Maggie's sister, I believe, Miriam, where she suspected he had a little fling with an old college girlfriend for a minute and actually kicked him out of the house for part of the time, but nothing recent. It seems like, by all accounts, from what Miriam said, I think when her sister said she was happy, that spoke volumes to me that Maggie in her mind may be dealing with the pill issue, which is hard, but still, she was happy, she loved him, and obviously never saw any of this coming.
Yeah, and I don't think Judge Newman let the jury hear, it came up, Creighton Waters brought it up, but the judge didn't let the jury hear that. Anna from YouTube, Michael Bryant, do you think someone else did it and Alec is taking the blame for it, or someone was involved with him? Good question, because he said today, I didn't do this. I would never hurt Maggie and Paul, is what he said, Michael Bryant.
Yeah, he said that again. He took the word intentional out, which, remember, he said when he testified, which caused some stir. And he says he's innocent now because they got appeals coming. What are you going to do? You're going to say, I did it, and oh, by the way, I got a valid appeal? No, he had to maintain that. Whether he is or isn't innocent, he had to maintain that. I think there was a missed opportunity by the defense to come up with some sort of cartel, hit squad story. I know they went to great lengths to create these 5'2" Munchkin shooters, which may have helped a little bit. But I think if you argued, I really wanted to see some opioid use expert on there that would make it clear that there's no way this guy used as many pills as he says he paid for. Why? Because he was dealing them or helping deal them for somebody else, a cartel of some sort. And how does a cartel send a message when you're not complying, you're not paying up? They kill your family. They don't kill you. They come after your family. I just think it would have been helpful to come up with that. And the evidence in play gave them the opportunity to make that argument. There was enough there. They just didn't make it.
All right. We are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming, and we will get to them when we come back, or at least as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are live from Walterboro, South Carolina, on the lawn of the Colleton County Courthouse, where Alex Murdaugh, was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole earlier today for the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. We are taking your questions, so let's get to as many of them as we can with the time that we have left. Our next question is Pitbull Mom, and she asks, what about John Marvin? Is he the cleaner? Was he investigated? There was a lot of talk about that, Gigi. People were online were calling him a fixer and stuff like that, but he got up on the stand and it sounded like he was cooperative. But what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that if that were the case, they would know, and maybe we would see some kind of accessory charges. But since we haven't, I don't see that anything like that went on. But that's just me. I mean, I could be wrong. This stranger things have happened in this case, but I have to say he seems like a really nice guy, and I've interacted with him a few times. He's very gracious. I don't really get into all the rumor stuff, so I'm a little bit behind on all that. But I really do think anybody that would have assisted him with these murders would have been charged by now.
And he does seem like a nice man. Our next question is from Sweetie Pie from YouTube. Do jurors who go on TV or talk about the case get paid? Michael Bryant.
They can. I mean, there's no prohibition to sell their story, as it were. So, it depends on the outlet. A lot of places don't pay for interviews. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's totally up to them and totally illegal.
Mm-hmm. Monica French from YouTube asks, wouldn't taking this to court with misinformation of blood spatter cause a mistrial? This is the T-shirt issue, Ron, that was argued at trial, and allowing financials would give reason to convict outside evidence of murder. So first of all, if the state had brought in this whole T-shirt that didn't have blood on it when they initially, I guess, turned it over to the defense and said, yeah, it had blood on it, what would that have done in this trial?
Oh, well, I think it would have been a very, very small piece of the evidence that was presented. The other being what was addressed in this question was that, the financials issues, which was brought in because the defense opened the door. But I think it would have been a very small piece. I think it would have been completely, probably the word is overrun or overshadowed by what was really hammered home through cross of Alec, which is his lying to his clients because he was stealing from them. I think it would have been a very, very small part. Might technically maybe be a mistrial, but I don't think it would have had that much of an effect.
I mean, if they would have come into court and tried to present evidence that didn't really exist, it wouldn't have been allowed, and it would have hurt their credibility incredibly. Les Phillips from YouTube, Gigi, who owned the property at Moselle at the time of the murders, Maggie or Alec?
I believe Moselle was solely in Maggie's name, if I'm not mistaken. In the Edisto house, that was 50-50 for both Alec and Maggie.
Yeah, and
I believe they just settled that.
Is my recollection as well.
Yeah,
What's
I think they just settled that. I believe, with Buster settling the civil suit against himself and his mom's estate, I do believe I read that he is set to get some money from the sale of Moselle.
Right. And I think you are right about that. He's supposed to get $500,000, I think, from his mom's estate. That was part of the settlement with Mallory Beach's family, and they agreed to that. Sean L. from YouTube asks, do you think the Stephen Smith case will gain traction now that the Murdaughs have no power or influence? Ron, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it will. I think there's a political motive now to do it, and also there's less protection for it. The legacy has been broken, so to speak, and I hope it will, because there is enough to come forward.
All right, Jessica Kennedy from YouTube. How could they use the financials if he hasn't been convicted of them? or no conviction because he confessed. So how did they use that when he hadn't been convicted, Michael Bryant?
Yeah, it actually probably would have been better if he had been convicted, because then they would have likely been allowed just to bring in the fact he had been convicted of some felonies that involved lying. But because they were bringing these events in, not to show his character or that he committed the murders, only that he was a liar and a cheat in those other incidents, that's why it came in. That's the legal fiction, that you can only look at it, jury members, for one purpose and not another. And that's why I've said from the very beginning, they blurred that line. They blew past that line, in my opinion, and used it as character assassination. And you're not allowed to do that.
All right. So there you have that. Well, we are running out of time. I'm going to see Brenda Williams from YouTube. Why didn't he say I never murdered my family instead of hurt? Good question. It would have been a good question maybe on cross-examination. So I'll answer that one for you. And unfortunately, we're out of time for this hour. We appreciate you giving us all the questions. I'm going to be signing off. Gigi is going to be signing off too, as is Michael and Ron. Ron and Michael, everybody, thanks for being with us. Thank you for being with us too. Linda Kenny-Bodden is up next. Stay tuned.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict.
Yes, you heard it right. Alex Murdaugh, guilty of the murders of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We have reached the end of the case in South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh, the disgraced attorney who was on trial for the double murders of both his wife and his son. The jury actually came in with a verdict in 2 hours and 50 minutes of deliberations. The trial itself spanned 6 weeks. Now, we will get to Judge Newman's sentencing of the convicted murderer. That'll be a little later in our show, but for now, I'd like you to view the verdict in its entirety.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3-2-23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty, signed by the foreperson of the jury, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00594, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
We had a little wince there, so with me to discuss this verdict, which was brought in lightning speed by that very attentive jury, who I think got it right. So I'll just give you my opinion first, is former federal prosecutor Francie Hakes, a friend of mine I haven't seen in a while. Francie, so glad you're back with us. And of course, Bob Murdaugh, one of my favorite guests, also host of the Defense Diaries. Check him out on Twitter and his show. Let me start with you, Francie, because you and I have not had a chance to talk about this. Right or wrong verdict?
Right. I think it was the right verdict, Linda. Some of the things, though, that struck me while the clerk was reading the verdict, one, she seemed like she hadn't read very many verdicts. Two, there were separate indictments, which I've never really seen before. Normally, you charge the same series of conduct offenses in one indictment, so I found that to be curious. But also, a juror this morning on a network said, Linda, that it only actually took them 45 minutes to reach their verdict. So that sort of begs the question, what were they doing for the other 2 hours? Because it doesn't appear that they were going through all of the evidence or looking over the testimony of the witnesses. But it seems like from all of the evidence in the case, they got the verdict right.
Right. And, those of us who sat through it, I think we kind of, as soon as the jury went out, said, okay, we know what we're going to decide. I even actually said it beforehand, but I did wait in deference, since I'm a defense attorney, for the defense to put on their case. Bob Murdaugh, we've been into a back and forth on this case a lot. But given the fact, and you and I talked about it, the kennel video, and the kennel video, is that where the case began and stopped?
Absolutely. I think I saw a juror on Good Morning America, or I read about it, and they said that was it. The kennel video in combination with the lie, they could have stopped the case right there. Everything about the investigation by SLED, or lack thereof, held no weight with the jury. At the end of the day, the guy was in a place that he said that he wasn't, and it happened to be right around the time that his wife and son were murdered. So those two things combined were just impenetrable for the defense.
And Francie Hakes, I was thinking about this actually on the way in. We normally talk about the financial crimes, and the prosecution said, that was the parameters. That was the hot pot that was around this man when this happened. And, if he had killed himself, we'd say, yeah, because we read about it all the time, right? Somebody's under great financial stress, great financial trouble. What do? In Wall Street in 1929, they jumped out of buildings. So why it would be different that this hot pot exploded and killed maybe the ones he loved? Maybe the defense got it wrong. Maybe he killed them out of love and not hate.
Well, that's an interesting question, Linda. I mean, I thought that motive was actually the weakest part of the prosecution's case. And I didn't think it really came together until rebuttal, when the prosecutors started talking about the hounds were at the gates and sort of the combination of things. So not just the financial crimes, but also the boat case, his drug habit, and all of these things were closing in on him. I thought that was a much more persuasive motive than just the financial crimes, because if you've got financial crimes that were coming to light that didn't have much, if anything, to do with your wife or son, why would you kill your wife or son? While that might delay proceedings for a while and might delay your being held accountable for your financial crimes for a while, it's not going to let you off the hook. So it didn't make a lot of sense to me until it all really came together in the end.
And Bob Murdaugh, we'll listen to the judge later, but the judge did make some mention of perhaps the drugs made you somebody else, made you a monster, the two-headed monster, out of Hades, if you will. Thoughts?
I mean, there certainly could be truth to that. That's a very long time to be addicted to opioids. None of us really know, in terms of not being able to really trust what he said on the stand with respect to how much he was doing on a daily basis. But I do believe that he was addicted to them, in terms of a kind of fundamental shift in his being, mentally, to the extent where he's capable of doing something, to me, which is unthinkable. That was the hardest thing for me to get over in terms of going to the side of guilty, was I just personally cannot fathom ever doing that to my family. And I couldn't bring myself mentally to the point where this guy was able to get there. And I guess the opioid use could be as viable as an excuse as anything. I mean, at least it's some kind of an excuse.
Yeah, and I keep saying to people, and Bob, you follow my Twitter account, Kenny Bodden, that here in New Jersey, or we're in New Jersey, we're actually in New York right now, there was a famous case of John List on the lam for 18 years, financial hardships. He killed his mother-in-law, his wife, his 3 kids with 3 different guns, and was caught because of a TV show. Anyhow, we're going to take a break. This show will all be about all things Alex Murdaugh and his conviction yesterday and sentencing today in the court. Stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. We are discussing the conviction and the sentencing of Alex Murdaugh. Well, yesterday, 12 jurors entered that jury room, and within 3 hours, they came out with their verdict, and it was guilty. After having sat through 6 weeks of trial, the most horrendous crime scene pictures one could ever have imagined, and Alex Murdaugh himself testifying for 2 days. One of those jurors, Craig Moyer, spoke out this morning on Good Morning America. My hats are tipping to you, jury, Mr. Moyer, all the jurors, but let's listen to him right now.
It was 2 not guilty, 1 not sure, and 9 guilty.
What was your vote?
Guilty.
From the start?
Yes. Started deliberating, going through the evidence. Everybody was pretty much talking, and about 45 minutes later, after all our deliberating, we figured it out.
So it took basically 45 minutes for you guys to come to a decision?
Probably about 45, maybe an hour.
That's really fast.
Yeah, the evidence was clear.
When he said it was him, were you surprised?
I was very surprised.
Why?
That was his only savior right
For some
there.
people, it's so hard to understand how a husband, especially a father, would kill their own son. What made you so sure that he had?
His responses, how quick he was with the defense, and his lies, steady lies.
Did you feel like he was a liar?
A good liar, but not good enough.
What did you think when Alex Murdaugh took the stand?
I didn't think much of him.
Really?
Really. I didn't see any true remorse or any compassion or anything.
Even though he cried a lot on the stand.
He never cried.
He never cried. What do you mean by that?
All he did was blow snot.
Did you not see tears?
No tears.
How did you know he wasn't crying?
Because I saw his eyes. I was this close to look at everything. It's all plain and clear.
Bob Murdaugh, it's like a trial, isn't it? How do you know he wasn't crying? Question, the answer, because I saw his eyes. Your thoughts?
Well, it just shows, and we focus on it a lot on the network in terms of kind of always zooming in on Murdaugh or any defendant really during the course of a trial. And we do that for a reason, because we're trying to kind of impart to our viewers exactly what the jurors are looking at. And if people don't think that courtroom demeanor of the defendant is important, this goes to show you it is, whether it's him sitting at counsel table or definitely him on the stand. This guy was reading him like a book, and he clearly was not buying what Alex Murdaugh was selling.
Francie Hakes, as you know, I've represented a number of high-profile defendants, and usually are sitting next to them in a courtroom with a camera, both facing me and my client. And the one thing I always mention to everybody, that camera will pick up everything, because the jury is going to pick up everything, and you have to be sure that you're being honest. So let me ask you this. He took the stand. I would have lassoed him, never letting him take the stand, because when a case comes down to a defendant on the stand, that's all that matters. Talk to me about what went wrong.
Well, I think it's interesting because I disagree with that juror, first of all, because your cameras were very closely on Alex Murdaugh, and he was crying. Now, whether you believe his tears or not is a whole nother question. But with respect to him testifying, I think he didn't have a choice. Once the judge let in the financial fraud information, once it was very clear that the state was going to focus on that as a motive, I don't think Murdaugh really had much of a choice but to testify, because he had to persuade the jury that he wasn't the unfeeling monster that these crimes portrayed him as. I mean, stealing from children, disabled people, people hurt in car accidents. It's horrific that he did that with apparently no concern whatsoever for them. And so it made him look like a monster, and he had to testify and try to humanize himself. Clearly for this juror and the other 11, he didn't. I mean, it didn't work. He didn't humanize himself because they didn't believe a word he said.
Yeah, and Bob Murdaugh, okay, so he talked to the jury. Before he got on the stand, as Francie points out, though, he was a thief, right? He was a stealer. He was he took a lot of money from a lot of people. But one of the high points of Creighton Waters, I thought, was that you sat right across the table from Mr., Mrs., Ms., child, whatever it was, and you lied to their face when you explained to them about the jury giving you money or about the settlement giving you money. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, it was a gut punch. I agree. It was one of Waters' high points in terms of his closing and in terms of his ability to be able to show the jury, look, he sat on the stand. He may have looked as if he was telling you the truth, but I'm telling you, and you heard it from him, that he's lying all the time. That's his superpower. He is a master manipulator. His ability to be able to look you in the eye and make you believe what he's saying is unparalleled. And, Waters made it very clear to him, don't buy into it. He's lying to you.
And all of his friends, Francie, and his law partners, and all said the same thing. He was an excellent person in BS. He was a master manipulator. So let me talk to you about this aspect when he is on the stand. He gets there and he wants to tell his story about SLED. And he wants to say, I was scared of SLED. I didn't trust them. That's why I lied about whether or not, I touched Paul, whether or not I was at the kennels. And that was the big one at the time. But then I like to call Creighton Waters Bob Balaban, the actor. He kind of put that crescendo at the end and said, okay, here's the officer on the scene. You told him this, you told him this, you told him this. SLED isn't even in the area. Your thoughts about how that went down?
Well, it never made any sense, really, Linda. And part of that was because his entire family was law enforcement for a long time, going back a century. He was a part-time solicitor. He knew these law enforcement officers. He had blue lights installed in his private vehicle. He carried a badge around and apparently flaunted it all the time. So to say that he was intimidated or paranoid or nervous around SLED didn't make sense, not just because SLED wasn't around when he first started telling his story, but also because of his close connection and his family's close connection with law enforcement. I mean, obviously that was one of the biggest lies in the trial, was him having to overcome the alibi lie. And if the defendant has lied about where he was at the most significant time in the case, the time of the murders, it certainly suggests to a jury, as it obviously did here, that he lied because he's guilty and he was there.
Yeah. And the little things, you can't remember your last conversation with your wife who's brutally murdered. I can tell you that if I came home and my husband had been killed brutally, I'd be calling everybody about the last conversation I had, because I want to recount the wonderful nature of the relationship, the wonderful nature of the person. So Bob Murdaugh, okay, he had also a chance for a Perry Mason moment. Not only did he lie about the kennels, but the blue shirt and the shoes never were produced by them. Now, obviously, it's the state's burden to produce to prove the case, but he could have come into court with them, couldn't he?
No, I mean, they vanished off the face of the earth. And what's even more befuddling to me is the guy had like a year to go buy a replacement. I mean, to me, that goes to the depths of his just absolute, refusal to acknowledge the fact of what he had done. And, he just thought he was beyond reproach. He thought he was untouchable. I mean, to me, having that period of time in order to either buy a replacement or, wash the one that he had to the extent of where maybe he could produce it. I mean, it speaks volumes. We had talked about that, between the missing clothes that just never appeared and the fact that, the video was in existence, those two things were impossible to get over.
Yeah, and juries are not stupid and try to do the right thing. They do not like when the wool is being pulled over their proverbial eyes. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here in the Law and Crime Network. When we come back, I'll be joined by Bob Murdaugh, Francie Hakes, and I see Grogu is also making an appearance here on the Law and Crime Network when we discuss the verdict, the conviction, and the sentencing of Alex Murdaugh. Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. We are discussing all things Alex Murdaugh, especially as they relate to his conviction for the double homicide of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and his sentencing, which occurred this morning. But right now, I want to take you back to yesterday after the jury spoke. And again, my hat's off to anyone who does jury service. Thank you very much. But after the jury spoke, the state of South Carolina, through its Attorney General, Alan Wilson, called General Wilson, believe it or not, who had a part in this trial by actually questioning the last witness on the stand and being in court much of the time over the 6 weeks, talk to the media, talk to you, talk to the voters. Let's listen.
What a great day for the people of South Carolina. I want to thank every one of you for being here tonight. There's a lot of emotion here tonight at this courthouse. A lot of a year and a half, nearly 2 years of blood, sweat, and tears, it feels like. A lot of hard work from so many people. So if you will just bear with me, there's there's a lot of people I have to thank. But first, those of you who don't know, I'm Alan Wilson. I'm South Carolina's Attorney General, and I got the best staff of any Attorney General in the United States of America. I want to start by thanking our prosecution team. I want to tell you, I've been here for nearly 6 weeks with this team, living in a hotel, and it felt almost like being in a dorm environment in college. Late nights, cramming, studying, little sleep, away from our families, getting up early, getting here to the courthouse, working long hours, getting on each other's nerves at times. But it was all worth it. It was all worth it because we got to bring justice and be a voice for Maggie and Paul Murdaugh and bring justice for the people of South Carolina. I'd like to start real briefly by thanking our team. First, excuse me, let me put my glasses on. Our chief prosecutor, I tell you, I appointed Creighton Waters to be the chief prosecutor of this case nearly a year and a half ago. And I want to say I'm pretty brilliant because I picked the right guy. And I want to say thank you to Creighton Waters. Creighton, you did a fantastic job. I don't think there's another attorney in the state of South Carolina that could have led this Herculean effort. But Creighton will be the first to tell you he didn't do it alone because he had a team of people. I want to first thank Don Zelinka, who is actually Creighton's boss, Deputy Attorney General, been in the Attorney General's office for over 40 years, sitting here to my immediate left. Don Zelinka, thank you so much. John Metters, many of you got to see him do the closing argument today. John, thank you. You've been a phenomenal add to our team. I'm going to go quickly through the names, but as I read the names, please raise your hand. You know Creighton, you saw Don, and you see John. David Fernandez, John Conrad, Johnny James, Savannah Gowd, Ozzie Toledo, Shane Acito, Carly Jewell, Carson Burney, Danielle Colon, and our victims advocate, Trisha Allen. I also want to say thank you to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Mark Keel assigned some amazing men and women. And when I say it was an agency-wide effort on behalf of SLED, I can't underscore that part enough. Every time I called Chief Keel, every time I reached out to the lead agents, every time Creighton was asking me, hey, General, we need something from SLED, we would reach out to SLED, and they were there. They busted their butts. I can't begin to list every agent, and some can't be listed for obvious reasons. Some are standing up here tonight. I told them I wasn't going to mention their names, but we would not be here if it wasn't for SLED. And I want to thank Mark Keel and his team and all of the men and women across the entire state law enforcement division for what they did to make tonight a possibility. Amen. I also want to thank the FBI and the Secret Service, our federal partners. We had to utilize many of their assets and resources. We couldn't do all the things that we did without our federal partners. We had a lot of local partners. We had the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, Buddy Hill, Sheriff Hill and his team providing the security. They did a phenomenal job, and they were there. They were the first responders the night on June 7, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were butchered brutally. They were the first responders, and they were the first ones to be there. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office, the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office were instrumental in supporting our investigative efforts. You all know Kenny Kinsey, our chief crime scene expert, was with the Orangeburg Sheriff's Office. I also want to thank the city of Walterboro. I think the mayor is here somewhere, and the police department. They provided security. Thank you. This whole community has embraced our entire team, and I cannot thank you enough. We've all been away from our families, 2 hours away from our families for the past 2 months. And it's this community that made us, we would walk into restaurants and people would come up and thank us. You know, you don't have any idea how good that makes people feel when they're under an incredible amount of stress, an incredible amount of scrutiny, and this community really embraced us.
Bob Murdaugh, let me start with you because we spoke a little bit about this last week. When Alan was in the courtroom, when the general was in the courtroom, Alan Wilson, and he did the examination of the final witness, Mr. Kinsey, the criminalist, and there was an objection. And at some point he said, Your Honor, I'm answering that because at 1 hour, 9 minutes into the defense presentation, it was very clear he knew all the facts, that he wasn't just there for window dressing, but by the same token, he was sending a message to the community that there's something greater than the Murdaugh family, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and just kind of the feeling that you got after this was done, you know, like after high profile trials, you know, the prosecution can, you know, in terms of their demeanor, and obviously if they've got a conviction, they're happy personally in terms of, you know, only attorneys know how much work goes into a trial like this, the preparation, that just, you know, like they said, the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into trying and preparing a case like this is like, it's hard to explain unless you've done it. In terms of like, you can't turn your brain off at night. You're never done. It's like when you leave the courtroom during that day, you're still in work mode up until the point where you can fall asleep if that's possible. And in the moment that you wake up. So yeah, no, I mean, he came in and I think that he had earned his place at the table. In the sense that he wasn't just there to try to, you know, forward his next campaign for Attorney General. I think he found his place in there, and he does deserve credit for putting the team together that he did.
Yeah. And Francie Haig, so he did touch upon thanking SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, but there was an issue with regard to one of the agents who mistakenly told the grand jury that there was blood, high velocity, I would say, blood spatter on the white T-shirt of Alex Murdaugh that they had taken from him that night. And also that 4 of the weapons that were loaded in the house were loaded with the same birdshot, buckshot arrangement with the weapon that obviously had killed Paul. Those facts turned out to be incorrect. Does SLED still have some examining to do, despite the fact they may have done a great job and everything else?
I think they do, Linda. I think the most important thing about trials like this, in addition to getting justice for the victims, is always the lessons learned by the prosecution and by law enforcement. Because as all 3 of us know, there is no such thing as a perfect investigation. There's no such thing as a perfect trial or a perfect case. There's always a mistake. Human beings are fallible. And here, SLED made a few mistakes, including the ones that you mentioned at the grand jury, but also failing to do some things. And the defense experts pointed out that the medical examiner failed to do some things. And so I guarantee you that at least there should be, back in the home offices, there should be some real deliberation about how to make sure that never happens again, to button up anything that can cause questions in the future. Because while I appreciate the Attorney General's enthusiasm for his team and the victory for justice, it could have gone the other way. The defense in this case did a really good job, and I wouldn't have been shocked with a hung jury. I might have been shocked at an outright acquittal, but I wouldn't have been shocked at a hung jury. And so while he's sort of exultant as if there was never a doubt, I think there was a lot of doubt in this case, given the vehemence of the defense case.
Yeah, and I think all 3 of us were saying at different times that it was always the kennel video versus the sloppy investigation and which one would prevail in the jury's eyes. But why don't we listen to a little bit more about the presser that happened yesterday? Both Alan Wilson spoke, but also Creighton Waters, the lead prosecutor, who clearly lived, breathed, and probably never slept in 6 weeks of this case. Let's listen.
Our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted. And they couldn't be here to testify for themselves tonight. Their testimony came through the evidence and the information that was gathered by the men and women of the agencies I've just mentioned. It came from the testimony of the agents and the investigators and the attorneys and the folks in our staff who were able to get it to the court record. And so I want to say tonight, their voice was heard tonight and justice was brought for them. We can't bring them back, but we can bring them justice.
Thanks, everybody. And I want to start by thanking this guy who's given me and all these folks behind us opportunities to do justice, which is what we want to do with our careers. It is very tough and demanding, but it's rewarding for moments like these. The general stole a lot of my lines, but I also want to thank the jurors for their long and arduous service. And we had no doubt that if we had a chance to present our case in a court of law, that they would see through the one last con that Alex Murdaugh was trying to pull. And they did, and we're so grateful for that. I get to lead the state grand jury section in the Attorney General's office. This particular case is not a state grand jury case. There are other indictments at our state grand jury. But the one thing about that is that I have an amazing team. And I want to be clear, this was a team effort. Y'all saw all of these folks behind me doing amazing work. And I can't be prouder of a team in my life. We called this our Super Bowl, and not because of the media attention, but just because of the effort that we knew that we would have to put into this. And we didn't really get to watch much of the Super Bowl that went on because when we arrived, I think it was winter and it feels like spring now. But every single member of this team, every single member of the state grand jury staff, what we do well is work together as a team in complex investigations, and who we work with is my partners at SLED. And I can't thank them enough as well, because we're used to working on these complex cases and working together. And I'm not leaving out Sheriff Hill and the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and our federal partners in Orangeburg and Charleston Sheriff's Office and all the other agencies that have worked on this case. I also want to thank Miss Becky, if she's still up there, because she's been amazing. The clerk staff has been amazing. The court staff has been amazing. The bailiffs have been amazing. And again, I also want to thank this community who really has embraced us and has been so great to us and made us able to survive this process that has been long and arduous. And I haven't been sleeping. I hadn't been. And I have been eating more than Kind bars every now and then. But, and I'm sure that's a nice plug for Kind. But anyway, it really has been a great process. We will have sentencing tomorrow, but justice was done today. It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. It doesn't matter what you think, how prominent you are. If you do wrong, if you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina. And I think South Carolina has shown to the nation and the world how a process can work and work well. Thank y'all.
So now I'm going to stop speaking as an attorney general, and I'm going to close as a father and as a husband to say that when you go home tonight, hug your loved ones, hug your spouse, hug your children, because this case reminds us of anything that you can't take for granted that people in your family are always going to be there. And right now, when I get home tomorrow, I'm going to hug mine, and I hope you hug yours. But thank you again. Thank you for your prayers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your prayers. You came and prayed for me. I see a lot of people come up and say we're praying for you. We appreciate your prayers. Thank you all so much.
Wow, that was the Attorney General of the state of South Carolina, Alan Wilson, who actually had a part in this trial, examined the final witness for the state before the state rested the rebuttal case. Francie Hakes. Okay, a lot of people have criticized this prosecution team, not me. I said there was going to be a guilty verdict, and I said the financials should come in. But on the financials, I do not think that those financials are going to cause a 404B reversal at all. I think they were going to come in on cross-examination because it was lying no matter what. And once that defendant took the stand, I believe that it's harmless error because he lied so many times to that jury over and over. His story was ridiculous that it was too much to overcome. What are your thoughts about those who say, oh, he's got a great appeal?
Well, Linda, I think that his attorneys, when they talked today, they listed some of the grounds that they think they have for appeal. And while the grounds they listed are decent, all the way up to the grounds to take this to federal court eventually, I don't think they'll be able to overcome the kennel video. I know we've talked about it and everyone talks about it as a key moment, but on appeal, it'll also be a key moment. Like you said, I think most courts will look at this and say, if there was error, it was harmless because the jury only needed to rely upon the fact that the defendant was at the scene of the crime right around the time of the crimes and then lied to law enforcement and his friends and family for months about being at the scene of the crime. And then that kennel video proved that he was lying. And that in and of itself, in combination with other evidence that was digital about, his phone mysteriously not pinging for an hour or an hour and a half, and the steps that he was taking, whether it was in his house or on the way to and from the kennel to the house, and some of the other evidence that came in, the guns being missing that match the guns, the clothes he was wearing earlier being missing. There's lots of evidence that, while circumstantial, is strong enough, I think, for an appeals court to say, even if there was error, it was harmless.
Yeah. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And let's talk about one of the other grounds the defense mentioned. That's the Fifth Amendment. And we heard Jim Griffith object in trial when Creighton Waters said to the defendant, well, you didn't tell law enforcement that. When's the first time he told law enforcement that you really were at the kennels? Bob, he talked to the police. Then he takes a stand. And then when he's on the stand, he says, well, I was trying, Mr. Waters, to reach them to tell them about that, but you never would meet with me and return my call. I don't think there's a Doyle violation, as we call it in the Fifth Amendment, there for the U.S. Supreme Court to take. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I think once he took the stand and made those statements, that vitiated any kind of Doyle issue at the appellate level. Look, at the end of the day, the bottom line is, Linda, you nailed it. It's all going to be seen as harmless error because of his testimony, him getting on the stand and just repeatedly lying. And now we have the benefit of actually hearing the jury, or at least one of them, as to what mattered to them. And it was one thing. It was the fact that they had the video and he lied about his presence, period. So the appellate court, whether they see these videos of the jurors, which I'm sure are going to be coming out with pretty great frequency in the next couple of weeks, the appellate court they're wise up there in terms of the way that they look at things, and they're going to be able to look at the transcripts of the trial, and they're going to look at his testimony, and they're going to know that everything else that surrounded his testimony was harmless error, because his testimony is what sealed his fate.
Yes, and high-profile cases tend to have, in my experience, a little different effect on appellate judges when they go up on appeal, that they're all aware of everything that's transpired too, because they do not live in a vacuum. Francie, let me just ask you a final question with regard to this whole issue of an appeal with him. All right, his attorneys today said they did not tell him not to take the stand. Do you believe them?
I'm not sure I believe them. I mean, every defense attorney counsels their client against taking the stand. Although I have to say, while I think you and Bob are right, ordinarily commenting on a defendant's silence and bringing bad character evidence in are two no-nos, and they are always vociferously argued pre-trial and during trial and on appeal. So I think those grounds, while I'm not sure they'll prevail, they're not bad grounds to appeal. And at some point, they'll litigate whether or not his defense attorneys, because while they said they're filing the appeal for him, at some point he'll get other counsel and he'll claim this counsel was ineffective.
Right. You're absolutely right. We always know that when we represent a client, we too could be accused of being a really, really bad lawyer. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, more, if you haven't had enough, of Alex Murdaugh, his conviction for a double homicide, and his sentencing this morning. Stay with us.
sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for a term of the rest of your natural life.
The rest of your natural life. Yes, that was just this morning when Alex Murdaugh was sentenced for the murders of his supposedly loving wife, as he called her, and his 22-year-old son, Paul. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms for his life in state prison, where he'll be taken to this afternoon. Welcome back to the Long Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, Creighton Waters, the prosecutor who prosecuted this case and started his opening with the storms are coming, and it ended his closing statement with this defendant had the motive and the means and the opportunity, also spoke in court. Why don't we listen?
And I'm so thankful that the jurors gave them a voice. You heard about Paul. Obviously, there was the boat case, but you also heard him described as a fun-loving young man, a person who loved life, a person who would do anything for his friends, for anyone. And he's cut down as he was just starting to live his life. You heard about Maggie. You heard how sweet she was. You heard that she was a girl's girl who adapted to the outdoorsman life of her sons, how much she loved her sister and her brother-in-law and their children. And she was cut down in the prime of her life. Both of them, like everyone else, was unaware of who he really was. No one who thought they knew this man, no one who thought they were close to this man knew who he really was. And Your Honor, that's chilling. Your Honor, a man like that, a man like this man, should never be allowed to be among free, law-abiding citizens again. And I would submit to you that the only just sentence here to give justice for Maggie and Paul is the maximum, and that would be 2 consecutive life sentences. Thank you, Your Honor.
Bob Murdaugh, host of Defense Diaries. Short, sweet, talking again how the defendant lies, he's deceitful, and we heard about his credibility a number of times. Right on target?
Creighton Waters was short and succinct, and he nailed the sentiment. And, you know, when you get a little deeper into the hearing, when the judge kind of was talking about his personal knowledge and his personal relationship in terms of him knowing Alex Murdaugh over the years and him trying to reconcile that the person that he thought he was and the person that was sitting before him today, it was, to me,
This has been,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Francie Hakes, you know, the judge said something before he sentenced him. He said, and we only have about a minute left, that I sit here also as a grieving father. What people don't know is he also buried his son about 3 days before this trial began. Your thoughts on his demeanor in this case, Judge Newman?
I thought the judge handled the case incredibly dignified. I mean, I think he didn't say much. He didn't seem to be grandstanding at all. You know, a lot of elected official judges they remember that they're elected. And so they tend to kowtow to the cameras or to the jury or to the members of the public in the courtroom. This judge was all business all the time. I'm not sure I agreed with all of his rulings, but he was definitely incredibly thoughtful and professional. Right. And I agree with the sentence.
Yes, hats off to Judge Newman. I think we watched him be incredibly dignified, give dignity to that court all the time. He also engaged in a conversation, I will tell you, with the defendant, which I had quite never seen done before, especially when I'm going to give 2 life sentences, about his conduct and what did he mean when he testified. It just was incredible testimony. But let me tell you, we're going to have to take a break. But on the other side of the break, we do have our own Anjanette Levy, who has been on the ground there in that courtroom this week. She has interviewed a number of people. There's nothing like being in the courtroom to get the absolute sentiment, and nothing like hearing from our own Anjanette Levy. Stay with us on the other side. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We're continuing our coverage of the conviction of Alex Murdaugh and the sentencing that occurred in court this morning. But we have our own Anjanette Leedy, who has been at the trial, who's always great, who gets the best interviews. If you want to talk, some kind of like riff on Creighton Waters, she has the motive, she has the means, and she has the opportunity to bring it all to you. Anjanette, hello.
Hello, Linda. I hope that doesn't make me a criminal, but I'll take it.
You.
Motive means an opportunity. Yeah, always trying to get the big interview, right? So we had the pleasure of sitting down with Attorney General Alan Wilson earlier today, and Creighton Waters, the lead prosecutor on this case, an assistant attorney general who runs the grand jury for the South Carolina Attorney General's office. And we had a wide-ranging talk. It was a really good conversation, I think. We asked some tough questions, but we really asked about this case. And this is a really horrific case. People have followed this case, but I don't know, unless you've seen some of the photographs and things like that, just, you hear about it. But this is absolutely horrifying what happened to Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. So take a listen to a little bit of my interview with Attorney General Alan Wilson from earlier today. Creighton Waters sitting right next to him.
Huge leap to go to brutally murdering your wife and your son. Mm-hmm. And so Creighton had to get into not just his motive, but his I guess what he was thinking at the time, his state of mind. I mean, he was right. I mean, he was living just on the precipice of total collapse for 10 years. And he was staying one step ahead of financial ruin and family ruin. And it was catching up to him. And he saw, like you said, an inevitable collision course that he was not going to be able to control. And this was a last gasp, desperate effort to do that. I've said this a couple of times and it makes sense to me. I tell people all the time, in Alex's own mind, I do believe in his warped own way, he loved his family, but he loved himself more than he loved them. And murdering them was the price that he was willing to pay to preserve his way of life.
And that was South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, going back to that theme that the prosecution weaved throughout this case, that Alex Murdaugh loved Paul and Maggie, as he said he did on the stand, but he loved himself more. And that is what they are saying and what they believe happened, what led up to the homicides on June 7th, 2021. Joining me, he's been with us several times. I feel like we've been on so much together, is Eric Bland. Our viewers probably know you well by now, attorney for Gloria Satterfield's sons, and also some of the other financial crime victims of Alex Murdaugh. So Eric, first of all, your thoughts on the sentence. I don't think we were surprised that he got 2 consecutive life without paroles, but were you surprised by the speed of the verdict? I already know the answer to this question.
Yeah, I mean, it was, they found him to be incredibly guilty, not just guilty, as they say in the old producers play. It was much faster than anybody anticipated. We thought that there would be at least some deliberation and maybe, I predicted a hung jury. I never predicted, and I don't think anybody did, a guilty verdict that fast. But what I think we forgot is, as lawyers and you're a seasoned reporter, we look at it and say, well, this piece of evidence is good, but this is a little wanting or a little lacking. But sometimes for the jury, it just comes down to some basic facts. And one of the things that you and I kept talking about is the debate is, well, the lack of scientific evidence, is that going to hurt the case? But once Alex got on the stand, it became a referendum against him.
Right.
And so the jury just latched into, well, how is it that he lied and he stole for all these years, but today we're supposed to actually believe him when he's called everybody else in the trial a liar, and he's told us he's a liar, a thief, and a drug addict, and he acted in a paranoid fashion. So if he's been clean for 531 days, as he said, why hasn't he told anybody before today that he was actually at the kennel?
Including his lawyer.
And his son. More importantly,
Buster.
His son, Buster. So, when you're telling the truth, when the devil's at the door, it kind of is suspect. And maybe that's what 12 jurors who have 24 ears and 24 eyes decided. He's just not credible. And it just came down to that. I was debating Alan Dershowitz last night on one of the shows, and he said something that really was interesting. He said, because everybody said, well, this is going to get reversed on appeal, all these, 404B decisions and other objections that Judge Newman overruled by the defense. He said it's actually only 5% of the cases ever get reversed on appeal in this type of situation. And when the defendant testifies, it's less than 0.5% get reversed, because the appellate courts say, even though you have all these mistakes in the evidentiary rulings, the jury could point to the testimony of the defendant and say, that's why I convicted him.
Okay, and the great Linda Kenny Bodden has been saying this for days now. Everybody else is like, wow, this is getting reversed on appeal. She's like, no way. He took the stand. It's obliterated. He can't argue that. So it's done. At least that argument. So maybe there are other errors that are reversible. We don't know. We'll see.
What surprised me was how personal Judge Newman made his
and the back and forth.
The allocution sentence. He gave him 2 opportunities to show some humanity. And each time he was given that entree, he said, I am innocent. And Newman was saying to him, you've lied and you've continued to lie, and you're continuing to lie right now in front of me. Do you want to have an opportunity to at least almost atone for some of your lies and some of your deception? And he didn't do it. And Newman then started waxing and waning about, I didn't like how you treated SLED the last 6 weeks, the way you denigrated SLED. And then he kind of took off his robe and he talked to him like a lawyer and said, and I don't like what you really did to my profession in a way, the way that you stole money from victims and you exploited people. And then he took off his lawyer robe and said he was a South Carolina citizen and said, you tarnished the reputation of the state.
Wow.
And so if there was ever any mercy that he was going to show, he didn't show it. And then after he gave the consecutive life sentences, he said to him, and oh, by the way, I'm actually the judge on your cases, 99 of them, and I'm going to schedule them in sequence.
And you said Creighton Waters, Gloria Satterfield, you represent her estate, her sons. You said Creighton Waters told you that one's going to be first up.
Right. And I've been very critical before I met you during this process. I've been very critical of Creighton Waters and Alan Wilson.
Oh, that's shocking, because I feel like you've not been critical of them at all during the trial.
That
they didn't go first with the financial.
That they didn't go first with the financial crimes, and that I felt that they were moving a little slower than I would like. And I felt that Alan Wilson wasn't visible enough. He never had given a press conference, and I almost shamed him into coming to the trial, because I got on TV and said, where is Alan Wilson? Oh yeah, the first week of trial that he wasn't here. I said, where is Alan Wilson? He needs to be here to support his troops. And he showed up the next week, and I said it on my podcast, and I said it to the state newspaper. And I got to tell you, I was so pleasantly surprised, and I underestimated his skills as a lawyer, and I underestimated a lot about the prosecution team that I thought did a great job. And Creighton said to me, first up is Gloria Satterfield. So I think he's going to do the Nick Saban rule. Nick Saban believes you get 24 hours after you win the national championship and then you go back to work. I think we're going to give Creighton Waters 48 hours, but I think Monday he's going back to work.
Yikes. Okay. Well, I think he should go to Hilton Head or Myrtle Beach first, but whatever, right?
Right.
Okay. Because you have beautiful beaches here, apparently. What is next for, the Stephen Smith case? I know you offer legal advice to Sandy Smith, Stephen Smith's mother. So do we know what's on the horizon for that? I know SLED has said they want to exhume Gloria Satterfield's body. The family doesn't think she was murdered. We need to be clear on that. But what's going to happen with the Stephen Smith case? We get a lot of questions about that.
Well, that's a very good question, and it's a question that a lot of people want answered, because they want to know, is there a Murdaugh connection to that? What clearly is a murder. It's not it wasn't a car accident. There was nothing on the road. Nothing would indicate that he was hit by a car. His shoes weren't blown off. It's clear that he was dropped there. The curious fact was that Randolph Murdaugh, the Parker Law Group, showed up on scene. And according to Sandy Smith, called him on the phone and said, I'd like to represent you. SLED has opened an investigation, and whether they've opened that investigation meaningfully or they did it just to put pressure on Alex Murdaugh, we don't know. But I'm sure the MMP Army and my Cup of Justice Army, I know, is now going to turn their sights on Stephen Smith. That I am very sure of.
And Cup of Justice is Eric's podcast.
But there's a lot of South Carolinians that are listeners, and they are a force to be reckoned with. Believe me.
Alrighty.
They write politicians, they write judges, they write lawyers. These are people who are invested the same way your listeners on your podcast are invested in you.
And check out Law and Crime Sidebar podcast. Eric, thank you so much for joining us and for all your time you've given us over the last several weeks. And we will follow the Stephen Smith case too. Linda, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you. And Jeanette, always great as usual. What a great interview with Mr. Bland. And just what a comma on the week, because obviously there's more to come. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. When we come back on the other side, we'll be discussing more and bring you back into that courtroom and things that happened this morning in the Alex Murdaugh case. Stay with us. Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, you know that yesterday 12 jurors completed their duty. And what did they say? Alex Murdaugh is guilty of the double homicide of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Today, he was back in court to be sentenced. But before any defendant gets sentenced in the United States, they have a chance to talk to the judge and plead for whatever they wish to plead for. Why don't we listen to what's called the allocution of Alex Murdaugh this morning in front of Judge Newman.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paul.
This has been perhaps one of the most troubling cases, not just for me as a judge, for the state, for the defense team, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we've seen based on the media coverage throughout the nation, you have a wife who's been killed, murdered, a son savagely murdered, a lawyer, a person from a respected family who has controlled justice in this community for over a century, a person whose grandfather's portrait hung at the back of the courthouse that I had to have ordered removed in order to ensure that a fair trial was had by both the state and the defense.
Wow. Bob Murdaugh, host of the Defense Diaries here. All Alex Murdaugh had to say was, I am innocent. Now, normally, if we didn't think he was so guilty, that would be fine. But the judge just alluded to the fact that his family for almost 100 years were solicitors. Their portrait hanged in the courthouse. He had to remove it. And he's a lawyer, and he has put the stain. He's put a red stain. He's put a mark on the people of Colleton County, on the state of South Carolina. And yet he did it in such a mild way, but it was very effective, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I've been a part of a lot of allocutions after trial in terms of sentencing, and this thing was next level in terms of, because of that personal relationship. I mean, he knew this guy, you know, I mean, he knew him when he was an attorney practicing. This isn't as if he was just a defendant that he had no knowledge of who he was, or there was that personal tone to it that just speared me through the heart. When I was watching it, it really blew me away. And like you said, his temperament and demeanor throughout the entire trial, irrespective of some of the decisions on the legal side of it that may be a little questionable, he just had that trial on lockdown. And for as big of a case as it was, like if you look back to like Judge Ito and how he had lost control of that courtroom and that trial and the O.J. Simpson thing, you see, the dichotomy of what it should be like and what it should never be like with Ito. And he was a great judge for this case. And I thought what he did today was unbelievable, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and Francie Hakes, we know that, or it's been reported that there were some jurors, I think the judge even mentioned it, that found Alex Murdaugh guilty, that were in that courtroom to see the final curtain, shall we say, of this case. Alex Murdaugh never turned around. All he repeated, I would never hurt my wife or my son, Paul, which he started calling him in the trial. That he didn't say he didn't murder them, did he?
We didn't say that. He did say he was innocent. I mean, it's not really surprising. He's going to file an appeal. If he stood in front of the judge and confessed his sorrow for killing his wife and son at this point, it'd be awfully hard to argue his innocence on appeal. So I mean, I don't really blame him in that sense. I think everyone wanted to see it and the judge wanted to see it. My one concern about the judge's demeanor, though, while overall I thought it was good, Bob mentioned some decisions he made. My biggest question on his decisions really had to do with the jury. And as we'll recall, some of the jurors had to be dismissed for various reasons, including the morning of the final closing arguments, because they discussed the case outside the courtroom. In every trial, especially of a high-profile nature I've ever had, the judge will remind the jury multiple times a day, but especially as they're coming and going from their recesses, not to discuss the case, not just with someone else, but even amongst themselves until they formally get the case and the charge and the arguments. And I didn't see him do that. I think he has done it, but I didn't see him do it every time. And I think that was a potential mistake, although it all worked out in the end here.
Yeah. So since we're talking about Judge Newman, since he has been very personal, and since he indicated he will also have the Satterfield civil case coming up, why don't we listen to a little bit about his sentencing this morning? But before he sentenced Alex Murdaugh, he actually spoke to him further. Let's listen.
Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web, we weave.
Oh, what tangled web we weave. What did you mean by that?
Meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end? And it's ended already for the jury because they've concluded that you continued to lie and lied throughout your testimony. And perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when your statement of denial to the court. Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing that can mitigate a sentence given the crimes that were committed. You know, a notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing, in which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime, at the last minute, or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there. And then that necessitated more lies and continued to lie. And I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. I'm sure.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so. And reflect on the last time they looked you in the eyes, as you looked the jury in the eyes. I don't know person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person and cause their life to be tangled in such a weave web, such a situation that yours have spun into. And it's so unfortunate because you had such a lovely family of such friendly people, and including you, and to go from that to this. You know, your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turn from lawyer to witness, and now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer. And it's really surprising that you're waiving this right at this time. And if you opt to do so, it's on you. You're not compelled to say anything, but you have the opportunity to do so.
And I tell you again, I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paul.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person. I've seen that before. The person standing before me was not the person who committed the crime, though it's the same individual. We'll leave that at that. Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for a term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections.
I have the chills, former federal prosecutor Francie Hakes. Watching it the first time this morning, even more watching it the second time now. Judge Newman actually gave him an out and said, perhaps it's those 60 opioid pills that created a monster. Perhaps it's not you who killed your son who you loved. And that Paul and Maggie, I expect, come to visit you in your sleep every night. And Alex Murdaugh responded. He said, yes, every night. How about you? Your thoughts?
Yeah, what Murdaugh said was all day and every night, which I thought was really chilling. I think what was the most impactful emotionally about the judge's comments there was how he delivered them. They were very calm. But did you see his eyes? He was staring right into Alex Murdaugh's eyes as he condemned him to what I call a pine box sentence, which means he's not coming out of jail until they put him in a pine box. And I thought that was incredibly impactful of the judge. He didn't rage, and I've seen it. I've seen judges rant and rave at defendants, but he didn't. He maintained that icy, calm demeanor that spoke so much of the judge's utter contempt for Alex Murdaugh and what he had done.
Yeah, and Bob Mata, boy, I wish we had jurors who were in that courtroom in the studio with us right now to discuss how they felt about the judge's sentencing. But the judge also mentioned the fact that Alex Murdaugh filed a notice of alibi, which there was a hearing taking up the court time, and he said he was someplace else, which means he lied to the court then, he lied to his attorneys, and then he comes to court, and after all this time, after telling everybody he wasn't at the kennels, he admits he was at the kennels at the time the video was taken on 8/44 in June of 2021. Effective?
From the judge's perspective, yes. I mean, again, like I don't think that he was icy. I think that what I saw there was a man who was trying to understand what happened to the man that was standing before him. It's inexplicable, really. You know, I mean, when he went into kind of the explanation. Maybe it was the, 30, 40, 50, 60 pills. Maybe that was a different person than the person that's standing before me in court today. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of allocutions. I've been in the courtroom for them with my clients, and I've never seen anything like it. And it was that personal connection between these two men. It was devastating. And it, like you said, you always kind of steal my thunder because we think the same way. But I every time I watch it, I just get the chills. They just run up and down my arms and my back. It was something to behold.
Yeah, and I still have it, but you're absolutely right. I've never seen a judge make the connection with the defendant at sentencing. Usually it's like, I'm going to sentence you and that's it, goodbye. But to make that personal connection, I don't think we're going to see it again for a very long time. Anyhow, as we try to get rid of our chills and let you think about what happened in that courtroom, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking more about the sentence of Alex Murdaugh. Stay with us.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize we were still live here. But since we are, here I am. So here we go. Well, I'm curious how that's going to work out because we were live at the same time over on. So we have overlapping lives, I guess. I don't know because you guys saw the live feed that I did from Moselle, which was intense. Walking through there, the feed was choppy, but we had a chance to see some of the things that haven't been seen, like inside of one of the sheds there, where shotgun shells and beer. So any indication, I'm down here right now at the Luther's behind me. You see that, which is the last location that Paul and his friends and Mallory Beach came to eat before they made their way out onto the boat and took that last fateful drive that ended up killing Mallory Beach. I'll show you guys real quick what I'm seeing, and then we'll go ahead and cut out, and I'll post some videos from down here. So this is Luther's behind me. And right out there is the so the pier actually is right there. That's where they tied off their boat, and then they made their way up. There's a surveillance camera over there that they were. That was the last images that they caught of Valley Beach, Paul Murdaugh. All that was right there.
Welcome back to Law and Crime Network. I'm
Law and Crime
Baden. Well, as you know, the 6-week trial.
Thank you so much. And then they made their way up here to Luther's, and then made their way back after a copious amount of drinking. And then they took off, and then they made their way over to the Archers Creek Bridge, which I'm not sure exactly which bridge it is. There's a bridge straight out here, and then of course there's this bridge here. This whole place is just a waterway series of islands and inlets. So we might have head out this direction. We're going to take a look after I get done with things here. I think that's Chester right there. What's up, buddy? Yeah, buddy. Either way, let me go ahead and where we got over here. Oh, it's super windy as well, so I apologize. I really didn't even realize we were still live, so my apologies there. But we are, and we're down here in Beaufort County, and downtown Beaufort, actually, on the waterway, on the Broad River, which is right out here in front of me. I'm smashing down on a shrimp sandwich from Luther's Rare and Well Done restaurant. Like I said, which is the last place that they went, Paul Murdaugh and Mallory Beach and their friends, before they got in that boat and took off. It's really sad. But if you've been in here watching, I don't know if you've been able to go out and watch the other live. I don't know how that's working out right now. So our viewer count, I'm not sure where. Looks like it's a mix of both. It's YouTube and Facebook. So these fries are good too. They're chive fries, not too shabby. I ran into some folks while I was out at the Moselle property, walking around, and then had a good conversation with some ladies, and then they came up and like, "Hey, we know you." Ran into them again here, and Dee Dee is wild. So I talked to her about that Hampton County Watermelon Festival, which is a massive deal. They even verified this. No, it's a huge deal. Shut the city down. They said there was corruption in their system, and the grand marshal of that Watermelon Festival should have gone to, I think it was her or her people. And what ended up happening was they gave it to Buster Murdaugh III, apparently. If you watch the video, you'll see in the video the sign from the Hampton County Watermelon Festival on the ground with Rudolph Murdaugh III right there, which I thought was hilarious. I'll have to splice it all together, and because it was from an interview that I did in front of the courthouse with a woman named Dee Dee. So anyway, what have they been saying over on Law and Crime? I've been driving around checking out the haunts out here. I'm going to do a photo dump. Maybe I'll do a photo montage, like a slideshow of all the things that I saw out on Moselle and some of the other things that I've seen just down here on this trip, which have been pretty wild. It's been a pretty amazing. I mean, it's only been not even a little over 24 hours that I've been here. It feels like I've been here for a week. It's incredible. But it's just wild, man. There's so many abandoned buildings, so many abandoned houses, boarded up buildings everywhere. And then right next door is a beautiful old plantation style house tons of property. But you can tell there's, it would seem like there's a definite line in the income, you know, a real sway in the haves and the have-nots is how it would feel. I mean, we are in the South. Cemeteries and funeral homes everywhere, like everywhere. That's the jam. He gets it. This guy gets it. 15 years old. He's been out here chilling, living his best life. Figured something out. So again, in the comments, anybody, what are they saying over on the? Yeah, you guys got to get out. Let's start doing food reviews. Actually, I'd love to do food reviews. That'd be great. This view is fantastic too. I'll show you guys. Not too shabby. This dude, weathering the storm. He's got living this life out here figured out. This is a house-made shrimp patty with lettuce, tomato, tartar sauce on the side, which I put on it, and then some chive fries with a little ranch and sour cream on the side here. Not too shabby. Chester the cat, man. He's been out here for 15 years. Ran into the cutest dog I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what kind it is. Maybe you guys know. But got big, huge, looks like a lab, but like a squatty version of a lab, like shorter legs with a big, fluffy bear-like head and this huge, fluffy, like big paws. It looks just like a lab puppy that was stung by a bee or something. That's the only way I can describe it. Look, this guy's tall. That's a full-size lab, right? That's how big they're supposed to be, I think. Or golden size lab. This one was like a mix of that cat and that dog. Let me see what you say in the comments there. I just don't know how there was two lives going at the same time. That's what I'm not sure about. So that's the only question I have is how that looks. So I was live from two different sources. I just don't know how it showed up on your guys' end. Did you have options to watch different videos, like on YouTube and on Facebook? Because if that's the case, I mean, we could start doing that more often. And we could have done that, I suppose, last night from the courthouse. We could have had one live going from the courthouse and another live going from outside. Live and learn. Iterations. Constant iterations. I just didn't realize we were live here for 7 hours now, so. Yeah. You were in this live and you hopped in and out and cut the other one off. I don't know. Two different options, okay. I don't know. I have no idea at this point how it worked, but it was interesting. While I was there at the farm, there was people like came in after me and they snatched like the cardboard that I showed you guys behind by the bird coop, where there was some bullets that had gone through the cardboard there into the wall, like just two little bullet holes. This guy, while I was there, I came running through the woods and got to that spot, and this guy was there with his daughter, I guess, or his whoever, and he like pulled that off of the bird coop and was folding it up and like saw me, made a beeline for the door, cracked me up. All right, man. Yeah. Everyone there thought I was lying. Anyway, I gotta eating street here. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I wonder if they got a new notification. Isha, you know, while I was live, while we were live here, and then when I went live from Moselle, they send out a new notification. That's what I'm curious about. Wow. How did my live so confused? Huh. Very interesting. Well done, Tanisha. I guess you're not fired. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You are. It's not bad. Never had a shrimp sandwich before, so this is a new experience. You can see the rain moving his way. I'll give it 10 minutes. And it's going to start dumping. It'll pass fast. I don't know. It's ominous looking. Chester knows what's up. He bunkered down. He's like, no. You see the way or the flags behind me trying to move a little bit. Yeah, who's still in here with us, man? Sound off. I'd love to see. I mean, folks were, still hanging out watching. I mean, it's a good platform to watch. If you're gonna watch something worth watching, I suppose. So. He's got kitty food too. Lynn, what's up? Lynn snowed on. Tiger, you got a new notification. That's awesome. Well, how many people did we have live with us at the Moselle property? And man, that would have been so much cooler if I had a good, solid reset. I got to tell you guys, one of the things that I am going to try to source for anyone in here is a hotspot, like a linking hotspot. I don't know if they have them, but they got to exist, where it'll grab all the network. I mean, a live view pack basically does that. And let me get rid of this real quick. So a live UPAC basically does that. That's what all the reporters down there have for like the major affiliates. They're a couple $1,000 and it costs $100 to operate them. But what they do is they they bind together all of the network signals and they give you like a super solid network feed, and then you're able to use that for whatever they're doing. So whenever they're going live, the live UPAC gives them that feed. But yeah, so it's unfortunately I didn't have that. So you only have so much reception. So when I'm out, in areas that don't have the best feed, that's what I have to deal with. What's that? Was it Chester? Yeah. He's just been chilling.
Yeah.
You can tell he's like, I'm bunkering down.
Said, like, he won't get on the chairs, he won't get on the tables, he will not eat table food.
I was gonna offer, but I was like, nah, I know
No,
he's
he
got.
won't. No, he won't. I tell people all the time, like they try, and I'm like, no. Like he gets his dry food twice a day, and then a few times throughout the week, him and Julie will get some wet food together.
He's super chill.
See, he looks forward to us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I've had customers like they're like, oh, I took a picture of this cat here 10 years ago, and I'm like, he's over there.
Right? He's still alive and kicking. Let me ask you, do you guys get are you getting a lot of like the tour traffic here from because of the Murdaugh trial?
Oh, we have been for years.
Mm.
Yeah, and there's like a guy there talking about it right now.
Mm. What's the consensus here with folks about the whole thing with Paul being here that last night?
I mean, we get some stuff that's like, I was in the store one day, and this guy's like, I had on my Luther shirt. He's like, oh, Luther's. And I was like, yeah. And he like kept on. And he's like, who was working that night? I said, I was in Savannah, so I don't know.
Right.
And he's like, oh, you don't want to tell me? I said, sir, please just get the fuck away from me. That's what I said.
I don't want to tell you. I just don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was like, just leave me alone. Hey, we can go ahead and bring salt and pepper in because I don't think there's going to be much going on over there. I think it's going to be a little too windy. Yeah, I'm just like,
yeah.
We get it. And like, I'll be sitting out front. We have a little area, and he goes, like,
Murdaugh,
yeah, like, I mean, it's just so crazy. Like, even like myself, like coming in the back door and stuff, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it did kind of dwindle out a little bit, and now that the Netflix came out,
Mm.
and that's all more geared towards Paul, what he did, and
Yeah.
obviously we're in the middle of that, but
Sure.
we did whatever we had to do to take care of it, and
Done and done, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I mean, unfortunately, we're gonna, always be a part of it for
Sure.
the rest of the life, but
Yeah.
it is what it is at that point.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah, I'll be back.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so that was, I'm just talking some of the weight stuff here. Luther's. I don't really want to put them on, they probably walk by, but I don't want to put them on camera and put them on blast. I'm sure they've dealt with that enough. People that are like, oh yeah, you guys serving drinks to minors, getting them drunk and killing kids. I'm sure there's people that are jumping all over it. But here's the thing, man, if you've been in the industry and you've worked around like ID, checking ID is one thing, but like when you have, fake ID is one thing. And I mean, I'm sure, yeah, if you knew who Paul was and you knew that he had Buster's ID, like, all right, cool, I'll give you a pass because we know you, blah, 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 whatever that might be. I'll be very honest though, guys. I've bounced at many places and I'm the worst person ever at checking ID. The absolute worst. Like, I just basically make sure the picture looks somewhat like you and then you're good to go. But if you look like you're a child, like I'm not gonna let you in, but at the end of it all, like, I'm not, you have to go through so many checks and that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm golden. Here you go.
Slip like up under here for
I'll bring it in for you so you don't lose it. All right. Roger that. Thank you. Hey, appreciate you. But I was the worst. Yes, just absolute dog crap at like checking ID. Basically, they'd flash an ID and I'd be like, "Is it real? Checks out. Works for me." So don't hate me for saying that. I'm just being honest with you, like I always am. Where we at over here? All right, cool. So terrible at IDs, decent at tipping. So make up for it. Anyway, guys, I tell you what, I'm gonna let you guys go. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen here with the owner of Luther's here, because as Sarah's saying, in South Carolina, it's the responsibility of the owner of the bar if a minor gets served. And I know in Seattle, where I was at, when I was working at the restaurant, not when I was bouncing, but when I was working at the restaurants and bars, before you served anybody there, that's where I would be. I'm talking when I would check ID when I was bouncing. Difference. Because then you have a secondary line. If they get into a place, then they get to the bar. The bartender sees them and is like, "No way, are you old enough?" But when I was doing, when I was serving people, actually serving them, I was very stringent about that, because there's a zero tolerance policy in Washington. Like they'll take you out in cuffs. They'll do stings all the time in places in Seattle. And if you serve a minor, and they do different types. They'll do ones with fake ID, some with no ID, yada yada. They cuff you and take you straight out, and you personally get charged with, the aiding in the consumption of a minor, or however it's been a while now, but it's a trip. Yeah, it's a trip. You're getting a lot of trouble. Obviously, you're going to lose your job. So it's a tough one. So you got to be really careful with those things when you're in the industry. So big shout out to anyone who's been in the industry or is in the industry. That's God's work right there. Like Dan Cook said, man, anybody who's ever lived their life with a chip on their shoulder, if you haven't gone through the service industry at any point in time, you have to. So you learn some humility, because you realize that your ranch isn't that important. You know what I mean? Life will go on. So either way, guys, I'm going to cut out here because the rain is really super close to hitting. I just got done eating. I got to get back in the car and make a drive now back to ATL, and barring traffic, I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but I have a certain time constraint as to the whole thing here. So I might jump in and go live again, but either way, we've only got about 25 minutes until I'd have to close the feed. But I tell you what, we'll keep it running. I'm not sure if I can run this way. Okay, good, I can. Right, nice. Solid. I'll keep it running. I'll hook it up, and then we'll give it the last 20 minutes as I walk to the car here. Don't go anywhere. I got to run inside and get this here. So I'll be right back. I'll keep tabs on Chester for me while I'm gone. No. Cool. Should I set this down here for you? I'm just going to set this here for her. I don't want it to blow away, so it should be right there. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, let me grab my selfie stick here, as cool as that is. So it's chilly, not gonna lie. Everyone's talking about how super warm out here, Sarah. Actually, it's a lot warmer than anywhere else I've been this year so far. But it's a hell of a lot warmer than Wisconsin right now, I'll tell you guys that much. All right, I'm gonna hook you guys up to the old stick here. This one's been with me for a minute. There we go. Hook it up. There we go. Actually, we're going to gimbal you up, guys. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you the legs real quick. Bear with me. My little bag of tricks here. This is the kit, guys. This is the big shout out to Patagonia. My stream kit here that I have to rock with me everywhere I go. This double zip action here has got all my tools of the trade. Not all of them, most of them. Most of them. show you the, well, actually not much I can show you. The rains are coming, isn't it, Chester? Chester doesn't care. Chester don't care about nothing. Yeah, he's 15. Actually, yeah, sir, you hit that on the head. They said Chester's 15. So people have been coming here like, oh yeah, I have pictures of Chester from 10 years ago. Well, and then you have those people like, oh, he lives such a, why don't you guys give him a home and whatnot? Like, no, he's got a home, man. He's doing fine. He's got a bed here. They feed him here. She said that he doesn't eat table food. He won't get on the tables. He won't get on the chairs. He sorry if it keeps cutting out. I keep getting calls from my brother who doesn't appreciate it when you don't answer the phone when he calls. So this is the gimbal here. Got to get a new one of these. This thing's seen better days. It's made its way through all of the madness. Morning. Had to handle that. Wouldn't stop calling. What a jerk, huh? All right, let me do this. Nice thing about the stabilizer here is it the gimbal is it's going to be a little wonky on the camera. Let a picture for a second. I have to let it. Pardon me here. I have to let it go limp for a second. And then make sure that it's somewhat balanced. And then it comes to life. Creepy, right? And then, hello. And there we go. I just know how to get rid of the. I don't know how to get rid of this crazy little screen that I got that I'm looking at here, but this might make it all go away. I don't know. We'll leave it alone for a second here. The dog love down here is the worst, man. People are just all about their dogs. Charlie. Well, see you guys down here. Having like a little dog park down here. Every time we go anywhere, all the dogs are super friendly with each other. Ooh, that sun's coming out, guys. I'm gonna flip the camera here so you guys can see what I'm seeing instead of seeing me. So. There we go. Just do that there for a second. And then throw this in my pocket. I'm not filming y'all, but you're good. I'm gonna grab there's this coffee shop right over here, and I hear they have amazing chai. So I'm gonna check that out real quick. And we're gonna hit the road.
You claim to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime, at the last minute, or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there. And then that necessitated more lies and continued to lie. And I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. I'm sure.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so. And reflect on the last time they looked you in the eyes, as you looked the jury in the eyes. I don't know person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person and cause your life to be tangled in such a web, such a situation that yours have spun into. And it's so unfortunate because you had such a lovely family of such friendly people, including you, and to go from that to this. Your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turned from lawyer to witness, and now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer.
Sorry guys, my phone died there, so. Oh man, did it again. Damn it, we were doing so good. Heather Taylor, thank you so much for that. There we go. All right, we should be good. So we're gonna take a little stroll. Oh, if this thing starts getting all catty-wonky on me, we're gonna stop using it. But for the time being, we're gonna we got about 20 minutes left on the feed. But we should be good for the time. All right, take it easy. Some chai from over here real quick. This joint. Yeah. Thought about going to stop before we hit the low country side. But take a look behind me over here. So we're just over here, guys. But as I was pointing out before, that's the pier right over here, the last pier that Paul. Walk out to the main street. Question is, we should come this here. Yeah, I know. The wind's not helping anything, guys. Can you hear me better now? I covered that. Wicked psyched. If you watched the feed last night, does this make it better? Comments, anybody? Just trying to cover my earpiece here. Anybody? Comments? Anybody? No? Yes? Yes? covering it again. So let me flip the camera for you guys real quick. So, it's gonna be good. So yeah, let's be clear. It's up here. That was that camera. And right up above me over here, that right there. There. Right there. Somewhere in there. That's the video cameras that caught that. That's what they had. So this was the. It's going to be loud. Sorry, guys. I don't want to walk all the way down there next. So from back here, this is that walkway, and then the pier down there. So I know it's loud. I apologize. But we'll go to the main street. You guys can look at this downtown Beaufort here. I want to meet this dog first, actually. Super cute. So let me flip the camera for you guys. There we go. There he is. Can I pet your dog? Is that all right?
If they'll let you, he's super friendly.
Hey, buddy. Oh my gosh. Look at this guy. Just a little ball of muscle, huh? So do I. I'm peeing right now, too. I take precautions. I go to a little diaper. What do you do? What do you do, buddy? Just love the world, don't you? Look at your nails. Look at your pretty nails.
Is it hard for them to do the nails because they're black?
I take him to a groomer, honestly.
So do I, my dog, but they always put the wick or the quick.
No, I have a really good groomer, and she takes such good care of him.
Huh? What's his name?
Deuce.
Deuce. He said that's me. I'm Deuce. Oh, jeez. Little land shark. Oh, buddy.
You don't like that.
He wants to take himself for a walk. All right, y'all, take it easy. All right. Oh, Deuce. Ooh, the wind's blowing hard out here, so it's blowing the camera around a lot, too. But this is the backside. It's a place called Saltis right here. They own another place over there. So yeah, I'm not sure if people are asking about the restaurant owners for. It'll get less windy once I get up away from the beach here. I was told this was a first Friday. Technologies, guys. I didn't realize how low I was on my battery feed, camera feeds. We're back now. Okay. Woo. Hearth Pizza's cracking over there. I'm gonna pop over here and check some stuff out. I have exclusive rights to this music, just so you know, in case anyone's wondering. 100% exclusive rights to it. I own it. I made it. It's mine. And I celebrate it. That tripped me out. This truck over here was just driving into this opening, and I caught out of the corner of my eye. I just thought it was a storefront as well, but I was wrong. So this place over here apparently is popping. I'm not sure what that is. Is that the front side of Saltis? Whatever it is, it's got some people. Wait, this guy. Hello. Hi. What do they say down here? Is it howdy or good day? Good day. He didn't respond, so maybe it's howdy. This is downtown Beaufort. For anybody wondering. Oh, Easter. That's right. Here we go. First Friday of every month. Here we go. This is what we're rolling up on right now. So it just started apparently about 20 minutes ago. March 3rd. Okay. They're getting the VIP over here. I heard her flirting with you. I heard that. Howdy. Good, how are you? Ooh, everyone's dressed up so nice. Looking fancy. What's going on here? This is the some more of the first Friday over here. Everyone's done up. Look like they're going to prom or something. Is that a thing? Is it prom night? Oh, these are grown-up people. I can't tell if those are grown-up people. Are these grown-up people right here, you think? I don't know what grown-up people look like anymore. I'm saying, if you look at some of the inlets here, that's just Port Royal Harbor. And you can see there's like the veins of the feed that come in. It's crazy. Howdy. There he is. How you doing? Good. All right. I'm great. Monkey's uncle. Clever. What'd you get? What'd you score? You did good?
3 for $30. So
That's a steal. I was at a store the other day and they said 4 T-shirts for $105. Yeah. Get out of it. Or 120. Yeah. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Not here. Not today. You from here?
No, I'm from Toledo, Ohio.
Toledo, Ohio. I'm here from Seattle via the way of Kenosha.
Oh.
Yeah. So Ohio, how are things going in Ohio right now? You guys have a lot of. Well, you should have a lot of press out in Ohio, but you're not getting much right now.
Right. That's kind of a mess over
Yeah, East Palestine. How far from that is Toledo? Pretty far.
It's on Pennsylvania border. Yeah. Although I drove pretty close to it coming.
Sure. Whoa, how you feeling? Yeah. Did you see that they had a movie that came out on Netflix about a year or two ago? It's still on Netflix, I think, called White Noise. It's based on a train derailing because it collides with a semi-truck and a city being evacuated in Ohio by the name of East Palestine. I can't make this up. Check it out. It's on Netflix. It's called, the guy from Star Wars is in it. It was a Netflix movie, but it came out like 2 years ago or a year ago. In 2022, and it's based on East Palestine, Ohio, and a train derailing and a chemical spill. But that's crazy, right? It's based off of a book, but it's like art imitating life or life imitating art. Yeah. Crazy stuff, man. Well, breathe easy, huh?
If you can think it can happen, it can happen.
I mean, look at what we're looking at with the trial down here, right? Crazy things happen all around. All right, take it easy, boss. That's crazy. It's from the East Side, or from Ohio, but the whole East Palestine thing is wild. What are we doing? That's a cool spot right down here. There's McIntosh, what does that say, bookshop? I also have the rights to this song, in case anyone's wondering. So, let it be known that there are absolutely no songs that I have on my program that I don't have exclusive rights to. This is wild. You got to talk over most of it. All right, I had to mute it. My bad. I wasn't trying to. I'll probably still get hit with a stupid copyright strike, but it is what it is. Never more books. I'll have to go in and clip that part of the video out is what I'll have to do. It's crazy how they get you for copyright stuff. What's really wild about it too is I've got people who make music and they've given me permissions to use their songs. And even with that, you still end up with copyright issues. What's happening here? I want to find out. Cool looking spot though. It's wild. So on the drive-in, there's all these big, huge houses. I guess they're sitting on the water that are old. I guess they're historic properties, but they're all being restored. I think from either years of neglect, abandonment, or just water damage. But it's pretty wild. There are quite a few of them. Keep walking this way here. I only have about 7 minutes left, so. Discovered in 1514, founded in 1711. How about that? How about it? Heard a lot about this little Buford place. Actually, it's living up to the hype. It's a cool little spot, man. This is what I think of when I think of the South. These types of little cottage cabins. These weepy tree, like weepy willows type vines with overgrown with ivy and whatever that stuff is. But everything's a law firm, basically. I don't know what the deal is. Y'all break the law a lot down here, apparently, because everything is everything's a law firm or an art gallery for whatever reason. It's raining bagels. Hallelujah. Crazy 24 hours. It's been busy. Bless you. That was nuts. It sounded like she was right beside me. Look at this old crazy bulkhead back here. How long do you think this wall's been around right here? On the back of the Greyhound Flats building. Well, beside the Greyhound Flats building. Look at this thing. It's made out of clams. Bless you. Who the hell's sneezing? This is a trip. This is all made out of, oops, just broke their wall. It's made out of shells and some bricks. That is nuts. What is this place? Spanish moss is growing in the trees, apparently. Look at this crazy wall. It's like walking through history here. It's no nonsense either. Eesh. I do love that about the South. Every time I come down here, it's like it's just like a nostalgic walk through like the history books, which is beautiful. So apparently the locals, the natives, taught the original local, the indigenous folk, taught the white man how to build walls with oysters and clay. Interesting. Let's do this cord off of here real quick. We don't have to deal with dragging that thing around anymore. Creeping up on the main road. Hi, Jen. Free smell.
Oh, that ain't me.
Oh, it's not you. My bad. I thought maybe. I was confused. He's swearing up a storm out there right now. Someone go and cut and clip that. That was pretty entertaining. Said free smells. I'm not going to pass on a chance to give someone a free smell. I'll tell you what, the man asked you to smell it. You smell it. So it smells amazing. Guys love that. Apparently. Oh. Getting a serenade in this one. Collectibles. Ooh. The breeze. Hey, hey.
Hey.
How you doing, sir? What's up? What's happening,
How
boss?
you doing, man?
You look like a young Bill Murray.
I've heard that.
Have you heard that? You guys gotta look at my man here. Tell me that that's not a spitting image of a young Bill Murray.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I've heard that.
Have you?
I sure have.
Are you related?
No.
Tell the truth, man.
No,
How are you related to Bill Murray?
Yeah, he's my dad. I'm just kidding.
Well, you pull it off. I would run that, man. I look like a thick-necked Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, you do look like Woody. Oh my God.
I get it. It's a couple of good-looking look-alike doppelgangers over here, guys.
You got it. We're famous.
What's going on? What are you doing here?
My wife works in Low Country Stitch.
Okay.
And we live here in this wonderful town of Beaufort.
It's a beautiful place, man.
First Fridays. Super
First
fun.
Fridays. Yeah.
We have mimosas in there. You got to go in and have
Oh,
one. A
Low
green
Country Stitch.
mimosa.
Is that a tribute to St. Patrick's Day? Green mimosas. Look at
Absolutely.
that. Batteries lying,
Oh my
dying.
gosh.
We're running out of time, but
So where are you from?
Seattle.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, what a great city.
It's-
Great.
It's had better days, but
Yeah,
we're doing okay though.
It's still a great city.
It's a beautiful place.
I mean, all the other stuff gets all the attention right now. But
It does. I tell you what, you've got 40 seconds to tell us all about Beaufort.
all right, so historic. A couple of great movies that are well known have been filmed here right around the corner. That bridge is where Forrest Gump ran over. The Vietnam scene was out at Hunting Island,
Okay.
which is just down the road a ways.
Okay.
Just down the corner here, about 3 blocks over, on the water is where they filmed The Big Chill, which is an older movie.
Yeah, no Big
Pretty-
Chill. Okay.
Pretty iconic. So we've got some of that going on. This little downtown area.
10 seconds. What do people need to know?
Classic Mayberry. Come see us. You'll love our waterways.
You'll love our waterways. Love you guys. I had an 8-hour